Chapter 13 of A Sportsman's Sketches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tovarisch. A Sportsman's Sketches by Ivan Turgenev. Translated by Constance GARNETT. Two Country Gentlemen. I have already had the honor, kind readers, of introducing to you several of my neighbors. Let me now seize a favorable opportunity — it is always a favorable opportunity with us writers — to make known to you two more gentlemen, on whose lands I often used to go shooting, very worthy, well-intentioned persons, who enjoy universal esteem in several districts. First, I will describe to you the retired General Major Vyacheslav Illarionovich Khvalinsky. Picture to yourselves a tall and once slender man, now inclined to corpulence, but not in the least decrepit or even elderly, a man of ripe age, in his very prime, as they say. It is true the once regular and even now rather pleasing features of his face have undergone some change. His cheeks are flabby. There are close wrinkles like rays about his eyes. A few teeth are not as sardy, according to Pushkin used to say. His light brown hair, at least all that is left of it, has assumed a purplish hue, thanks to a composition bought at the Romion horse fair of a Jew who gave himself out as an Armenian. But Vyacheslav Illarionovich has a smart walk and a ringing laugh, jingles his spurs and curls his mustaches, and finally speaks of himself as an old cavalry man, whereas we all know that really old men never talk of being old. He usually wears a frock coat buttoned up to the top, a high cravat, starched collars, and gray-sprigged trousers of a military cut. He wears his hat tilted over his forehead, leaving all the back of his head exposed. He is a good-natured man, but of rather curious notions and principles. For instance, he can never treat noblemen of no wealth or standing as equals. When he talks to them, he usually looks sideways at them, his cheek pressed hard against his stiff white collar, and suddenly he turns and silently fixes them with a clear stony stare, while he moves the whole skin of his head under his hair. He even has a way of his own in pronouncing many words. He never says, for instance, "Thank you, Pavel Vassilitch," or "This way, if you please, Mihail Ivanitch," but always "Thanks, Pavel Vassilitch," or "Is why, please, Milvanitch." With persons of the lower grades of society his behavior is still more quaint. He never looks at them at all, and before making known his desires to them, or giving an order, he repeats several times in succession, with a puzzled, far-away air, "What's your name? What's your name?" with extraordinary sharp emphasis on the first word, which gives the phrase a rather close resemblance to the call of a quail. He is very fussy and terribly close-fisted, but manages his land badly. He had chosen as overseer on his estate a retired quartermaster, a Little Russian, and a man of really exceptional stupidity. None of us, though, in the management of land has ever surpassed a certain great Petersburg dignitary who, having perceived from the reports of his steward that the corn kilns in which the corn was dried on his estate were often liable to catch fire, whereby he lost a great deal of grain, gave the strictest orders that for the future they should not put the sheaves in till the fire had been completely put out. This same great personage conceived the brilliant idea of sowing his fields with poppies, as the result of an apparently simple calculation. Poppy being dearer than rye, he argued, it is consequently more profitable to sow poppy. He it was, too, who ordered his women serfs to wear tiaras after a pattern bespoken from Moscow. and to this day the peasant women on his lands do actually wear the tiaras, only they wear them over their skull-caps. But let us return to Vyacheslav Illarionovitch. Vyacheslav Illarionovitch is a devoted admirer of the fair sex, and directly he catches sight of a pretty woman in the promenade of his district town, he is promptly off in pursuit, but falls at once into a sort of limping gait that is the remarkable feature of the case. He is fond of playing cards, but only with people of a lower standing. They toady him with "Your Excellency" in every sentence, while he can scold them and find fault to his heart's content. When he chances to play with the governor or any official personage, a marvelous change comes over him. He is all nods and smiles, he looks them in the face, he seems positively flowing with honey. He even loses without grumbling. Vyacheslav Illarionovitch does not read much. When he is reading, he incessantly works his moustaches and eyebrows up and down, as if a wave were passing from below upwards over his face. This undulatory motion in Vyacheslav Illarionovitch's face is especially marked when, before company of course, he happens to be reading the columns of the Journal des Débats. In the assemblies of nobility he plays a rather important part, but on grounds of economy he declines the honorable dignity of marshal. "Gentlemen," he usually says to the noblemen who press that office upon him, and he speaks in a voice filled with condescension and self-sufficiency, "much indebted for the honor, but I have made up my mind to consecrate my leisure to solitude." And as he utters these words, he turns his head several times to right and to left, and then with a dignified air adjusts his chin and his cheek over his cravat. In his young days he served as adjutant to some very important person, whom he never speaks of except by his Christian name and patronymic. They do say he fulfilled other functions than those of an adjutant, that, for instance, in full parade get-up, buttoned up to the chin, he had to lather his chief in his bath. But one can't believe everything one hears. General Khvalinsky is not, however, fond of talking himself about his career in the army, which is certainly rather curious. It seems that he had never seen active service. General Khvalinsky lives in a small house alone. He has never known the joys of married life, and consequently he still regards himself as a possible match, and indeed a very eligible one. But he has a housekeeper, a dark-eyed, dark-browed, plump, fresh-looking woman of 35 with a moustache. She wears starched dresses even on weekdays, and on Sundays puts on muslin sleeves as well. Vyacheslav Illarionovitch is at his best at the large invitation dinners given by gentlemen of the neighborhood in honor of the governor and other dignitaries. Then he is, one may say, in his natural element. On these occasions he usually sits, if not on the governor's right hand, at least at no great distance from him. At the beginning of dinner he is more disposed to nurse his sense of personal dignity, and, sitting back in his chair, he loftily scans the necks and stand-up collars of the guests, without turning his head, but towards the end of the meal he unbends, begins smiling in all directions (he had been all smiles for the governor from the first), and sometimes even proposes the toast in honor of the fair sex, "the ornament of our planet," as he says. General Khvalinsky shows to advantage, too, at all solemn public functions, inspections, assemblies, and exhibitions. No one in church goes up for the benediction with such style. Vyacheslav Illarionovitch's servants are never noisy and clamorous on the breaking up of assemblies or in crowded thoroughfares. As they make a way for him through the crowd, or call his carriage, they say in an agreeable guttural baritone, by your leave, allow General Khvalinsky to pass," or Call for General Khvalinsky's carriage." Khvalinsky's carriage is, it must be admitted, of a rather queer design, and the footmen's liveries are rather threadbare. That they are grey with red facings it is hardly necessary to remark. His horses, too, have seen a good deal of hard service in their time, but Vyacheslav Illarionovitch has no pretensions to splendor, and goes so far as to think it beneath his rank to make an ostentation of wealth. Khvalinsky has no special gift of eloquence, or possibly has no opportunity of displaying his rhetorical powers, as he has a particular aversion not only for disputing but for discussion in general, and assiduously avoids long conversation of all sorts, especially with young people. This was certainly judicious on his part. The worst of having to do with the younger generation is that they are so ready to forget the proper respect and submission due to their superiors. In the presence of persons of high rank, Khvalinsky is for the most part silent, while with persons of a lower rank, whom to judge by appearances he despises, though he constantly associates with them, his remarks are sharp and abrupt, expressions such as the following occurring incessantly: "That's a piece of folly, what you're saying now," or "I feel myself compelled, sir, to remind you," or "You ought to realize with whom you are dealing," and so on. He is peculiarly dreaded by postmasters, officers of the local boards, and superintendents of posting stations. He never entertains any one in his house, and lives, as the rumor goes, like a screw. For all that, he is an excellent country gentleman, an old soldier, a disinterested fellow, a man of principle, vieux grognard, his neighbors say of him. The provincial prosecutor alone permits himself to smile when General Khvalinsky's excellent and solid qualities are referred to before him. But what will not envy drive men to? However, we will pass now to another landed proprietor. Mardary Apollonich Stegunov has no sort of resemblance to Khvalinsky. I hardly think he has ever served under government in any capacity, and he has never been reckoned handsome. Mardary Apollonich is a little, fattish, bald, old man of respectable corpulence, with a double chin and little soft hands. He is very hospitable and jovial, lives, as the saying is, for his comfort. Summer and winter alike he wears a striped, wadded dressing gown. There is only one thing in which he is like General Khvalinsky: he too is a bachelor. He owns 500 souls. Mardary Apollonich's interest in his estate is of a rather superficial description. Not to be behind the age, he ordered a thrashing machine from Butinov's in Moscow, locked it up in a barn, and then felt his mind at rest on the subject. Sometimes on a fine summer day he would have out his racing droshky and drive off to his fields to look at the crops and gather cornflowers. Mardary Apollonich's existence is carried on in quite the old style. His house is of an old-fashioned construction. In the hall there is, of course, a smell of kvass, tallow candles, and leather. Close at hand on the right there is a sideboard with pipes and towels. In the dining room, family portraits, flies, a great pot of geraniums, and a squeaky piano. In the drawing room 3 sofas, 3 tables, 2 looking-glasses, and a wheezy clock of tarnished enamel with engraved bronze hands. In the study a table piled up with papers, and a bluish-colored screen covered with pictures cut out of various works of last century. A bookcase full of musty books, spiders, and black dust. A puffy armchair, an Italian window, a sealed-up door into the garden. Everything, in short, just as it always is. Mardary Apollonich has a multitude of servants, all dressed in the old-fashioned style, in long blue full coats with high collars, shortish pantaloons of a muddy hue, and yellow waistcoats. They address visitors as "Father." His estate is under the superintendence of an agent, a peasant with a beard that covers the whole of his sheepskin. His household is managed by a stingy, wrinkled old woman whose face is always tied up in a cinnamon-colored handkerchief. In Marday Apollonich's stable there are 30 horses of various kinds. He drives out in a coach built on the estate that weighs 4 tons. He receives visitors very cordially and entertains them sumptuously. In other words, thanks to the stupefying powers of our national cookery, he deprives them of all capacity for doing anything but playing préférence. For his part, he never does anything, and has even given up reading the dream book. But there are a good many of our landed gentry in Russia exactly like this. It will be asked, what is my object in talking about him? Well, by way of answering that question, let me describe to you one of my visits at Marday Apollonich's. I arrived one summer evening at 7 o'clock. An evening service was only just over. The priest, a young man apparently very timid and only lately come from the seminary, was sitting in the drawing-room near the door, on the extreme edge of a chair. Marday Apollonich received me as usual very cordially. He was genuinely delighted to see any visitor, and indeed he was the most good-natured of men altogether. The priest got up and took his hat. wait a bit, father," said Marday Apollonich, not yet leaving go of my hand. "Don't go. I have sent for some vodka for you." "I never drink it, sir," the priest muttered in confusion, blushing up to his ears. "What nonsense!" answered Marday Apollonich. "Mishka, Yushka, vodka for the father." Yushka, a tall, thin old man of 80, came in with a glass of vodka on a dark-colored tray, with a few patches of flesh color on it, all that was left of the original enamel. The priest began to decline. "Come, drink it up, father, no ceremony. It's too bad of you," observed the landowner reproachfully. The poor young man had to obey. "There, now, father, you may go." The priest took leave. There, that'll do. Get along with you." "A capital fellow," pursued Marday Apollonich, looking after him. "I like him very much. There's only one thing, he's young yet. But how are you, my dear sir? What have you been doing? How are you? Let's come out onto the balcony. Such a lovely evening." We went out on the balcony, sat down, and began to talk. Marday Apollonich glanced below, and suddenly fell into a state of tremendous excitement. "Whose hands are those? Whose hands are those?" he shouted. "Whose are those hands roaming about in the garden? Whose are those hands? How many times I've forbidden it! How many times I've spoken about it!" Yushka ran out. "What disorder!" protested Marday Apollonich. "It's horrible!" The unlucky hens, 2 speckled and 1 white with a topknot, as I still remember, went on stalking tranquilly about under the apple trees, occasionally giving vent to their feelings in a prolonged clucking, when suddenly Yushka, bareheaded and stick in hand, with 3 other house serfs of mature years, flew at them simultaneously. Then the fun began. The hens clucked, flapped their wings, hopped, raised a deafening cackle. The house serfs ran, tripping up and tumbling over. Their master shouted from the balcony like one possessed. "Catch him! Catch him! Catch him! Catch him! Catch him! Catch him! Catch him!" At last one servant succeeded in catching the hen with the topknot, tumbling upon her, and at the very same moment a little girl of 11, with dishevelled hair and a dry branch in her hand, jumped over the garden fence from the village street. "Ah, we see now whose hands!" cried the landowner in triumph. They're Yermil, the coachman's hens. He's sent his Natalka to chase them out. He didn't send his Parasha, no fear, the landowner added in a low voice with a significant snigger. Hey, Yushka, let the hens alone. Catch Natalka for me. But before the panting Yushka had time to reach the terrified little girl, the housekeeper suddenly appeared, snatched her by the arm, and slapped her several times on the back. That's it, cried the master. Tut, 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 and carry off the hens, Avdotya, he added in a loud voice, and he turned with a beaming face to me. That was a fine chase, my dear sir, eh? I am in a regular perspiration, look. And Mardery Apollonich went off into a series of chuckles. We remained on the balcony. The evening was really exceptionally fine. Tea was served us. Tell me, I began, Mardery Apollonich, are those your peasants' huts out there on the high road above the ravine? Yes. Why do you ask? I wonder at you, Mardery Apollonich. It's really sinful. The huts allotted to the peasants there are wretched, cramped little hovels. There isn't a tree to be seen near them. There is not a pond even. There is only one well, and that's no good. Could you really find no other place to settle them? And they say you're taking away the old campgrounds too. And what is one to do with this new division of the lands? Mardery Apollonich made answer. Do you know, I've this redivision quite on my mind, and I foresee no sort of good from it. And as for my having taken away the campground, and their not having dug any ponds, or what not, as to that, my dear sir, I know my own business. I'm a plain man. I go on the old system. To my ideas, when a man's master, he's master, and when he's peasant, he's peasant. That's what I think about it. To an argument so clear and convincing there was of course no answer. And besides, he went on, those peasants are a wretched lot. They are in disgrace. Particularly two families there. Why, my late father, God rest his soul, couldn't bear them, positively couldn't bear them. And you know my precept is, where the father's a thief, the son's a thief. Say what you like. Blood, blood, oh, that's the great thing. Meanwhile there was a perfect stillness in the air. Only rarely there came a gust of wind which, as it sank for the last time near the house, brought to our ears the sound of rhythmically repeated blows, seeming to come from the stable. Mardery Apollonich was in the act of lifting a saucer full of tea to his lips, and was just inflating his nostrils to sniff its fragrance. No true-born Russian, as we all know, can drink his tea without this preliminary, but he stopped short, listened, nodded his head, sipped his tea, and laying the saucer on the table, with the most good-natured smile imaginable, he murmured as though involuntarily accompanying the blows. Chukki, chukki, chuk, chukki, chuk. What is it? I asked, puzzled. Oh, by my order they're punishing a scamp of a fellow. Do you happen to remember Vasya, who waits at the sideboard? Which Vasya? Why, that waited on us at dinner just now. He with the long whiskers. The fiercest indignation could not have stood against the clear, mild gaze of Mardery Apollonich. What are you after, young man? What is it? He said, shaking his head. Am I a criminal or something that you stare at me like that? Whom he loveth, he chasteneth. You know that. A quarter of an hour later I had taken leave of Mardery Apollonich. As I was driving through the village I caught sight of Vasya. He was walking down the village street cracking nuts. I told the coachman to stop the horses and called him up. "Well, my boy, so they've been punishing you today?" I said to him. "How did you know?" answered Vasya. "Your master told me." "The master himself? What did he order you to be punished for?" "Oh, I deserved it, father, I deserved it. They don't punish for trifles among us. That's not the way with us. No, no, our master's not like that. Our master, you won't find another master like him in all the province." "Drive on," I said to the coachman. "There you have it, old Russia," I mused on my homeward way. End of Two Country Gentlemen. Chapter 14 of A Sportsman's Sketches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tovarisch. A Sportsman's Sketches by Ivan Turgenev, translated by Constance GARNETT. LEBEDYAN. One of the principal advantages of hunting, my dear readers, consists in its forcing you to be constantly moving from place to place, which is highly agreeable for a man of no occupation. It is true that sometimes, especially in wet weather, it's not over pleasant to roam over by roads, to cut across country, to stop every peasant you meet with the question, "Hey, my good man, how are we to get to Mordovka?" And at Mordovka, to try to extract from a half-witted peasant woman (the working population are all in the fields) whether it is far to an inn on the high road, and how to get to it. And then when you have gone on 8 miles farther, instead of an inn, to come upon the deserted village of Huda Bubnova, to the great amazement of a whole herd of pigs, who have been wallowing up to their ears in the black mud in the middle of the village street without the slightest anticipation of ever being disturbed. There is no great joy either in having to cross planks that dance under your feet, to drop down into ravines, to wade across boggy streams. It is not over pleasant to tramp 24 hours on end through the sea of green that covers the high roads, or, which God forbid, stay for hours stuck in the mud before a striped milestone with the figures 22 on one side and 23 on the other. It is not wholly pleasant to live for weeks together on eggs, milk, and rye bread patriots affect to be so fond of. But there is an ample compensation for all these inconveniences and discomforts in pleasures and advantages of another sort. Let us come, though, to our story. After all I have said above, there is no need to explain to the reader how I happened 5 years ago to be at LEBEDYAN, just in the very thick of the horse fair. We sportsmen may often set off on a fine morning from our more or less ancestral roof, in the full intention of returning there the following evening, and little by little, still in pursuit of snipe, may get at last to the blessed banks of PIOTR. Besides, every lover of the gun and the dog is a passionate admirer of the noblest animal in the world, the horse. And so I turned up at LEBEDYAN, stopped at the hotel, changed my clothes, and went out to the fair. The waiter, a thin, lanky youth of 20, had already informed me in a sweet nasal tenor that His Excellency Prince N., who purchases the charges of the regiment, was staying at their house, that many other gentlemen had arrived, that some gypsies were to sing in the evenings, and there was to be a performance of Pan Twardowski at the theatre, that the horses were fetching good prices, and that there was a fine show of them. In the market square there were endless rows of carts drawn up, and behind the carts horses of every possible kind: racers, stud horses, dray horses, cart horses, posting hacks, and simple peasants' nags. Some fat and sleek, assorted by colors, covered with striped horse cloths, and tied up short to high racks, turned furtive glances backward at the too familiar whips of their owners, the horse dealers. Private owners' horses, sent by noblemen of the steppes 100 or 200 miles away, in charge of some decrepit old coachman and 2 or 3 headstrong stable boys, shook their long necks stamped with ennui, and gnawed at the fences Roan horses from Vyatka huddled close to one another, race horses dapple grey, raven, and sorrel, with large hindquarters, flowing tails, and shaggy legs, stood in majestic immobility like lions. Connoisseurs stopped respectfully before them. The avenues formed by the rows of carts were thronged with people of every class, age, and appearance. Horse dealers in long blue coats and high caps, with sly faces, were on the lookout for purchasers. Gypsies, with staring eyes and curly heads, strolled up and down like uneasy spirits, looking into the horses' mouths, lifting up a hoof or a tail, shouting, swearing, acting as go-betweens, casting lots, or hanging about some army horse contractor in a foraging cap and military cloak with beaver collar. A stalwart Cossack rode up and down on a lanky gelding with the neck of a stag, offering it for sale in one lot, that is, saddle, bridle, and all. Peasants in sheepskins torn at the armpits were forcing their way despairingly through the crowd, or packing themselves by dozens into a cart harnessed to a horse, which was to be put to the test, or somewhere on one side, with the aid of a wily gypsy, they were bargaining till they were exhausted, clasping each other's hands 100 times over, each still sticking to his price, while the subject of their dispute, a wretched little jade covered with a shrunken mat, was blinking quite unmoved, as though it was no concern of hers. And after all, what difference did it make to her who was to have the beating of her? Broad-browed landowners with dyed moustaches and an expression of dignity on their faces, in polished hats and cotton overcoats pulled half on, were talking condescendingly with fat merchants in felt hats and green gloves. Officers of different regiments were crowding everywhere. An extraordinarily lanky crusader of German extraction was languidly inquiring of a lame horse dealer what he expected to get for that chestnut. A fair-haired young hussar, a boy of 19, was choosing a trace horse to match a lean carriage horse. A postboy in a low-crowned hat, with a peacock's feather twisted round it, in a brown coat and long leather gloves tied round the arm with narrow greenish bands, was looking for a shaft horse. Coachmen were plainting the horses' tails, wetting their manes, and giving respectful advice to their masters. Those who had completed a stroke of business were hurrying to hotel or to tavern according to their class. And all the crowd were moving, shouting, bustling, quarrelling, and making it up again, swearing and laughing, all up to their knees in the mud. I wanted to buy a set of 3 horses for my covered trap. Mine had begun to show signs of breaking down. I had found 2, but had not yet succeeded in picking up a third. After a hotel dinner, which I cannot bring myself to describe, even Aeneas had discovered how painful it is to dwell on sorrow past, I repaired to a café, so-called, which was the evening resort of the purchasers of cavalry mounts, horse breeders, and other persons. In the billiard-room, which was plunged in grey floods of tobacco smoke, there were about 20 men. Here were free and easy young landowners in embroidered jackets and grey trousers with long curling hair and little waxed moustaches, staring about them with gentlemanly insolence. Other noblemen in Cossack dress, with extraordinarily short necks and eyes lost in layers of fat, were snorting with distressing distinctness. Merchants sat a little apart on the qui-vive, as it is called. Officers were chatting freely among themselves. At the billiard table was Prince N., a young man of 22, with a lively and rather contemptuous face, in a coat hanging open, a red silk shirt, and loose velvet pantaloons. He was playing with the ex-lieutenant Viktor Chlopakov. The ex-lieutenant Viktor Chlopakov, a little, thinnish, dark man of 30, with black hair, brown eyes, and a thick snub nose, is a diligent frequenter of elections and horse fairs. He walks with a skip and a hop, waves his fat hands with a jovial swagger, cocks his cap on one side, and tucks up the sleeves of his military coat, showing the blue-black cotton lining. Mr. Chlopakov knows how to gain the favor of rich scapegraces from Petersburg. Smokes, drinks, and plays cards with them, calls them by their Christian names. What they find to like in him it is rather hard to comprehend. He is not clever, he is not amusing, he is not even a buffoon. It is true they treat him with friendly casualness as a good-natured fellow, but rather a fool. They chum with him for 2 or 3 weeks, and then all of a sudden do not recognize him in the street, and he's on his side too does not recognize them. The chief peculiarity of Lieutenant Chlopakov consists in his continually, for a year, sometimes 2 at a time, using in season and out of season one expression which, though not in the least humorous, for some reason or other, makes everyone laugh. 8 years ago he used on every occasion to say, "Humble respects and duty," and his patrons of that date used always to fall into fits of laughter and make him repeat, "Humble respects and duty." Then he began to adopt a more complicated expression, "No, that's too qu'est-ce que c'est?" And with the same brilliant success, 2 years later he had invented a fresh saying, "Ne vous excite-vous self pas, man of sin sewn in a sheepskin," and so on. And strange to say, these, as you see, not overwhelmingly witty phrases, keep him on food and drink and clothes. He has run through his property ages ago, and lives solely upon his friends. There is, observe, absolutely no other attraction about him. He can, it is true, smoke 100 pipes of Zhukov tobacco in a day, and when he plays billiards, throws his right leg higher than his head, and while taking aim shakes his cue affectedly, but, after all, not every one has a fancy for these accomplishments. He can drink too, but in Russia it is hard to gain distinction as a drinker. In short, his success is a complete riddle to me. There is one thing, perhaps, he is discreet. He has no taste for washing dirty linen away from home, never speaks a word against anyone. Well, I thought, on seeing Chlopakov, I wonder what his catchword is now. The prince hit the white. 30, love, whined a consumptive marker with a dark face and blue rings under his eyes. The prince sent the yellow with a crash into the father's pocket. Ah! A stoutish merchant sitting in the corner at a tottering little one-legged table boomed approvingly from the depths of his chest, and immediately was overcome by confusion at his own presumption. But luckily no one noticed him. He drew a long breath and stroked his beard. 36, love, the marker shouted in a nasal voice. Well, what do you say to that, old man? The prince asked Chlopakov. What? Reclione, of course, simply reclione. The prince roared with laughter. What? What? Say it again. Reclione, repeated the ex-lieutenant complacently. So that's the catchword, thought I. The prince sent the red into the pocket. Oh, that's not the way, prince, that's not the way, lisped a fair-haired young officer with red eyes, a tiny nose, and babyish sleepy face. You shouldn't play like that. You ought not that way. Eh? The prince queried over his shoulder. You ought to have done it in a triplet. Oh, really? Muttered the prince. What do you say, prince? Shall we go this evening to hear the gypsies? The young man hurriedly went on in confusion. Styoshka will sing. Ilyushka. The prince vouchsafed no reply. Reclione, old boy, said Chlopakov with a sly wink of his left eye, and the prince exploded. 39 to love, sang out the marker. Love, just look, I'll do the trick with that yellow. Chlopakov, fidgeting his cue in his hand, took aim and missed. A reclione, Makelion! He cried with vexation. The prince laughed again. What? 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 Your honor made a miss, observed the marker. Allow me to chalk the cue. 40 love. Yes, gentlemen, said the prince, addressing the whole company and not looking at any one in particular. You know, Verzhembitskaya must be called before the curtain tonight. To be sure, of course, several voices cried in rivalry, amazingly flattered at the chance of answering the prince's speech. Verzhembitskaya, to be sure. Verzhembitskaya's an excellent actress, far superior to Sopnyakova, whined an ugly little man in the corner with moustaches and spectacles. Luckless wretch, he was secretly sighing at Sopnyakova's feet, and the prince did not even vouchsafe him a look. Waiter, hey, a pipe. A tall gentleman with regular features and a most majestic manner, in fact, with all the external symptoms of a card sharper, muttered into his cravat. A waiter ran for a pipe, and when he came back announced to his excellency that the groom Baklaga was asking for him. Ah, tell him to wait a minute and take him some vodka. Yes, sir. Baklaga, as I was told afterwards, was the name of a youthful, handsome, and excessively depraved groom. The prince loved him, made him presents of horses, went out hunting with him, spent whole nights with him. Now you would not know his same prince, who was once a rake and a scapegrace. In what good order he is now! How straight-laced! How supercilious! How devoted to the government, and above all, so prudent and judicious. However, the tobacco smoke had begun to make my eyes smart. After hearing Khlopakov's exclamation and the prince's chuckle one last time more, I went off to my room, where on a narrow, hair-stuffed sofa pressed into hollows with a high curved back, my man had already made me up a bed. The next day I went out to look at the horses in the stables, and began with the famous horse dealer Sitnikov's. I went through a gate into a yard strewn with sand. Before a wide-open stable door stood the horse dealer himself, a tall, stout man, no longer young, in a hareskin coat with a raised turnover collar. Catching sight of me, he moved slowly to meet me, held his cap in both hands above his head, and in a sing-song voice brought out, "Ah, how respects to you! You'd like to have a look at the horses, maybe?" "Yes, I've come to look at the horses." "And what sort of horses, precisely, I make bold to ask?" "Show me what you have." "With pleasure." We went into the stable. Some white pug dogs got up from the hay and ran up to us, wagging their tails, and a long-bearded old goat walked away with an air of dissatisfaction. 3 stable boys in strong but greasy sheepskins bowed to us without speaking. To right and to left, in horse boxes raised above the ground, stood nearly 30 horses groomed to perfection. Pigeons fluttered cooing about the rafters. "What now do you want a horse for? For driving or for breeding?" Sitnikov inquired of me. "Oh, I'll see both sorts." To be sure, the horse dealer commented, dwelling on each syllable. "Petya, show the gentleman Ermine." We came out into the yard. "But won't you let them bring you a bench out of the hut? You don't want to sit down, as you please." There was the thud of hoofs on the boards, the crack of a whip, and Petya, a swarthy fellow of 40, marked by smallpox, popped out of the stable with a rather well-shaped grey stallion, made it rear, ran twice round the yard with it, and adroitly pulled it up at the right place. Ermine stretched himself, snorted, raised his tail, shook his head, and looked sideways at me. A clever beast, I thought. "Give him his head, give him his head," said Sitnikov, and he stared at me. "What may you think of him?" he inquired at last. "The horse is not bad. The hind legs aren't quite sound." "His legs are first-rate," Sitnikov rejoined with an air of conviction, and his hind quarters, just look, sir, broad as an oven. You could sleep up there. His pasterns are long. Long? Mercy on us! Start him, Peter, start him, but at a trot, a trot. Don't let him gallop. Again Petya ran round the yard with Ermine. None of us spoke for a little. There, lead him back, said Sitnikov, and show us Falcon. Falcon, a gaunt beast of Dutch extraction, with sloping hindquarters, as black as a beetle, turned out to be little better than Ermine. He was one of those beasts of whom fanciers will tell you that they go chopping and mincing and dancing about, meaning thereby that they prance and throw out their forelegs to right and to left without making much headway. Middle-aged merchants have a great fancy for such horses. Their action recalls the swaggering gait of a smart waiter. They do well in single harness for an after-dinner drive. With mincing paces and curved neck they zealously draw a clumsy droshky laden with an overfed coachman, a depressed dyspeptic merchant, and his lymphatic wife in a blue silk mantle, with a lilac handkerchief over her head. Falcon, too, I declined. Sitnikov showed me several horses. One at last, a dapple-grey beast of Voyakov breed, took my fancy. I could not restrain my satisfaction, and patted him on the withers. Sitnikov at once feigned absolute indifference. "Well, does he go well in harness?" I inquired. They never speak of trotting horses being driven. "Oh, yes," answered the horse-dealer carelessly. "Can I see him?" "If you like, certainly. Hi, Kuzya, put Pursuer into the droshky." Kuzya the jockey, a real master of horsemanship, drove 3 times past us up and down the street. The horse went well, without changing its pace, nor shambling. It had a free action, held its tail high, and covered the ground well. "And what are you asking for him?" Sitnikov asked an impossible price. We began bargaining on the spot in the street, when suddenly a splendidly matched team of 3 posting horses flew noisily round the corner and drew up sharply at the gates before Sitnikov's house. In the smart little Sportsman's trap sat Prince N. Beside him Chlopakov. Baklaga was driving, and how he drove! He could have driven them through an earring, the rascal. The bay trace horses, little, keen, black-eyed, black-legged beasts, were all impatience. They kept rearing, a whistle, and off they would have bolted. The dark bay shaft horse stood firmly, its neck arched like a swan's, its breast forward, its legs like arrows, shaking its head and proudly blinking. They were splendid. No one could desire a finer turnout for an Easter procession. "Your Excellency, please to come in!" cried Sitnikov. The prince leaped out of the trap. Chlopakov slowly descended on the other side. "Good morning, friend. Any horses?" "You may be sure we've horses for your Excellency. Pray walk in. Petya, bring out Peacock, and let them get Favourite ready too. And with you, sir," he went on, turning to me, "we'll settle matters another time. Fomka, a bench for his Excellency." From a special stable, which I had not at first observed, they led out Peacock. A powerful dark sorrel horse seemed to fly across the yard with all its legs in the air. Sitnikov even turned away his head and winked. "Oh, Rakelian!" piped Chlopakov. "Jemsa!" The prince laughed. Peacock was stopped with difficulty. He dragged the stable boy about the yard. At last he was pushed against the wall. He snorted, started, and reared, while Sitnikov still teased him, brandishing a whip at him. "What are you looking at? There, woof!" said the horse-dealer with caressing menace, unable to refrain from admiring his horse himself. "How much?" asked the prince. "For your Excellency, 5,000. 3. "Impossible, your Excellency, upon my word." I tell you, 3 reckelian, put in Chlopakov. I went away without staying to see the end of the bargaining. At the farthest corner of the street I noticed a large sheet of paper fixed on the gate of a little grey house. At the top there was a pen and ink sketch of a horse with a tail of the shape of a pipe and an endless neck, and below his hoofs were the following words written in an old-fashioned hand. Here are for sale horses of various colors brought to the LEBEDYAN fair from the celebrated steppes stud of Anastasy Ivanitch Chernobyl, landowner of Tambov. These horses are of excellent sort, broken in to perfection and free from vice. Purchasers will kindly ask for Anastasy Ivanitch himself. Should Anastasy Ivanitch be absent, then ask for Nazary Kubyshkin, the coachman. Gentlemen about to purchase kindly honor an old man. I stopped. Come, I thought, let's have a look at the horses of the celebrated steppes breeder Mr. Chernobyl. I was about to go in at the gate, but found that, contrary to the common usage, it was locked. I knocked. "Who's there? A customer?" whined a woman's voice. "Yes." "Coming, sir, coming." The gate was opened. I beheld a peasant woman of 50, bareheaded, in boots and a sheepskin worn open. "Please to come in, kind sir, and I'll go at once and tell Anastasy Ivanitch. Nazar, hey, Nazar!" "What?" mumbled an old man's voice from the stable. "Get a horse ready, here's a customer." The old woman ran to the house. A customer," Nazar grumbled in response. "I've not washed all their tails yet." Oh, Arcadia, thought I. "Good day, sir, pleased to see you," I heard a rich, pleasant voice saying behind my back. I looked round. Before me, in a long skirted blue coat, stood an old man of medium height with white hair, a friendly smile, and fine blue eyes. "You want a little horse? By all means, my dear sir, by all means. But won't you step in and drink just a cup of tea with me first?" I declined and thanked him. Well, as you please. You must excuse me, my dear sir. You see I'm old-fashioned." Mr. Chernobyl spoke with deliberation and in a broad Doric. "Everything with me is done in a plain way, you know. Nazar! Hey, Nazar!" he added, not raising his voice, but prolonging each syllable. Nazar, a wrinkled old man with a little hawk nose and a wedge-shaped beard, showed himself at the stable door. "What sort of horses is it you're wanting, my dear sir?" resumed Mr. Chernobyl. "Not too expensive, for driving in my covered gig." "To be sure. We have got them to suit you, to be sure. Nazar, show the gentleman the grey gelding, you know, that stands at the farthest corner, and the sorrel with a star, or else the other sorrel, full of beauty, you know." Nazar went back to the stable. "And bring them out by their halters just as they are," Mr. Chernobyl shouted after him. "You won't find things with me, good sir," he went on, with a clear, mild gaze into my face, "as they are with the horse dealers. Confound their tricks! There are drugs of all sorts go in there, salt and malted grains, God forgive them. But with me, you will see, sir, everything's above board, no underhandedness." The horses were led in. I did not care for them. Well, take them back in God's name," said Anastasy Ivanitch. "Show us the others." Others were shown. At last I picked out one, rather a cheap one. We began to haggle over the price. Mr. Chernobyl did not get excited. He spoke so reasonably, with such dignity, that I could not help honoring the old man. I gave him the earnest money. "Well now," observed Anastasy Ivanitch, "allow me to give over the horse to you from hand to hand after the old fashion. You will thank me for him, as sound as a nut. See, fresh, a true child of the steppes, goes well in any harness." He crossed himself, laid the skirt of his coat over his hand, took the halter, and handed me the horse. "You're his master now, with God's blessing, and you still won't take a cup of tea?" "No, I thank you heartily. It's time I was going home." "That's as you think best. And shall my coachman lead the horse after you?" "Yes, now, if you please." "By all means, my dear sir, by all means. Vasily! Hey, Vasily! Step along with the gentleman, lead the horse, and take the money for him." "Well, good-bye, my dear sir. God bless you." "Good-bye, Anastasia Ivanitch." They led the horse home for me. The next day he turned out to be broken-winded and lame. I tried having him put in harness. The horse backed, and if one gave him a flick with a whip, he jibbed, kicked, and positively laid down. I set off at once to Mr. Chernobai's. I inquired, "At home?" "Yes." "What's the meaning of this?" said I. "Here you've sold me a broken-winded horse." "Broken-winded? God forbid!" "Yes, and he's lame too, and vicious besides." "Lame? I know nothing about it. Your coachman must have ill-treated him somehow. But before God I—" "Look here, Anastasia Ivanitch, as things stand, you ought to take him back." "No, my good sir, don't put yourself in a passion. Once gone out of the yard is done with. You should have looked before, sir." I understood what that meant, accepted my fate, laughed, and walked off. Luckily I had not paid very dear for the lesson. 2 days later I left, and in a week I was again at LEBEDYAN, on my way home again. In the cafe I found almost the same persons, and again I came upon Prince N. at billiards. But the usual change in the fortunes of Mr. Chlopakov had taken place in this interval. The fair-haired young officer had supplanted him in the prince's favors. The poor ex-lieutenant once more tried letting off his catchword in my presence, on the chance it might succeed as before, but, far from smiling, the prince positively scowled and shrugged his shoulders. Mr. Chlopakov looked downcast, shrank into a corner, and began furtively filling himself a pipe. End of LEBEDYAN. End of Volume 1. Chapter 15 of A Sportsman's Sketches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tovarisch. A Sportsman's Sketches by Ivan Turgenev, translated by Constance Garnett. Tatyana Borissovna and her nephew. Give me your hand, gentle reader, and come along with me. It is glorious weather. There is a tender blue in the May sky. The smooth young leaves of the willows glisten as though they had been polished. The wide even road is all covered with that delicate grass with a little reddish stalk that the sheep are so fond of nibbling. To right and to left over the long sloping hillsides the green rye is softly waving. The shadows of small clouds glide in thin long streaks over it. In the distance is the dark mass of forests, the glitter of ponds, yellow patches of village. Larks in hundreds are soaring, singing, falling headlong with outstretched necks, hopping about the clods. The crows on the high road stand still, look at you, peck at the earth, let you drive close by, and with 2 hops lazily move aside. On a hill beyond a ravine a peasant is ploughing. A piebald colt with a cropped tail and ruffled mane is running on unsteady legs after its mother. Its shrill whinnying reaches us. We drive on into the birch wood and drink in the strong, sweet, fresh fragrance. Here we are at the boundaries. The coachman gets down, the horses snort, the trace horses look round, the center horse in the shaft switches his tail and turns his head up towards the wooden yoke above it. The great gate opens creaking. The coachman seats himself. Drive on. The village is before us. Passing 5 homesteads and turning off to the right, we drop down into a hollow and drive along a dike the farther side of a small pond. Behind the round tops of the lilacs and apple trees a wooden roof, once red with 2 chimneys, comes into sight. The coachman keeps along the hedge to the left, and to the spasmodic drowsy baying of 3 pug dogs he drives through the wide open gates, whisks smartly round the broad courtyard past the stable and the barn, gallantly salutes the old housekeeper who is stepping sideways over the high lintel in the open doorway of the storehouse, and pulls up at last before the steps of a dark house with light windows. We are at Tatyana Borissovna's, and here she is herself opening the window and nodding at us. "Good day, ma'am." Tatyana Borissovna is a woman of 50, with large prominent grey eyes, a rather broad nose, rosy cheeks and a double chin. Her face is brimming over with friendliness and kindness. She was once married, but was soon left a widow. Tatyana Borissovna is a very remarkable woman. She lives on her little property, never leaving it, mixes very little with her neighbors, sees and likes none but young people. She was the daughter of very poor landowners and received no education. In other words, she does not know French. She has never been in Moscow, and in spite of all these defects, she is so good and simple in her manners, so broad in her sympathies and ideas, so little infected with the ordinary prejudices of country ladies of small means, that one positively cannot help marvelling at her. Indeed, a woman who lives all the year round in the country and does not talk scandal, nor wine, nor curtsy, is never flurried, nor depressed, nor in a flutter of curiosity, is a real marvel. She usually wears a grey taffetas gown and a white cap with lilac streamers. She is fond of good cheer, but not to excess. All the preserving, pickling, and salting she leaves to her housekeeper. What does she do all day long, you will ask? Does she read? No, she doesn't read, and, to tell the truth, books are not written for her. If there are no visitors with her, Tatyana Borissovna sits by herself at the window, knitting a stocking in winter. In summer-time she is in the garden, planting and watering her flowers, playing for hours together with her cats, or feeding her doves. She does not take much part in the management of her estate. But if a visitor pays her a call, some young neighbors whom she likes, Tatyana Borissovna is all life directly. She makes him sit down, pours him out some tea, listens to his chat, laughs, sometimes pats his cheek, but says little herself. In trouble or sorrow she comforts and gives good advice. How many people have confided their family secrets and the griefs of their hearts to her, and have wept over her hands. At times she sits opposite her visitor, leaning lightly on her elbow, and looks with such sympathy into his face, smiles so affectionately that he cannot help feeling, "What a dear good woman you are, Tatyana Borissovna! Let me tell you what is in my heart." One feels happy and warm in her small snug rooms. In her house it is always, so to speak, fine weather. Tatyana Borissovna is a wonderful woman, but no one wonders at her. Her sound good sense, her breadth and firmness, her warm sympathy in the joys and sorrows of others, in a word, all her qualities are so innate in her, they are no trouble, no effort to her. One cannot fancy her otherwise, and so one feels no need to thank her. She is particularly fond of watching the pranks and follies of young people. She folds her hands over her bosom, throws back her head, puckers up her eyes, and sits smiling at them. Then all of a sudden she heaves a sigh and says, "Ah, my children, my children!" Sometimes one longs to go up to her, take hold of her hand, and say, Let me tell you, Tatyana Borisovna, you don't know your own value. For all your simplicity and lack of learning, you are an extraordinary creature. Her very name has a sweet, familiar ring. One is glad to utter it. It calls up a kindly smile at once. How often, for instance, have I chanced to ask a peasant, "Tell me, my friend, how am I to get to Grachovka?" let us say. "Well, sir, you go on first to Vyazovoye, and from there to Tatyana Borisovna's, and from Tatyana Borisovna's any one will show you the way." And at the name of Tatyana Borisovna the peasant wags his head in quite a special way. Her household is small, in accordance with her means. The house, the laundry, the stores, and the kitchen are in the charge of the housekeeper, Agafya, once her nurse, a good-natured, tearful, toothless creature. She has under her 2 stalwart girls with stout crimson cheeks like Antonovsky apples. The duties of valet, steward, and waiter are filled by Polikarp, an extraordinarily old man of 70, a queer fellow, full of erudition, once a violinist and worshipper of Viotti, with a personal hostility to Napoleon, or, as he calls him, Bonaparte, and a passion for nightingales. He always keeps 5 or 6 of the latter in his room. In early spring he will sit for whole days together by the cage, waiting for the first trill, and when he hears it, he covers his face with his hands and moans, "Oh, piteous, piteous," and sheds tears in floods. Polikarp has to help him his grandson Vasya, a curly-headed, sharp-eyed boy of 12. Polikarp adores him and grumbles at him from morning till night. He undertakes his education too. "Vasya," he says, "say Bonaparte was a scoundrel." "And what'll you give me, Grandad?" "What'll I give you? I'll give you nothing. Why, what are you? Aren't you a Russian?" "I am a Mchanin, Grandad. I was born in Mchensk." "Oh, silly dunce! But where is Mchensk?" "How can I tell?" "Mchensk's in Russia, silly." "Well, what then, if it is in Russia?" "What then? Why, His Highness the late Prince Mihail Illarionovich Golenishev-Kutuzov-Smolensky, with God's aid, graciously drove Bonaparte out of the Russian territories. It's on that event the song was composed. Bonaparte's in no mood to dance. He's lost the garters he brought from France. Do you understand? He liberated your fatherland." "And what's that to do with me?" "Ah, you silly boy! Why, if His Highness Prince Mihail Illarionovich hadn't driven out Bonaparte, some monsieur would have been beating you about the head with a stick this minute. He'd come up to you like this and say, 'Comment vous portez-vous?' and then a box on the ear." "But I'd give him one on the belly with my fist." "But he'd go on, 'Bonjour, bonjour, venez ici,' and then a cuff on the head." "And I'd give him one on his legs, his bendy legs." "You're quite right. Their legs are bendy. Well, but suppose he tied your hands?" "I wouldn't let him. I'd call Mihai the coachman to help me." "But, Vasya, suppose you weren't a match for the Frenchie even with Mihai?" "Not a match for him? See how strong Mihai is." "Well, and what would you do with him?" "We'd get him on his back, we would." "And he'd shout, 'Pardon, pardon, s'il vous plaît.'" "We'd tell him, 'None of your s'il vous plaîts, you old Frenchie.'" "Bravo, Vasya! Well now then, shout, 'Bonaparte's a scoundrel.'" "But you must give me some sugar." "You scamp!" Of the neighboring ladies, Tatyana Borisovna sees very little. They do not care about going to see her, and she does not know how to amuse them. The sound of their chatter sends her to sleep. She starts, tries to keep her eyes open, and drops off again. Tatyana Borisovna is not fond of women as a rule. One of her friends, a good harmless young man, had a sister, an old maid of 38½ a good-natured creature, but exaggerated, affected, and enthusiastic. Her brother had often talked to her of their neighbor. One fine morning our old maid has her horse saddled, and without a word to anyone sallies off to Tatyana Borisovna's. In her long habit, a hat on her head, a green veil and floating curls, she went into the hall, and passing by the panic-stricken Vasya, who took her for a wood witch, ran into the drawing-room. Tatyana Borisovna, scared, tried to rise, but her legs sank under her. "Tatyana Borisovna," began the visitor in a supplicating voice, "forgive my temerity. I am the sister of your friend Alexey Nikolaevich K., and I have heard so much about you from him that I resolved to make your acquaintance." "Greatly honored," muttered the bewildered lady. The sister flung off her hat, shook her curls, seated herself near Tatyana Borisovna, took her by the hand. "So this is she," she began in a pensive voice fraught with feeling. "This is that sweet, clear, noble, holy being. This is she, that woman at once so simple and so deep. How glad I am, how glad I am. How we shall love each other. I can breathe easily at last. I always fancied her just so," she added in a whisper, her eyes riveted on the eyes of Tatyana Borisovna. "You won't be angry with me, will you, my dear kind friend? Really, I am delighted. Won't you have some tea?" The lady smiled patronizingly. "Wie wahr, wie unreflektiert," she murmured as it were to herself. "Let me embrace you, my dear one." The old maid stayed 3 hours at Tatyana Borisovna's, never ceasing talking an instant. She tried to explain to her new acquaintance all her own significance. Directly after the unexpected visitor had departed, the poor lady took a bath, drank some lime-flower water, and took to her bed. But the next day the old maid came back, stayed 4 hours, and left, promising to come to see Tatyana Borisovna every day. Her idea, please to observe, was to develop, to complete the education of so rich a nature, to use her own expression, and she would probably have really been the death of her if she had not, in the first place, been utterly disillusioned as regards her brother's friend within a fortnight, and secondly, fallen in love with a young student on a visit in the neighborhood, with whom she at once rushed into a fervid and active correspondence. In her missives she consecrated him, as the manner of such is, to a noble, holy life, offered herself wholly a sacrifice, asked only for the name of sister, launched into endless descriptions of nature, made allusions to Goethe, Schiller, Bettiner, and German philosophy, and drove the luckless young man at last to the blackest desperation. But youth asserted itself. One fine morning he woke up with such a furious hatred for "his sister and best of friends" that he almost killed his valet in his passion, and was snappish for a long while after at the slightest allusion to elevated and disinterested passion. But from that time forth Tatyana Borisovna began to avoid all intimacy with ladies of the neighborhood more than ever. Alas, nothing is lasting on this earth. All I have related as to the way of life of my kind-hearted neighbor is a thing of the past. The peace that used to reign in her house has been destroyed forever. For more than a year now there has been living with her a nephew, an artist from Petersburg. This is how it came about. 8 years ago there was living with Tatyana Borisovna a boy of 12, an orphan, the son of her brother Andrusha. Andrusha had large, clear, humid eyes, a tiny little mouth, a regular nose, and a fine lofty brow. He spoke in a low sweet voice, was attentive and coaxing with visitors, kissed his auntie's hand with an orphan's sensibility, and one hardly had time to show oneself before he had put a chair for one. He had no mischievous tricks. He was never noisy. He would sit by himself in a corner with a book, and with such sedateness and propriety, never even leaning back in his chair. When a visitor came in, Andrusha would get up, with a decorous smile and a flush. When the visitor went away, he would sit down again, pull out of his pocket a brush and a looking-glass, and brush his hair. From his earliest years he had shown a taste for drawing. Whenever he got hold of a piece of paper, he would ask Agafya, the housekeeper, for a pair of scissors at once, carefully cut a square piece out of the paper, trace a border round it, and set to work. He would draw an eye with an immense pupil, or a Grecian nose, or a house with a chimney and smoke coming out of it in the shape of a corkscrew, a dog en face, looking rather like a bench, or a tree with two pigeons on it, and would sign it, drawn by Andrei Belovzorov, such a day in such a year, in the village of Malые Brыki. He used to toil with special industry for a fortnight before Tatyana Borisovna's birthday. He was the first to present his congratulations and offer her a roll of paper tied up with a pink ribbon. Tatyana Borisovna would kiss her nephew and undo the knot. The roll was unfolded and presented to the inquisitive gaze of the spectator, a round, boldly sketched temple in sepia, with columns and an altar in the center. On the altar lay a burning heart and a wreath, while above, on a curling scroll, was inscribed in legible characters, "To my aunt and benefactress Tatyana Borisovna Bogdanov, from her dutiful and loving nephew, as a token of his deepest affection." Tatyana Borisovna would kiss him again and give him a silver rouble. She did not, though, feel any very warm affection for him. Andrusha's fawning ways were not quite to her taste. Meanwhile Andrusha was growing up. Tatyana Borisovna began to be anxious about his future. An unexpected incident solved the difficulty to her. One day 8 years ago she received a visit from a certain Mr. Benevolensky Pyotr Michalich, a college counselor with a decoration. Mr. Benevolensky had at one time held an official post in the nearest district town and had been assiduous in his visit to Tatyana Borisovna. Then he had moved to Petersburg, got into the ministry, and attained a rather important position, and on one of the numerous journeys he took in the discharge of his official duties, he remembered his old friend and came back to see her, with the intention of taking a rest for 2 days from his official labors in the bosom of the peace of nature. Tatyana Borisovna greeted him with her usual cordiality, and Mr. Benevolensky. But before we proceed with the rest of the story, gentle reader, let us introduce you to this new personage. Mr. Benevolensky was a stoutish man, of middle height and mild appearance, with little short legs and little fat hands. He wore a roomy and excessively spruce frock coat, a high broad cravat, snow-white linen, a gold chain on his silk waistcoat, a gem ring on his forefinger, and a white wig on his head. He spoke softly and persuasively, trod noiselessly, and had an amiable smile, an amiable look in his eyes, and an amiable way of settling his chin in his cravat. He was in fact an amiable person altogether. God had given him a heart, too, of the softest. He was easily moved to tears and to transports. Moreover, he was all aglow with disinterested passion for art. Disinterested it certainly was, for Mr. Benevolensky, if the truth must be told, knew absolutely nothing about art. One is set wondering indeed whence, by virtue of what mysterious uncomprehended forces, this passion had come upon him. He was, to all appearance, a practical, even prosaic person. However, we have a good many people of the same sort among us in Russia. Their devotion to art and artists produces in these people an inexpressible mawkishness. It is distressing to have to do with them and to talk to them. They are perfect logs smeared with honey. They never, for instance, call Raphael, Raphael, or Correggio, Correggio. The divine Sanzio. The incomparable Di Allegri, they murmur, and always with the broadest vowels. Every pretentious, conceited, homebred mediocrity they hail as a genius. The blue sky of Italy, the lemons of the south, The balmy breezes of the banks of the Brenta are forever on their lips. Ah, Vasya, Vasya, or "Oh, Sasha, Sasha," they say to one another with deep feeling, "we must away to the south. We are Greeks in soul, ancient Greeks." One may observe them at exhibitions, before the works of some Russian painters (these gentlemen, it should be noted, are for the most part passionate patriots). First they step back a couple of paces and throw back their heads. Then they go up to the picture again, their eyes are suffused with an oily moisture. "There you have it, my God," they say at last, in voices broken with emotion. "There is soul, soul! Ah, what feeling, what feeling! Ah, what soul he has put into it! What a mass of soul! And how he has thought it out like a master! And, oh, the pictures in their own drawing rooms! Oh, the artists that come to them in the evenings, drink tea and listen to their conversation! And the views in perspective they make them of their own rooms, with a broom in the foreground, a little heap of dust on the polished floor, a yellow samovar on a table near the window, and the master of the house himself in skull-cap and dressing-gown, with a brilliant streak of sunlight falling on his cheek. All the long-haired nurslings of the muse, wearing spasmodic and contemptuous smiles that cluster about them. Oh, the young ladies with faces of greenish pallor who squeal over their pianos. For that is the established rule with us in Russia. A man cannot be devoted to one art alone, he must have them all. And so it is not to be wondered at that these gentlemen extend their powerful patronage to Russian literature also, especially to dramatic literature. The Jacob Sanazars are written for them. The struggle of unappreciated talent against the whole world, depicted 1,000 times over, still moves them profoundly. The day after Mr. Benevolensky's arrival, Tatyana Borisovna told her nephew at tea time to show their guest his drawings. "Why, does he draw?" said Mr. Benevolensky with some surprise, and he turned with interest to Andryusha. "Yes, he draws," said Tatyana Borisovna. "He is so fond of it, and he does it all alone, without a master." "Ah, show me," cried Mr. Benevolensky. Andryusha, blushing and smiling, brought the visitor his sketch-book. Mr. Benevolensky began turning it over with the air of a connoisseur. "Good, young man," he pronounced at last. "Good, very good." And he patted Andryusha on the head. Andryusha intercepted his hand and kissed it. "Fancy, now, a talent like that! I congratulate you, Tatyana Borisovna." "But what am I to do, Pyotr Mihailitch? I can't get him a teacher here. To have one from the town is a great expense. Our neighbors, the Artamonovs, have a drawing master, and they say an excellent one, but his mistress forbids his giving lessons to outsiders." Pronounced Mr. Benevolensky. He pondered and looked askance at Andryusha. "Well, we will talk it over," he added suddenly, rubbing his hands. The same day he begged Tatyana Borisovna's permission for an interview with her alone. They shut themselves up together. In half an hour they called Andryusha. Andryusha went in. Mr. Benevolensky was standing at the window with a slight flush on his face and a beaming expression. Tatyana Borisovna was sitting in a corner, wiping her eyes. "Come, Andryusha," she said at last, "you must thank Pyotr Mihailitch. He will take you under his protection. He will take you to Petersburg." Andryusha almost fainted on the spot. "Tell me candidly," began Mr. Benevolensky in a voice filled with dignity and patronizing indulgence, "do you want to be an artist, young man? Do you feel yourself consecrated to the holy service of art?" "I want to be an artist, Pyotr Mihailitch," Andryusha declared in a trembling voice. "I am delighted if so it be. It will, of course," continued Mr. Benevolensky, "be hard for you to part from your revered aunt. You must feel the liveliest gratitude to her." "I adore my auntie," Andrusha interrupted, blinking. Of course, that's readily understood, and does you great credit, but on the other hand, consider the pleasure that in the future your success. Kiss me, Andrusha, muttered the kind-hearted lady. Andrusha flung himself on her neck. There now, thank you, benefactor. Andrusha embraced Mr. Benevolensky's stomach, and stretching on tiptoe, reached his hand and imprinted a kiss, which his benefactor, though with some show of reluctance, accepted. He had, to be sure, to pacify the child, and after all, might reflect that he deserved it. 2 days later, Mr. Benevolensky departed, taking with him his new protégé. During the first 3 years of Andrusha's absence he wrote pretty often, sometimes enclosing drawings in his letters. From time to time Mr. Benevolensky added a few words, for the most part of approbation. Then the letters began to be less and less frequent, and at last ceased altogether. A whole year passed without a word from her nephew, and Tatiana Borisovna was beginning to be uneasy, when suddenly she got the following note. Dearest Auntie, Piotr Mihailitch, my patron, died 3 days ago. A severe paralytic stroke has deprived me of my sole support. To be sure, I am now 20. I have made considerable progress during the last 7 years. I have the greatest confidence in my talent and can make my living by means of it. I do not despair, but all the same, send me, if you can, as soon as convenient, 250 roubles. I kiss your hand and remain, etc. Tatiana Borisovna sent her nephew 250 roubles. 2 months later he asked for more. She got together every penny she had and sent it him. Not 6 weeks after the second donation he was asking a third time for help, ostensibly to buy colors for a portrait bespoken by Princess Tertereshenev. Tatiana Borisovna refused. Under these circumstances, he wrote to her, I propose coming to you to regain my health in the country. And in the May of the same year Andrusha did in fact return to Malые Briki. Tatiana Borisovna did not recognize him for the first minute. From his letter she had expected to see a wasted invalid, and she beheld a stout, broad-shouldered fellow with a big red face and greasy curly hair. The pale, slender little Andrusha had turned into a stalwart Andrei Ivanovitch Belovzorov. And it was not only his exterior that was transformed. The modest spruceness, the sedateness and tidiness of his earlier years was replaced by a careless swagger and slovenliness quite insufferable. He rolled from side to side as he walked, lolled in easy chairs, put his elbows on the table, stretched and yawned, and behaved rudely to his aunt and the servants. "I am an artist," he would say, "a free Cossack. That's our sort." Sometimes he did not touch a brush for whole days together. Then the inspiration, as he called it, would come upon him. Then he would swagger about as if he were drunk, clumsy, awkward, and noisy. His cheeks were flushed with a coarse color, his eyes dull. He would launch into discourses upon his talent, his success, his development, the advance he was making. It turned out, in actual fact, that he had barely talent enough to produce passable portraits. He was a perfect ignoramus, had read nothing. Why should an artist read, indeed? Nature, freedom, poetry were his fitting elements. He need do nothing but shake his curls, talk and suck away at his eternal cigarette. Russian audacity is a fine thing, but it doesn't suit everyone. And Polezhaevs at second hand without the genius are insufferable beings. Andrei Ivanovitch went on living at his aunt's. He did not seem to find the bread of charity bitter, notwithstanding the proverb. Visitors to the house found him a mortal nuisance. He would sit at the piano (a piano, too, had been installed at Tatiana Borisovna's) and begin strumming the Swift Sledge with one finger. He would strike some chords, tap on the keys, and for hours together he would howl Varlamov's songs, The Solitary Pine, or No, Doctor, No, Don't Come to Me, in the most distressing manner, and his eyes seemed to disappear altogether, his cheeks were so puffed out and tense as drums. Then he would suddenly strike up Be Still Distracting Passion's Tempest. Tatyana Borisovna positively shuddered. "It's a strange thing," she observed to me one day, "the songs they compose nowadays. There's something desperate about them. In my day they were very different. We had mournful songs too, but it was always a pleasure to hear them. For instance, Come, come to me in the meadow, where I am awaiting thee. Come, come to me in the meadow, where I am shedding tears for thee. Alas, thou'rt coming to the meadow, but too late, dear love, for me." Tatyana Borisovna smiled slyly. "I agonize, yelled her nephew in the next room. "Be quiet, Andrusha. My soul's consumed apart from thee," the indefatigable singer continued. Tatyana Borisovna shook her head. "Ah, these artists, these artists!" A year has gone since then. Belovzorov is still living at his aunt's and still talking of going back to Petersburg. He has grown as broad as he is long in the country. His aunt, who could have imagined such a thing, idolizes him, and the young girls of the neighborhood are falling in love with him. Many of her old friends have given up going to Tatyana Borisovna's. End of Tatyana Borisovna and her nephew. Chapter 16 of A Sportsman's Sketches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tovarisch. A Sportsman's Sketches by Ivan Turgenev, translated by Constance GARNETT. Death. I have a neighbor, a young landowner and a young sportsman. One fine July morning I rode over to him with a proposition that we should go out grouse shooting together. He agreed. "Only let's go," he said, "to my underwoods at Zusha. I can seize the opportunity to have a look at Chapligina. You know my oak wood. They're felling timber there." "By all means." He ordered his horse to be saddled, put on a green coat with bronze buttons, stamped with a boar's head, a game bag embroidered in crewels, and a silver flask, slung a new-fangled French gun over his shoulder, turned himself about with some satisfaction before the looking-glass, and called his dog Hope, a gift from his cousin, an old maid with an excellent heart, but no hair on her head. We started. My neighbor took with him the village constable, Arhip, a stout, squat peasant with a square face and jaws of antediluvian proportions, and an overseer he had recently hired from the Baltic provinces, a youth of 19, thin, flaxen-haired and short-sighted, with sloping shoulders and a long neck, Herr Gottlieb von der Kock. My neighbor had himself only recently come into the property. It had come to him by inheritance from an aunt, the widow of a councillor of state, Madame KARATAEV, an excessively stout woman who did nothing but lie in her bed sighing and groaning. We reached the Underwoods. "You wait for me here at the clearing," said Ardalion Mihailitch, my neighbor, addressing his companions. The German bowed, got off his horse, pulled a book out of his pocket, a novel of Johanna Schopenhauer's, I fancy, and sat down under a bush. Arhip remained in the sun without stirring a muscle for an hour. We beat about among the bushes, but did not come on a single covey. Ardalion Mihailitch announced his intention of going on to the wood. I myself had no faith somehow in our luck that day. I too sauntered after him. We got back to the clearing. The German noted the page, got up, put the book in his pocket, and with some difficulty mounted his bob-tailed, broken-winded mare, who neighed and kicked at the slightest touch. Arhip shook himself, gave a tug at both reins at once, swung his legs, and at last succeeded in starting his torpid and dejected nag. We set off. I had been familiar with Ardalion Mihalitch's wood from my childhood. I had often strolled in Chapligina with my French tutor, Monsieur Désiré Fleury, the kindest of men, who had, however, almost ruined my constitution for life by dosing me with Leroux's mixture every morning. The whole wood consisted of some 200 or 300 immense oaks and ash trees. Their stately powerful trunks were magnificently black against the transparent golden green of the nut bushes and mountain ashes. Higher up, their wide-knotted branches stood out in graceful lines against the clear blue sky unfolding into a tent overhead. Hawks, honey buzzards, and kestrels flew whizzing under the motionless treetops. Variegated woodpeckers tapped loudly on the stout bark. The blackbird's bell-like trill was heard suddenly in the thick foliage, following on the ever-changing note of the gold hammer. In the bushes below was the chirp and twitter of hedge warblers, siskins, and pewits. Finches ran swiftly along the paths. A hare would steal along the edge of the wood, halting cautiously as he ran. A squirrel would hop sporting from tree to tree, then suddenly sit still, with its tail over its head. In the grass, among the high ant hills, under the delicate shade of the lovely feathery deep indented bracken, were violets and lilies of the valley, and funguses, russet, yellow, brown, red, and crimson. In the patches of grass among the spreading bushes, red strawberries were to be found. And oh, the shade in the wood! In the most stifling heat, at midday, it was like night in the wood. Such peace, such fragrance, such freshness! I had spent many times in Chapligina, and so I must own it was with melancholy feelings I entered the wood I knew so well. The ruinous, snowless winter of 1840 had not spared my old friends, the oaks and the ashes. Withered, naked, covered here and there with sickly foliage, they struggled mournfully up above the young growth which took their place but could never replace them. Footnote: in 1840 there were severe frosts and no snow fell up to the very end of December. All the winter corn was frozen, and many splendid oak forests were destroyed by that merciless winter. It will be hard to replace them. The productive force of the land is apparently diminishing. In the interdicted wastelands, visited by processions with holy images and so not to be touched, instead of the noble trees of former days, birches and aspens grow of themselves, and indeed they have no idea among us of planting woods at all. Author's note. Some trees still covered with leaves below fling their lifeless, ruined branches upwards, as it were, in reproach and despair. In others, stout, dead, dry branches are thrust out of the midst of foliage still thick, though with none of the luxuriant abundance of old. Others have fallen altogether and lie rotting like corpses on the ground. And, who could have dreamed of this in former days, there was no shade. No shade to be found anywhere in Chapligina. Ah, I thought, looking at the dying trees, isn't it shameful and bitter for you? Koltsov's lines recurred to me. What has become of the mighty voices, the haughty strength, the royal pomp? Where now is the wealth of green? How is it, Ardalion Mihalitch, I began, that they didn't fell these trees the very next year? You see they won't give for them now a tenth of what they would have done before. He merely shrugged his shoulders. You should have asked my aunt that. The timber merchants came, offered money down, pressed the matter, in fact. Mein Gott, von der Cock cried at every step. What a pity, what a pity. What's a pity? Observed my neighbor with a smile. That is, how beautiful, I mean to say. What particularly aroused his regrets were the oaks lying on the ground, and indeed many a miller would have given a good sum for them. But the constable, our hip, preserved an unruffled composure, and did not indulge in any lamentations. On the contrary, he seemed even to jump over them and crack his whip on them with a certain satisfaction. We were getting near the place where they were cutting down the trees, when suddenly a shout and hurried talk was heard, following on the crash of a falling tree, and a few instants after a young peasant, pale and dishevelled, dashed out of the thicket towards us. "What is it? Where are you running?" Ardalion Mihalitch asked him. He stopped at once. "Ah, Ardalion Mihalitch, sir, an accident." "What is it?" "Maxim, sir, crushed by a tree." "How did it happen? Maxim, the foreman?" "The foreman, sir. We'd started cutting an ash tree, and he was standing looking on. He stood there a bit, and then off he went to the well for some water, wanted a drink seemingly, when suddenly the ash tree began creaking and coming straight towards him. We shouted to him, 'Run, run, run!' He should have rushed to one side, but he up and ran straight before him. He was scared, to be sure. The ash tree covered him with its top branches, but why it fell so soon the Lord only knows. Perhaps it was rotten at the core." "And so it crushed Maxim?" "Yes, sir." "To death?" "No, sir, he's still alive, but as good as dead. His arms and legs are crushed. I was running for Seliverstich for the doctor." Ardalion Mihalitch told the constable to gallop to the village for Seliverstich, while he himself pushed on at a quick trot to the clearing. I followed him. We found poor Maxim on the ground. The peasants were standing about him. We got off our horses. He hardly moaned at all. From time to time he opened his eyes wide, looked round as it were in astonishment, and bit his lips, fast turning blue. The lower part of his face was twitching. His hair was matted on his brow. His breast heaved irregularly. He was dying. The light shade of a young lime tree glided softly over his face. We bent down to him. He recognized Ardalion Mihalitch. "Please, sir," he said to him hardly articulately, "send for the priest. Tell the Lord has punished me. Arms, legs all smashed. Today's Sunday, and I didn't let the lads off work." He ceased out of breath. "And my money for my wife, after deducting, Anisim here knows what I owe." "We've sent to the doctor, Maxim," said my neighbor. "Perhaps you may not die yet." He tried to open his eyes, and with an effort raised the lids. "No, I'm dying. Here it is coming. Hear it. Forgive me, lads, if in any way." "God will forgive you, Maxim Andreevich," said the peasants thickly with one voice, and they took off their caps. "Do you forgive us?" He suddenly shook his head despairingly, his breast heaved with a painful effort, and he fell back again. "We can't let him lie here and die, though," cried Ardalion Mihalitch. "Lads, give us the mat from the cart, and carry him to the hospital." Two men ran to the cart. "I bought a horse yesterday," faltered the dying man, "of Efim Sychovsky. Paid earnest money. So the horse is mine. Give it to my wife." They began to move him onto the mat. He trembled all over like a wounded bird, and stiffened. "He's dead," muttered the peasants. We mounted our horses in silence and rode away. The death of poor Maxim set me musing. How wonderfully indeed the Russian peasant dies! The temper in which he meets his end cannot be called indifference or stolidity. He dies as though he were performing a solemn rite, coolly and simply. A few years ago a peasant belonging to another neighbor of mine in the country got burnt in the drying shed where the corn is put. He would have remained there, but a passing peddler pulled him out half dead. He plunged into a tub of water and with a run broke down the door of the burning outhouse. I went to his hut to see him. It was dark, smoky, stifling in the hut. I asked, "Where is the sick man?" "There, sir, on the stove," the sorrowing peasant woman answered me in a sing-song voice. I went up. The peasant was lying covered with a sheepskin, breathing heavily. "Well, how do you feel?" The injured man stirred on the stove, all over burns, within sight of death as he was, tried to rise. "Lie still, lie still, lie still. Well, how are you?" "In a bad way, surely," said he. "Are you in pain?" No answer. "Is there anything you want?" No answer. "Shouldn't I send you some tea or anything?" "There is no need." I moved away from him and sat down on the bench. I sat there a quarter of an hour. I sat there half an hour, the silence of the tomb in the hut. In the corner behind the table under the holy pictures crouched a little girl of 12 years old, eating a piece of bread. Her mother threatened her every now and then. In the outer room there was coming and going, noise and talk. The brother's wife was chopping cabbage. "Hey, Aksinya," said the injured man at last. "What?" "Some kvass?" Aksinya gave him some kvass. Silence again. I asked in a whisper, "Have they given him the sacrament?" "Yes." So then everything was in order. He was waiting for death. That was all. I could not bear it and went away. Again I recall now I went one day to the hospital in the village of Krasnogorye to see the surgeon Kapiton, a friend of mine and an enthusiastic sportsman. The hospital consisted of what had once been the lodge of the manor house. The lady of the manor had founded it herself. In other words, she ordered a blue board to be nailed up above the door with an inscription in white letters, Krasnogorye Hospital, and had herself handed to Kapiton a red album to record the names of the patients in. On the first page of this album, one of the toadying parasites of this Lady Bountiful had inscribed the following lines. Dans ces boleux où régnait la Grèce, ce temple fut ouvert par la beauté de vos seigneurs, admirez la tendresse, bons habitants de Krasnogorye. While another gentleman had written below, Et moi aussi j'aimais la nature. Jean Kobylatnikov. The surgeon bought 6 beds at his own expense and had set to work in a thankful spirit to heal God's people. Besides him, the staff consisted of 2 persons, an engraver Pavel, liable to attacks of insanity, and a one-armed peasant woman, Melikitrisa, who performed the duties of cook. Both of them mixed the medicines and dried and infused herbs. They too controlled the patients when they were delirious. The insane engraver was sullen in appearance and sparing of words. At night he would sing a song about lovely Venus, and would besiege everyone he met with a request for permission to marry a girl called Malanya, who had long been dead. The one-armed peasant woman used to beat him and set him to look after the turkeys. Well, one day I was at Kapiton's. We had begun talking over our last day's shooting, when suddenly a cart drove into the yard drawn by an exceptionally stout horse, such as are only found belonging to millers. In the cart sat a thick-set peasant in a new greatcoat, with a beard streaked with grey. "Hallo, Vasily Dmitrich!" Kapiton shouted from the window. "Please come in." "The miller of Lyobovshin," he whispered to me. The peasant climbed groaning out of the cart, came into the surgeon's room, and after looking for the holy pictures, crossed himself, bowing to them. Well, Vasily Dmitritch, any news? But you must be ill, you don't look well. Yes, Kapiton Timofeich, there is something not right. What's wrong with you? Well, it was like this, Kapiton Timofeich. Not long ago I bought some millstones in the town, so I took them home, and as I went to lift them out of the cart, I strained myself or something. I'd a sort of rick in the loins, as though something had been torn away, and ever since I've been out of sorts. Today I feel worse than ever. Commented Kapiton, and he took a pinch of snuff. That's a rupture, no doubt. But is it long since this happened? It's 10 days now. 10 days? The surgeon drew a long inward breath and shook his head. Let me examine you. Well, Vasily Dmitritch, he pronounced at last, I am sorry for you, heartily sorry, but things aren't right with you at all. You're seriously ill. Stay here with me, I will do everything I can for my part, though I can't answer for anything. So bad as that? Muttered the astounded peasant. Yes, Vasily Dmitritch, it is bad. If you'd come to me a day or two sooner, it would have been nothing much. I could have cured you in a trice. But now inflammation has set in. Before we know where we are, there'll be mortification. But it can't be, Kapiton Timofeich. I tell you it is so. But how comes it? The surgeon shrugged his shoulders. And I must die for a trifle like that? I don't say that. Only you must stop here. The peasant pondered and pondered, his eyes fixed on the floor. Then he glanced up at us, scratched his head, and picked up his cap. Where are you off to, Vasily Dmitritch? Where? Why, home to be sure, if it's so bad. I must put things to rights, if it's like that. But you'll do yourself harm, Vasily Dmitritch, you will really. I'm surprised how you managed to get here. You must stop. No, brother Kapitan Timofeich, if I must die, I'll die at home. Why die here? I've got a home, and the Lord knows how it will end. No one can tell yet, Vasily Dmitritch, how it will end. Of course there is danger, considerable danger, there is no disputing that, but for that reason you ought to stay here. The peasant shook his head. No, Kapiton Timofeich, I won't stay, but perhaps you will prescribe me medicine. Medicine alone will be no good. I won't stay, I tell you. Well, as you like. Mind you don't blame me for it afterwards. The surgeon tore a page out of the album and, writing out a prescription, gave him some advice as to what he could do besides. The peasant took the sheet of paper, gave Kapiton half a rouble, went out of the room, and took his seat in the cart. Well, good-bye, Kapiton Timofeich. Don't remember evil against me, and remember my orphans, if anything. Oh, do stay, Vasily! The peasant simply shook his head, struck the horse with the reins, and drove out of the yard. The road was muddy and full of holes. The miller drove cautiously, without hurry, guiding his horse skilfully, and nodding to the acquaintances he met. 3 days later he was dead. The Russians in general meet death in a marvelous way. Many of the dead come back now to my memory. I recall you, my old friend who left the university with no degree, Avenir Sorokaumov, noblest, best of men. I see once again your sickly consumptive face, your lank brown tresses, your gentle smile, your ecstatic glance, your long limbs. I can hear your weak, caressing voice. You lived at a great Russian landowner's called Gur Krupyanikov. Taught his children, Fofa and Zozya, Russian grammar, geography, and history, patiently bore all the ponderous jokes of the said Gur, the coarse familiarity of the steward, the vulgar pranks of the spiteful urchins. With a bitter smile, but without repining, you complied with caprices of the bored and exacting mother. But to make up for it all, what bliss, what peace was yours in the evening, after supper, when free at last of all duties, you sat at the window pensively smoking a pipe, or greedily turned the pages of a greasy and mutilated number of some solid magazine, brought you from the town by the land surveyor, just such another poor homeless devil as yourself. How delighted you were then with any sort of poem or novel! How readily the tears started into your eyes! With what pleasure you laughed! What genuine love for others, what generous sympathy for everything good and noble filled your pure youthful soul! One must tell the truth, you were not distinguished by excessive sharpness of wit. Nature had endowed you with neither memory nor industry. At the university you were regarded as one of the least promising students. At lectures you slumbered. At examinations you preserved a solemn silence. But who was beaming with delight and breathless with excitement at a friend's success, a friend's triumphs? Avenir. Who had a blind faith in the holy destiny of his friends? Who extolled them with pride? Who championed them with angry vehemence? Who was innocent of envy as of vanity? Who was ready for the most disinterested self-sacrifice? Who eagerly gave way to men who were not worthy to untie his latchet? That was you, all you, our good Avenir. I remember how broken-heartedly you parted from your comrades when you were going away to be a tutor in the country. You were haunted by presentiment of evil, and indeed your lot was a sad one in the country. You had no one there to listen to with veneration, no one to admire, no one to love. The neighbors, rude sons of the steppes and polished gentlemen alike, treated you as a tutor, some with rudeness and neglect, others carelessly. Besides, you were not prepossessing in person, you were shy, given to blushing, getting hot, and stammering. Even your health was no better for the country air. You wasted like a candle, poor fellow. It is true your room looked out into the garden. Wild cherries, apple trees, and limes strewed their delicate blossoms on your table, your inkstand, your books. On the wall hung a blue silk watch-pocket, a parting present from a kind-hearted, sentimental German governess with flaxen curls and little blue eyes. And sometimes an old friend from Moscow would come out to you and throw you into ecstasies with new poetry, often even with his own. But oh, the loneliness, the insufferable slavery of a tutor's lot! The impossibility of escape, the endless autumns and winters, the ever-advancing disease. Poor, poor Avenir! I paid Sorokoumov a visit not long before his death. He was then hardly able to walk. The landowner, Gur Krupyanikov, had not turned him out of the house, but had given up paying him a salary and had taken another tutor for Zozya. Fofa had been sent to a school of cadets. Avenir was sitting near the window in an old easy-chair. It was exquisite weather. The clear autumn sky was a bright blue above the dark brown line of bare limes. Here and there a few last leaves of lurid gold rustled and whispered about them. The earth had been covered with frost, now melting into dewdrops in the sun, whose ruddy rays fell aslant across the pale grass. There was a faint crisp resonance in the air. The voices of the laborers in the garden reached us clearly and distinctly. Avenir wore an old Bokhara dressing gown. A green neckerchief threw a deathly hue over his terribly sunken face. He was greatly delighted to see me, held out his hand, began talking and coughing at once. I made him be quiet and sat down by him. On Avenir's knee lay a manuscript book of Koltsov's poems, carefully copied out. He patted it with a smile. "That's a poet," he stammered with an effort, repressing his cough, and he fell to declaiming in a voice scarcely audible. "Can the eagle's wings be chained and fettered? Can the pathways of heaven be closed against him?" I stopped him. The doctor had forbidden him to talk. I knew what would please him. Sorokoumov never, as they say, kept up with the science of the day, but he was always anxious to know what results the leading intellects had reached. Sometimes he would get an old friend into a corner and begin questioning him. He would listen and wonder, take every word on trust, and even repeat it all after him. He took a special interest in German philosophy. I began discoursing to him about Hegel. This all happened long ago, as you may gather. Avenir nodded his head approvingly, raised his eyebrows, smiled, and whispered, "I see, I see. Ah, that's splendid, splendid." The childish curiosity of this poor, dying, homeless outcast moved me, I confess, to tears. It must be noted that Avenir, unlike the general run of consumptives, did not deceive himself in regard to his disease. But what of that? He did not sigh nor grieve. He did not even once refer to his position. Rallying his strength, he began talking of Moscow, of old friends, of Pushkin, of the drama, of Russian literature. He recalled our little suppers, the heated debates of our circle. With regret he uttered the names of 2 or 3 friends who were dead. "Do you remember Dasha?" he went on. "Ah, there was a heart of pure gold. What a heart! And how she loved me! What has become of her now? Wasted and fallen away, poor dear, I dare say." I had not the courage to disillusion the sick man, and indeed why should he know that his Dasha was now broader than she was long, and that she was living under the protection of some merchants, the brothers Kondachkov, that she used powder and paint, and was forever swearing and scolding? But can't we, I thought, looking at his wasted face, get him away from here? Perhaps there may still be a chance for curing him. But Avenir cut short my suggestion. "No, brother, thanks," he said. "It makes no difference where one dies. I shan't live till the winter, you see. Why give trouble for nothing? I'm used to this house. It's true, the people—" "They're unkind, eh?" I put in. "No, not unkind, but wooden-hearted creatures. However, I can't complain of them. There are neighbors. There is a Mr. Kasatkin's daughter, a cultivated, kind, charming girl, not proud." Sorokoumov began coughing again. "I shouldn't mind anything," he went on after taking breath, "if they'd only let me smoke my pipe. But I'll have my pipe if I die for it," he added with a sly wink. "Thank God I have had life enough. I have known so many fine people." "But you should at least write to your relations," I interrupted. "Why write to them? They can't be any help. When I die they'll hear of it. But why talk about it? I'd rather you'd tell me what you saw abroad." I began to tell him my experiences. He seemed positively to gloat over my story. Towards evening I left, and 10 days later I received the following letter from Mr. Krupyanikov. "I have the honor to inform you, my dear sir, that your friend, the student living in my house, Mr. Avenir Sorokoumov, died at 2 o'clock in the afternoon 3 days ago, and was buried today at my expense in the parish church. He asked me to forward you the books and manuscripts enclosed herewith. He was found to have 22 roubles and a half, which, with the rest of his belongings, pass into the possession of his relatives. Your friend died fully conscious, and, I may say, with so little sensibility that he showed no signs of regret even when the whole family of us took a last farewell of him. My wife, Kleopatra Alexandrovna, sends you her regards. The death of your friend has, of course, affected her nerves. As regards myself, I am, thank God, in good health, and have the honor to remain your humble servant, G. Krupyanikov. Many more examples recur to me, but one cannot relate everything. I will confine myself to one. I was present at an old lady's deathbed. The priest had begun reading the prayers for the dying over her, but suddenly noticing that the patient seemed to be actually dying, he made haste to give her the cross to kiss. The lady turned away with an air of displeasure. "You're in too great a hurry, father," she said in a voice almost inarticulate. in too great a hurry." She kissed the cross, put her hand under the pillow, and expired. Under the pillow was a silver rouble. She had meant to pay the priest for the service at her own death. Yes, the Russians die in a wonderful way. End of Death. Chapter 17 of A Sportsman's Sketches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tovarisch. A Sportsman's Sketches by Ivan Turgenev. Translated by Constance GARNETT. The Singers. The small village of Kalatovka once belonged to a lady known in the neighborhood by the nickname of Skinflint. In allusion to her keen business habits, her real name is lost in oblivion, but has of late years been the property of a German from Petersburg. The village lies on the slope of a barren hill, which is cut in half from top to bottom by a tremendous ravine. It is a yawning chasm with shelving sides hollowed out by the action of rain and snow, and it winds along the very center of the village street. It separates the two sides of the unlucky hamlet far more than a river would do, for a river could at least be crossed by a bridge. A few gaunt willows creep timorously down its sandy sides. At the very bottom, which is dry and yellow as copper, lie huge slabs of argillaceous rock. A cheerless position, there is no denying, yet all the surrounding inhabitants know the road to Kalatovka well. They go there often and are always glad to go. At the very summit of the ravine, a few paces from the point where it starts as a narrow fissure in the earth, there stands a small square hut. It stands alone, apart from all the others. It is thatched and has a chimney. One window keeps watch like a sharp eye over the ravine, and on winter evenings, when it is lighted from within, it is seen far away in the dim frosty fog, and its twinkling light is the guiding star of many a peasant on his road. A blue board is nailed up above the door. This hut is a tavern called the Welcome Resort. Spirits are sold here, probably no cheaper than the usual price, but it is far more frequented than any other establishment of the same sort in the neighborhood. The explanation of this is to be found in the tavern-keeper, Nikolai Ivanitch. Nikolai Ivanitch, once a slender, curly-headed and rosy-cheeked young fellow, now an excessively stout, grizzled man with a fat face, sly and good-natured little eyes, and a shiny forehead, with wrinkles like lines drawn all over it, has lived for more than 20 years in Kalatovka. Nikolai Ivanitch is a shrewd, acute fellow, like the majority of tavern-keepers. Though he makes no conspicuous effort to please or to talk to people, he has the art of attracting and keeping customers who find it particularly pleasant to sit at his bar under the placid and genial, though alert eye of the phlegmatic host. He has a great deal of common sense. He thoroughly understands the landowner's conditions of life, the peasant's and the tradesman's. He could give sensible advice on difficult points, but, like a cautious man and an egoist, prefers to stand aloof, and at most, and that only in the case of his favorite customers, by remote hints, dropped as it were unintentionally, to lead them into the true way. He is an authority on everything that is of interest or importance to a Russian, on horses and cattle, on timber, bricks and crockery, on woolen stuffs and on leather, on songs and dances. When he has no customers, he is usually sitting like a sack on the ground before the door of his hut, his thin legs tucked under him, exchanging a friendly greeting with every passer-by. He has seen a great deal in his time, Many a score of petty landowners who used to come to him for spirits he has seen pass away before him. He knows everything that is done for 80 miles round, and never gossips, never gives a sign of knowing what is unsuspected by the most keen-sighted police officer. He keeps his own counsel, laughs, and makes his glasses ring. His neighbors respect him. The civilian General Shcherpetenko, the landowner highest in rank in the district, gives him a condescending nod whenever he drives past his little house. Nikolai Ivanitch is a man of influence. He made a notorious horse-stealer return a horse he had taken from the stable of one of his friends. He brought the peasants of a neighboring village to their senses when they refused to accept a new overseer, and so on. It must not be imagined, though, that he does this from love of justice, from devotion to his neighbor. No. He simply tries to prevent anything that might in any way interfere with his ease and comfort. Nikolai Ivanitch is married and has children. His wife, a smart, sharp-nosed and keen-eyed woman of the tradesman class, has grown somewhat stout of late years like her husband. He relies on her in everything, and she keeps the key of the cash-box. Drunken brawlers are afraid of her. She does not like them. They bring little profit and make a great deal of noise. Those who are taciturn and surly in their cups are more to her taste. Nikolai Ivanitch's children are still small. The first 4 all died, but those that are left take after their parents. It is a pleasure to look at their intelligent, healthy little faces. It was an insufferably hot day in July when, slowly dragging my feet along, I went up alongside the Kalatovka ravine with my dog towards the welcome resort. The sun blazed, as it were, fiercely in the sky, baking the parched earth relentlessly. The air was thick with stifling dust. Glossy crows and ravens with gaping beaks looked plaintively at the passers-by, as though asking for sympathy. Only the sparrows did not droop, but, pluming their feathers, twittered more vigorously than ever as they quarrelled among the hedges, or flew up all together from the dusty road and hovered in grey clouds over the green hempfields. I was tormented by thirst. There was no water near. In Kalatovka, as in many other villages of the steppes, the peasants, having no spring or well, drink a sort of thin mud out of the pond. For no one could call that repulsive beverage water. I wanted to ask for a glass of beer or kvass at Nikolai Ivanitch's. It must be confessed that at no time of the year does Kalatovka present a very cheering spectacle. But it has a particularly depressing effect when the relentless rays of a dazzling July sun pour down full upon the brown, tumble-down roofs of the houses in the deep ravine, and the parched, dusty common over which the thin, long-legged hens are straying hopelessly, and the remains of the old manor house, now a hollow grey framework of aspen wood, with holes instead of windows, overgrown with nettles, wormwood, and rank grass, and the pond black as though charred and covered with goose feathers, with its edge of half-dried mud, and its broken-down dike, near which, on the finely trodden ash-like earth, sheep, breathless and gasping with the heat, huddle dejectedly together, their heads drooping with weary patience, as though waiting for this insufferable heat to pass at last. With weary steps I drew near Nikolai Ivanitch's dwelling, arousing in the village children the usual wonder manifested in a concentrated, meaningless stare, and in the dogs an indignation expressed in such hoarse and furious barking that it seemed as if it were tearing at their very entrails, and left them breathless and choking, when suddenly in the tavern doorway there appeared a tall peasant without a cap, in a frieze cloak, girt about below his waist with a blue handkerchief. He looked like a house serf. Thick grey hair stood up in disorder above his withered and wrinkled face. He was calling to someone hurriedly, waving his arms, which obviously were not quite under his control. It could be seen that he had been drinking already. Come along," he stammered, raising his shaggy eyebrows with an effort. "Come, Blinkard, come along. Ah, brother, how you creep along, 'pon my word. It's too bad, brother, they're waiting for you within, and here you crawl along. Come." "Well, I am coming," called a jarring voice, and from behind a hut a little, short, fat, lame man came into sight. He wore a rather tidy cloth coat, pulled half on, and a high-pointed cap right over his brows, which gave his round plump face a sly and comic expression. His little yellow eyes moved restlessly about, his thin lips wore a continual forced smile, while his sharp long nose peered forward saucily in front like a rudder. "I am coming, my dear fellow," he went hobbling towards the tavern. "What are you calling me for? Who is waiting for me?" "What am I calling you for?" repeated the man in the frieze coat reproachfully. "You are a queer fish, Blinkard. We call you to come to the tavern, and you ask what for? Here are honest folks all waiting for you, Yashka the Turk, and the wild master, and the booth-keeper from Zhizdri. Yashka's got a bet on with the booth-keeper. The stake's a pot of beer for the one that does best, sings the best, I mean. Do you see?" "Is Yashka going to sing?" said the man addressed as Blinkard, with lively interest. "But isn't it your humbug gabbler?" "I'm not humbugging," answered the gabbler with dignity. "It's you are crazy. I should think he would sing since he's got a bet on it. You precious innocent, you noodle, Blinkard." "Well, come in, simpleton," retorted the Blinkard. "Then give us a kiss at least, lovey," stammered the gabbler, opening wide his arms. "Get out, you great softy," responded the Blinkard, contemptuously giving him a poke with his elbow, and both, stooping, entered the low doorway. The conversation I had overheard roused my curiosity exceedingly. More than once rumors had reached me of Yashka the Turk as the best singer in the vicinity, and here was an opportunity all at once of hearing him in competition with another master of the art. I quickened my steps and went into the house. Few of my readers have probably had an opportunity of getting a good view of any village taverns, but we sportsmen go everywhere. They are constructed on an exceedingly simple plan. They usually consist of a dark outer shed and an inner room with a chimney divided in two by a partition behind which none of the customers have a right to go. In this partition there is a wide opening cut above a broad oak table. At this table or bar the spirits are served. Sealed up bottles of various sizes stand on the shelves right opposite the opening. In the front part of the room, devoted to customers, there are benches, 2 or 3 empty barrels, and a corner table. Village taverns are for the most part rather dark, and you hardly ever see on their wainscoted walls any of the glaring cheap prints, which few huts are without. When I went into the welcome resort, a fairly large party were already assembled there. In his usual place behind the bar, almost filling up the entire opening in the partition, stood Nikolai Ivanitch in a striped print shirt. With a lazy smile on his full face, he poured out with his plump white hand 2 glasses of spirits for the Blinkard and the gabbler as they came in. Behind him in a corner near the window could be seen his sharp-eyed wife. In the middle of the room was standing Yashka the Turk, a thin, graceful fellow of 23, dressed in a long-skirted coat of blue nankin. He looked a smart factory hand, and could not, to judge by his appearance, boast of very good health. His hollow cheeks, his large, restless grey eyes, his straight nose, with its delicate mobile nostrils, his pale brown curls brushed back over the sloping white brow, His full but beautiful expressive lips and his whole face betrayed a passionate and sensitive nature. He was in a state of great excitement. He blinked. His breathing was hurried. His hands shook, as though in fever, and he was really in a fever, that sudden fever of excitement which is so well known to all who have to speak and sing before an audience. Near him stood a man of about 40, with broad shoulders and broad jaws, with a low forehead, narrow Tartar eyes, a short flat nose, a square chin, and shining black hair, coarse as bristles. The expression of his face, a swarthy face with a sort of leaden hue in it, and especially of his pale lips, might almost have been called savage if it had not been so still and dreamy. He hardly stirred a muscle. He only looked slowly around him like a bull under the yoke. He was dressed in a sort of surtout, not over new, with smooth brass buttons. An old black silk handkerchief was twisted round his immense neck. He was called the Wild Master. Right opposite him, on a bench under the holy pictures, was sitting Yashka's rival, the booth-keeper from Zhizdri. He was a short, stoutly built man, about 30, pock-marked and curly-headed, with a blunt, turn-up nose, lively brown eyes, and a scanty beard. He looked keenly about him, and, sitting with his hands under him, he kept carelessly swinging his legs and tapping with his feet, which were encased in stylish top-boots with a coloured edging. He wore a new thin coat of grey cloth, with a plush collar, in sharp contrast with a crimson shirt below, buttoned close across the chest. In the opposite corner, to the right of the door, a peasant sat at the table in a narrow, shabby smock-frock with a huge rent on the shoulder. The sunlight fell in a narrow, yellowish streak through the dusty panes of the two small windows, but it seemed as if it struggled in vain with the habitual darkness of the room. All the objects in it were dimly, as it were, patchily lighted up. On the other hand, it was almost cool in the room, and the sense of stifling heat dropped off me like a weary load directly I crossed the threshold. My entrance, I could see, was at first somewhat disconcerting to Nikolai Ivanitch's customers, but observing that he greeted me as a friend, they were reassured and took no more notice of me. I asked for some beer and sat down in the corner near the peasant in the ragged smock. "Well, well," piped the gabbler, suddenly draining a glass of spirits at one gulp, and accompanying his exclamation with a strange gesticulation without which he seemed unable to utter a single word. "What are we waiting for? If we're going to begin, then begin. Hey, Yasha?" "Begin, begin," chimed in Nikolai Ivanitch approvingly. "Let's begin, by all means," observed the booth-keeper coolly, with a self-confident smile. "I'm ready." "And I'm ready," Yakov pronounced in a voice thrilled with excitement. "Well, begin, lads," whined the blinkard. But in spite of the unanimously expressed desire, neither began. The booth-keeper did not even get up from the bench. They all seemed to be waiting for something. "Begin," said the wild master sharply and sullenly. Yashka started. The booth-keeper pulled down his girdle and cleared his throat. "But who's to begin?" he inquired in a slightly changed voice of the wild master, who still stood motionless in the middle of the room, his stalwart legs wide apart, and his powerful arms thrust up to the elbow into his breeches pockets. You, booth-keeper," stammered the gabbler. "You, to be sure, brother." The wild master looked at him from under his brows. The gabbler gave a faint squeak, in confusion looked away at the ceiling, twitched his shoulder, and said no more. "Cast lots," the wild master pronounced emphatically, "and the pot on the table." Nikolai Ivanitch bent down, and with a gasp picked up the pot of beer from the floor and set it on the table. The wild master glanced at Yakov and said, "Come." Yakov fumbled in his pockets, took out a halfpenny and marked it with his teeth. The booth-keeper pulled from under the skirts of his long coat a new leather purse, deliberately untied the string, and shaking out a quantity of small change into his hand, picked out a new halfpenny. The gabbler held out his dirty cap, with its broken peak hanging loose. Yakov dropped his halfpenny in, and the booth-keeper his. "You must pick out one," said the wild master, turning to the blinkard. The blinkard smiled complacently, took the cap in both hands, and began shaking it. For an instant a profound silence reigned. The halfpennies clinked faintly, jingling against each other. I looked round attentively. Every face wore an expression of intense expectation. The wild master himself showed signs of uneasiness. My neighbor, even the peasant in the tattered smock, craned his neck inquisitively. The blinkard put his hand into the cap and took out the booth-keeper's halfpenny. Everyone drew a long breath. Yakov flushed, and the booth-keeper passed his hand over his hair. "There, I said you'd begin," cried the gabbler. "Didn't I say so?" "There, don't cluck," remarked the wild master contemptuously. "Begin," he went on with a nod to the booth-keeper. "What song am I to sing?" asked the booth-keeper, beginning to be nervous. "What you choose," answered the blinker. "Sing what you think best." "What you choose, to be sure," Nikolai Ivanitch chimed in, slowly smoothing his hand on his breast. "You're quite at liberty about that. Sing what you like, only sing well, and we'll give a fair decision afterwards." "A fair decision, of course," put in the gabbler, licking the edge of his empty glass. "Let me clear my throat a bit, mates," said the booth-keeper, fingering the collar of his coat. Come, no nonsense. Begin," protested the wild master, and he looked down. The booth-keeper thought a minute, shook his head, and stepped forward. Yakov's eyes were riveted upon him. But before I enter upon a description of the contest itself, I think it will not be amiss to say a few words about each of the personages taking part in my story. The lives of some of them were known to me already. When I met them in the welcome resort, I collected some facts about the others later on. Let us begin with the gabbler. This man's real name was Evgraf Ivanovitch. But no one in the whole neighborhood knew him as anything but the gabbler, and he himself referred to himself by that nickname, so well did it fit him. Indeed, nothing could have been more appropriate to his insignificant, ever-restless features. He was a dissipated, unmarried house-serf, whose own masters had long ago got rid of him, and who, without any employment, without earning a halfpenny, found means to get drunk every day at other people's expense. He had a great number of acquaintances who treated him to drinks of spirits and tea, though they could not have said why they did so themselves. For, far from being entertaining in company, he bored every one with his meaningless chatter, his insufferable familiarity, his spasmodic gestures, and incessant unnatural laugh. He could neither sing nor dance. He had never said a clever or even a sensible thing in his life. He chattered away, telling lies about everything. A regular gabbler. And yet not a single drinking party for 30 miles around took place without his lank figure turning up among the guests, so that they were used to him by now and put up with his presence as a necessary evil. They all, it is true, treated him with contempt, but the wild master was the only one who knew how to keep his foolish sallies in check. The blinkard was not in the least like the gabbler. His nickname, too, suited him, though he was no more given to blinking than other people. It is a well-known fact that the Russian peasants have a talent for finding good nicknames. In spite of my endeavors to get more detailed information about this man's past, many passages in his life have remained spots of darkness to me, and probably to many other people, episodes buried, as the bookmen say, in the darkness of oblivion. I could only find out that he was once a coachman in the service of an old childless lady, that he had run away with 3 horses he was in charge of, had been lost for a whole year, and no doubt convinced by experience of the drawbacks and hardships of a wandering life, he had gone back a cripple and flung himself at his mistress's feet. He succeeded in a few years in smoothing over his offense by his exemplary conduct, and gradually getting higher in her favor, at last gained her complete confidence, was made a bailiff, and on his mistress's death turned out, in what way was never known, to have received his freedom. He got admitted into the class of tradesmen, rented patches of market garden from the neighbors, grew rich, and now was living in ease and comfort. He was a man of experience, who knew on which side his bread was buttered, was more actuated by prudence than by either good or ill nature, had knocked about, understood men, and knew how to turn them to his own advantage. He was cautious and at the same time enterprising, like a fox. Though he was as fond of gossip as an old woman, he never let out his own affairs, while he made everyone else talk freely of theirs. He did not affect to be a simpleton, though, as so many crafty men of his sort do. Indeed, it would have been difficult for him to take any one in that way. I have never seen a sharper, keener pair of eyes than his tiny, cunning little peepers, as they call them in a rill. They were never simply looking about. They were always looking one up and down and through. The blinkard would sometimes ponder for weeks together over some apparently simple undertaking, and again he would suddenly decide on a desperately bold line of action which one would fancy would bring him to ruin, but it would be sure to turn out all right. Everything would go smoothly. He was lucky, and believed in his own luck, and believed in omens. He was exceedingly superstitious in general. He was not liked because he would have nothing much to do with anyone, but he was respected. His whole family consisted of one little son whom he idolized, and who, brought up by such a father, is likely to get on in the world. Little Blinkard'll be his father over again, is said of him already in undertones by the old men as they sit on their mud walls gossiping on summer evenings, and everyone knows what that means. There is no need to say more. As to Yashka the Turk and the booth keeper, there is no need to say much about them. Yakov called the Turk because he actually was descended from a Turkish woman, a prisoner from the war, was by nature an artist in every sense of the word, and by calling a ladler in a paper factory belonging to a merchant. As for the booth keeper, his career, I must own, I know nothing of. He struck me as being a smart townsman of the tradesman class, ready to turn his hand to anything. But the wild master calls for a more detailed account. The first impression the sight of this man produced on you was a sense of coarse, heavy, irresistible power. He was clumsily built, a shambler, as they say about us, but there was an air of triumphant vigor about him, and, strange to say, his bear-like figure was not without a certain grace of its own, proceeding perhaps from his absolutely placid confidence in his own strength. It was hard to decide at first to what class this Hercules belonged. He did not look like a house serf, nor a tradesman, nor an impoverished clerk out of work, nor a small ruined landowner, such as takes to being a huntsman or a fishing man. He was in fact quite individual. No one knew where he came from or what brought him into our district. It was said that he came of free peasant proprietor stock, and had once been in the government service somewhere, but nothing positive was known about this, and indeed there was no one from whom one could learn, certainly not from him. He was the most silent and morose of men. So much so that no one knew for certain what he lived on. He followed no trade, visited no one, associated with scarcely anyone, yet he had money to spend, little enough it is true, still he had some. In his behavior he was not exactly retiring was not a word that could be applied to him. He lived as though he noticed no one about him and cared for no one. The wild master, that was the nickname they had given him, his real name was Perevliesev, enjoyed an immense influence in the whole district. He was obeyed with eager promptitude, though he had no kind of right to give orders to any one, and did not himself evince the slightest pretension to authority over the people with whom he came into casual contact. He spoke, they obeyed. Strength always has an influence of its own. He scarcely drank at all, had nothing to do with women, and was passionately fond of singing. There was much that was mysterious about this man. It seemed as though vast forces sullenly reposed within him, knowing, as it were, that once roused, once bursting free, they were bound to crush him and everything they came in contact with. And I am greatly mistaken if, in this man's life, there had not been some such outbreak. If it was not owing to the lessons of experience, to a narrow escape from ruin, that he now kept himself so tightly in hand. What especially struck me in him was the combination of a sort of inborn natural ferocity with an equally inborn generosity, a combination I have never met in any other man. And so the booth-keeper stepped forward, and half shutting his eyes began singing in high falsetto. He had a fairly sweet and pleasant voice, though rather hoarse. He played with his voice like a woodlark, twisting and turning it in incessant roulades and trills up and down the scale, continually returning to the highest notes, which he held and prolonged with special care. Then he would break off, and again suddenly take up the first motive with a sort of go-ahead daring. His modulations were at times rather bold, at times rather comical. They would have given a connoisseur great satisfaction, and have made a German furiously indignant. He was a Russian tenore di grazia, tenor ledger. He sang a song to a lively dance tune, the words of which, all that I could catch through the endless maze of variations, ejaculations, and repetitions, were as follows: "A tiny patch of land, young lass, I'll plough for thee, and tiny crimson flowers, young lass, I'll sow for thee." He sang. All listened to him with great attention. He seemed to feel that he had to do with really musical people, and therefore was exerting himself to do his best. And they really are musical in our part of the country. The village of Sergievskoye on the Orel high road is deservedly noted throughout Russia for its harmonious chorus singing. The booth-keeper sang for a long while without evoking much enthusiasm in his audience. He lacked the support of a chorus. But at last, after one particularly bold flourish, which set even the wild master smiling, the gabbler could not refrain from a shout of delight. Everyone was roused, the gabbler and the blinkard began joining in an undertone, and exclaiming, "Bravely done! Take it, you rogue! Sing it out, you serpent! Hold it! That shake again, you dog, you! May Herod confound your soul!" And so on. Nikolai Ivanitch behind the bar was nodding his head from side to side approvingly. The gabbler at last was swinging his legs, tapping with his feet and twitching his shoulder, while Yashka's eyes fairly glowed like coal, and he trembled all over like a leaf and smiled nervously. The wild master alone did not change countenance and stood motionless as before. But his eyes, fastened on the booth-keeper, looked somewhat softened, though the expression of his lips was still scornful. Emboldened by the signs of general approbation, the booth-keeper went off in a whirl of flourishes, and began to round off such trills, to turn such shakes off his tongue, and to make such furious play with his throat, that when at last, pale, exhausted, and bathed in hot perspiration, he uttered the last dying note, his whole body flung back, A general united shout greeted him in a violent outburst. The gabbler threw himself on his neck and began strangling him in his long bony arms. A flush came out on Nikolai Ivanitch's oily face, and he seemed to have grown younger. Yashka shouted like mad, "Capital! Capital!" Even my neighbor, the peasant in the torn smock, could not restrain himself, and with a blow of his fist on the table, he cried, "Aha! Well done! Damn my soul! Well done!" And he spat on one side with an air of decision. "Well, brother, you've given us a treat," bawled the gabbler, not releasing the exhausted booth-keeper from his embraces. "You've given us a treat, there is no denying. You've won, brother, you've won. I congratulate you, the quart's yours. Yashka's miles behind you, I tell you, miles. Take my word for it." And again he hugged the booth-keeper to his breast. "There, let him alone, let him alone. There is no being rid of you," said the Blinket with vexation. "Let him sit down on the bench. He's tired, see? You're a ninny, brother, a perfect ninny. What are you sticking to him like a wet leaf for?" "Well, then, let him sit down, and I'll drink to his health," said the gabbler, and he went up to the bar. "At your expense, brother," he added, addressing the booth-keeper. The latter nodded, sat down on the bench, pulled a piece of cloth out of his cap, and began wiping his face, while the gabbler, with greedy haste, emptied his glass, and, with a grunt, assumed, after the manner of confirmed drinkers, an expression of careworn melancholy. "You sing beautifully, brother, beautifully," Nikolai Ivanitch observed caressingly. "And now it's your turn, Yasha. Mind now, don't be afraid. We shall see who's who, we shall see. The booth-keeper sings beautifully, though. 'Pon my soul, he does." "Very beautifully," observed Nikolai Ivanitch's wife, and she looked with a smile at Yakov. "Beautifully, ha!" repeated my neighbor in an undertone. "Ah, a wild man of the woods!" the gabbler vociferated suddenly, and going up to the peasant with a rent on his shoulder, he pointed at him with his finger, while he pranced about and went off into an insulting guffaw. "Ha! Ha! Get along, wild man of the woods! Here is a ragamuffin from Woodland Village. What brought you here?" he bawled amidst laughter. The poor peasant was abashed, and was just about to get up and make off as fast as he could, when suddenly the wild master's iron voice was heard. "What does the insufferable brute mean?" he articulated, grinding his teeth. "I wasn't doing nothing," muttered the gabbler. I only—" "There, all right, shut up," retorted the wild master. "Yakov, begin." Yakov took himself by his throat. "Well, really, brothers, something, I don't know, on my word, what." "Come, that's enough. Don't be timid. For shame. Why go back? Sing the best you can, by God's gift." And the wild master looked down expectant. Yakov was silent for a minute. He glanced round and covered his face with his hand. All had their eyes simply fastened upon him, especially the booth-keeper, on whose face a faint, involuntary uneasiness could be seen through his habitual expression of self-confidence and the triumph of his success. He leaned back against the wall and again put both hands under him, but did not swing his legs as before. When at last Yakov uncovered his face, it was pale as a dead man's. His eyes gleamed faintly under their drooping lashes. He gave a deep sigh and began to sing. The first sound of his voice was faint and unequal, and seemed not to come from his chest, but to be wafted from somewhere afar off, as though it had floated by chance into the room. A strange effect was produced on all of us by this trembling resonant note, We glanced at one another, and Nikolai Ivanitch's wife seemed to draw herself up. This first note was followed by another, bolder and prolonged, but still obviously quivering, like a harp string when suddenly struck by a stray finger it throbs in a last, swiftly dying tremble. The second was followed by a third, and gradually gaining fire and breadth, the strains swelled into a pathetic melody. Not one little path ran into the field, he sang, and sweet and mournful it was in our ears. I have seldom, I must confess, heard a voice like it. It was slightly hoarse and not perfectly true. There was even something morbid about it at first, but it had genuine depth of passion, and youth and sweetness, and a sort of fascinating, careless, pathetic melancholy. A spirit of truth and fire, a Russian spirit, was sounding and breathing in that voice, and it seemed to go straight to your heart, to go straight to all that was Russian in it. The song swelled and flowed. Yakov was clearly carried away by enthusiasm. He was not timid now, he surrendered himself wholly to the rapture of his art. His voice no longer trembled. It quivered, but with a scarce perceptible inward quiver of passion, which pierces like an arrow to the very soul of the listeners, and he steadily gained strength and firmness and breadth. I remember I once saw at sunset on a flat sandy shore, when the tide was low and the sea's roar came weighty and menacing from the distance, a great white seagull. It sat motionless, its silky bosom facing the crimson glow of the setting sun, and only now and then opening wide its great wings to greet the well-known sea, to greet the sinking lurid sun. I recalled it as I heard Yakov. He sang utterly forgetful of his rival and all of us. He seemed supported as a bold swimmer by the waves, by our silent passionate sympathy. He sang, and in every sound of his voice one seemed to feel something dear and akin to us, something of breadth and space, as though the familiar steps were unfolding before our eyes and stretching away into endless distance. I felt the tears gathering in my bosom and rising to my eyes. Suddenly I was struck by dull, smothered sobs. I looked round. The innkeeper's wife was weeping, her bosom pressed close to the window. Yakov threw a quick glance at her, and he sang more sweetly, more melodiously than ever. Nikolai Ivanitch looked down. The blinker turned away. The gabbler, quite touched, stood his gaping mouth stupidly open. The humble peasant was sobbing softly in the corner, and shaking his head with a plaintive murmur. And on the iron visage of the wild master, from under his overhanging brows, there slowly rolled a heavy tear. The booth-keeper raised his clenched fist to his brow and did not stir. I don't know how the general emotion would have ended if Yakov had not suddenly come to a full stop on a high, exceptionally shrill note, as though his voice had broken. No one called out or even stirred. Everyone seemed to be waiting to see whether he was not going to sing more. But he opened his eyes as though wondering at our silence, looked round at all of us with a face of inquiry, and saw that the victory was his. "Yasha," said the wild master, laying his hand on his shoulder, and he could say no more. We all stood, as it were, petrified. The booth-keeper softly rose and went up to Yakov. You've won," he articulated at last with an effort, and rushed out of the room. His rapid, decided action, as it were, broke the spell. We all suddenly fell into noisy, delighted talk. The gabbler bounded up and down, stammered and brandished his arms like mill sails. The blinker limped up to Yakov and began kissing him. Nikolai Ivanitch got up and solemnly announced that he would add a second pot of beer from himself. The wild master laughed, a sort of kind, simple laugh, which I should never have expected to see on his face. The humble peasant, as he wiped his eyes, cheeks, nose, and beard on his sleeves, kept repeating in his corner, "Ah, beautiful it was, by God! Blast me for the son of a god, but it was fine!" While Nikolai Ivanitch's wife, her face red with weeping, got up quickly and went away, Yakov was enjoying his triumph like a child. His whole face was transformed, his eyes especially fairly glowed with happiness. They dragged him to the bar, he beckoned the weeping peasant up to it, and sent the innkeeper's little son to look after the booth-keeper, who was not found, however, and the festivities began. "You'll sing to us again! You're going to sing to us till evening!" the gabbler declared, flourishing his hands in the air. I took one more look at Yakov and went out. I did not want to stay. I was afraid of spoiling the impression I had received. But the heat was as insupportable as before. It seemed hanging in a thick heavy layer right over the earth. Over the dark blue sky tiny bright fires seemed whisking through the finest almost black dust. Everything was still, and there was something hopeless and oppressive in this profound hush of exhausted nature. I made my way to a hayloft, and lay down on the fresh-cut but already almost dry grass. For a long while I could not go to sleep. For a long while Yakov's irresistible voice was ringing in my ears. At last the heat and fatigue regained their sway, however, and I fell into a dead sleep. When I waked up, everything was in darkness. The hay scattered around smelt strong and was slightly damp. Through the slender rafters of the half-open roof pale stars were faintly twinkling. I went out. The glow of sunset had long died away, and its last trace showed in a faint light on the horizon. But above the freshness of the night there was still a feeling of heat in the atmosphere, lately baked through by the sun, and the breast still craved for a draught of cool air. There was no wind, nor were there any clouds. The sky all round was clear and transparently dark, softly glimmering with innumerable but scarcely visible stars. There were lights twinkling about the village. From the flaring tavern close by rose a confused, discordant din, amid which I fancied I recognized the voice of Yakov. Violent laughter came from there in an outburst at times. I went up to the little window and pressed my face against the pane. I saw a cheerless, though varied and animated scene. All were drunk, all from Yakov upwards. With breast bared he sat on a bench, and singing in a thick voice a street song to a dance tune, he lazily fingered and strummed on the strings of a guitar. His moist hair hung in tufts over his fearfully pale face. In the middle of the room the gabbler, completely screwed, and without his coat, was hopping about in a dance before the peasant in the grey smock. The peasant on his side was with difficulty stamping and scraping with his feet and grinning meaninglessly over his dishevelled beard. He waved one hand from time to time, as much as to say, "Here goes." Nothing could be more ludicrous than his face. However much he twitched up his eyebrows, his heavy lids would hardly rise, but seemed lying upon his scarcely visible, dim and mawkish eyes. He was in that amiable frame of mind of a perfectly intoxicated man, when every passer-by directly he looks him in the face is sure to say, "Bless you, brother, bless you." The blinkard, as red as a lobster, and his nostrils dilated wide, was laughing malignantly in a corner. Only Nikolai Ivanitch, as befits a good tavern-keeper, preserved his composure unchanged. The room was thronged with many new faces, but the wild master I did not see in it. I turned away with rapid steps, and began descending the hill on which Kalatovka lies. At the foot of this hill stretches a wide plain. Plunged in the misty waves of the evening haze, it seemed more immense, and was, as it were, merged with the darkening sky. I walked with long strides along the road by the ravine, when all at once, from somewhere far away in the plain, came a boy's clear voice. "Antropka! Antropka!" He shouted in obstinate and tearful desperation, with long drawing out of the last syllable. He was silent for a few instants and started shouting again. His voice rang out clear in the still lightly slumbering air. 30 times at least he had called the name Antropka, when suddenly from the farthest end of the plain, as though from another world, there floated a scarcely audible reply. "What?" The boy's voice shouted back at once with gleeful exasperation. "Come here, devil! Wood imp!" "What for?" replied the other after a long interval. "Because Dad wants to thrash you," the first voice shouted back hurriedly. The second voice did not call back again, and the boy fell to shouting Antropka once more. His cries, fainter and less frequent, still floated up to my ears when it had grown completely dark, and I had turned the corner of the wood which skirts my village and lies over 3 miles from Kolatovka. "Antropka!" was still audible in the air filled with the shadows of night. End of The Singers. Chapter 18 of A Sportsman's Sketches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tovarisch. A Sportsman's Sketches by Ivan Turgenev, translated by Constance GARNETT. Pyotr Petrovich KARATAEV. One autumn 5 years ago I chanced, when on the road from Moscow to Tula, to spend almost a whole day at a posting station for want of horses. I was on the way back from a shooting expedition, and had been so incautious as to send my 3 horses on in front of me. The man in charge of the station, a surly elderly man with hair hanging over his brows to his very nose, with little sleepy eyes, answered all my complaints and requests with disconnected grumbling, slammed the door angrily as though he were cursing his calling in life, and going out on the steps abused the postilions who were sauntering in a leisurely way through the mud with the weighty wooden yokes on their arms, or sat yawning and scratching themselves on a bench, and paid no special attention to the wrathful exclamations of their superior. I had already sat myself down 3 times to tea, had several times tried in vain to sleep, and had read all the inscriptions on the walls and windows. I was overpowered by fearful boredom. In chill and helpless despair I was staring at the upturned shafts of my carriage, when suddenly I heard the tinkling of a bell, and a small trap drawn by 3 jaded horses drew up at the steps. The new arrival leaped out of the trap, and shouting, "Horses, and look sharp!" he went into the room. While he was listening with a strange wonder, customary in such cases, to the overseer's answer that there were no horses, I had time to scan my new companion from top to toe with all the greedy curiosity of a man bored to death. He appeared to be nearly 30. Smallpox had left indelible traces on his face, which was dry and yellowish with an unpleasant coppery tinge. His long blue-black hair fell in ringlets on his collar behind, and was twisted into jaunty curls in front. His small swollen eyes were quite expressionless. A few hairs sprouted on his upper lip. He was dressed like a dissipated country gentleman, given to frequenting horse fairs, in a rather greasy striped Caucasian jacket, a faded lilac silk tie, a waistcoat with copper buttons, and grey trousers shaped like huge funnels, from under which the toes of unbrushed shoes could just be discerned. He smelled strongly of tobacco and spirits. On his fat red hands, almost hidden in his sleeves, could be seen silver and Tula rings. Such figures are met in Russia not by dozens, but by hundreds. An acquaintance with them is not, to tell the truth, productive of any particular pleasure. But in spite of the prejudice with which I looked at the newcomer, I could not fail to notice the recklessly good-natured and passionate expression of his face. "This gentleman's been waiting more than an hour here, too," observed the overseer, indicating me. More than an hour? The rascal was making fun of me. "But perhaps he doesn't need them as I do," answered the newcomer. "I know nothing about that," said the overseer sulkily. "Then is it really impossible? Are there positively no horses?" "Impossible. There's not a single horse." "Well, tell them to bring me a samovar. I'll wait a little. There's nothing else to be done." The newcomer sat down on the bench, flung his cap on the table, and passed his hand over his hair. "Have you had tea already?" he inquired of me. "Yes." "But won't you have a little more for company?" I consented. The stout red samovar made its appearance for the fourth time on the table. I brought out a bottle of rum. I was not wrong in taking my new acquaintance for a country gentleman of small property. His name was Petrovitch KARATAEV. We got into conversation. In less than half an hour after his arrival he was telling me his whole life with the most simple-hearted openness. "I'm on my way to Moscow now," he told me as he sipped his fourth glass. "There is nothing for me to do now in the country." "How so?" "Well, it's come to that. My property's in disorder. I've ruined my peasants, I must confess. There have been bad years, bad harvests, and all sorts of ill luck, you know. Though indeed," he added, looking away dejectedly, "how could I manage an estate?" "Why is that?" "But no," he interrupted me, "there are people like me who make good managers. You see," he went on, screwing his head on one side and sucking his pipe assiduously, "looking at me, I dare say you think I'm not much. But you see, I must confess, I've had a very middling education. I wasn't well off, I beg your pardon. I'm an open man, and if you come to that—" He did not complete his sentence, but broke off with a wave of the hand. I began to assure him that he was mistaken, that I was highly delighted to meet him, and so on, and then observed that I should have thought a very thorough education was not indispensable for the good management of property. "Agreed," he responded, "I agree with you, but still a special sort of disposition's essential. There are some may do anything they like, and it's all right. But allow me to ask, are you from Petersburg or from Moscow?" "I'm from Petersburg." He blew a long coil of smoke from his nostrils. "And I am going in to Moscow to be an official." "What department do you mean to enter?" "I don't know. That's as it happens. I'll own to you I'm afraid of official life. One's under responsibility at once. I've always lived in the country. I'm used to it, you know. But now there's no help for it. It's through poverty. Oh, poverty, how I hate it." "But then you will be living in the capital." "In the capital. Well, I don't know what there is that's pleasant in the capital. We shall see. Maybe it's pleasant too. Though nothing, I fancy, could be better than the country." "Then it is really impossible for you to live at your country place?" He gave a sigh. "Quite impossible. It's, so to say, not my own now." "Why? How so?" "Well, a good fellow there, a neighbor, is in possession. A bill of exchange." Poor Pyotr Petrovitch passed his hand over his face, thought a minute, and shook his head. "Well, I must own, though," he added after a brief silence, "I can't blame anybody. It's my own fault. I was fond of cutting a dash. I am fond of cutting a dash, damn my soul." "You had a jolly life in the country?" I asked him. "I had, sir," he responded emphatically, looking me straight in the face. 12 harriers. Harriers, I can tell you, such as you don't very often see." The last words he uttered in a drawl with great significance. "A grey hair they'd double upon in no time. After the red fox they were devils, regular serpents. And I could boast of my greyhounds too. It's all a thing of the past now, I've no reason to lie. I used to go out shooting too. I had a dog called the Countess, a wonderful setter, with a first-rate scent. She took everything. Sometimes I'd go to a marsh and call 'Seek.' If she refused, you might go with a dozen dogs and you'd find nothing. But when she was after anything, it was a sight to see her. And in the house so well bred. If you gave her bread with your left hand and said, 'A Jew's tasted it,' she wouldn't touch it, but give it with your right and say, 'The young ladies had some,' and she'd take it and eat it at once. I had a pup of her, capital pup he was, and I meant to bring him with me to Moscow, but a friend asked me for him together with a gun. He said, 'In Moscow you'll have other things to think of.' I gave him the pup and the gun, and so, you know, it stayed there." "But you might go shooting in Moscow?" "No, what would be the use? I didn't know when to pull myself up, so now I must grin and bear it. But there, kindly tell me rather about the living in Moscow. Is it dear?" "No, not very." "Not very. And tell me, please, are there any gypsies in Moscow?" "What sort of gypsies?" "Why, such as hang about fairs." "Yes, there are in Moscow." "Well, that's good news. I like gypsies, damn my soul, I like 'em." And there was a gleam of reckless merriment in Pyotr Petrovitch's eyes. But suddenly he turned round on the bench, then seemed to ponder, dropped his eyes, and held out his empty glass to me. "Give me some of your rum," he said. "But the tea is all finished." "Never mind, as it is without tea. Ah!" KARATAEV laid his head in his hands and leaned his elbows on the table. I looked at him without speaking, and although I was expecting the sentimental exclamations, possibly even the tears, of which the inebriate are so lavish, yet when he raised his head I was, I must own, impressed by the profoundly mournful expression of his face. "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing. I was thinking of old times. An anecdote that I would tell it you, but I am ashamed to trouble you." "What nonsense!" "Yes," he went on with a sigh, "there are cases. Like mine, for instance. Well, if you like, I will tell you, though really I don't know—" "Do tell me, dear Pyotr Petrovitch." "Very well, though it's a— Well, do you see," he began, "but upon my word, I don't know—" "Come, that's enough, dear Pyotr Petrovitch." "All right. This, then, was what befell me, so to say. I used to live in the country. All of a sudden I took a fancy to a girl. Ah, what a girl she was! Handsome, clever, and so good and sweet. Her name was Matryona. But she wasn't a lady, that is, you understand, she was a serf, simply a serf girl. And not my girl, she belonged to someone else, that was the trouble. Well, so I loved her. It's really an incident that one can hardly— Well, and she loved me too, and so Matrona began begging me to buy her off from her mistress, and indeed the thought had crossed my mind too. But her mistress was a rich, dreadful old body. She lived about 12 miles from me. Well, so one fine day, as the saying is, I ordered my team of 3 horses to be harnessed abreast to the droshky. In the center I'd a first-rate goer, an extraordinarily Asiatic horse, for that reason called Lampurdos. I dressed myself in my best and went off to Matryona's mistress. I arrived. It was a big house with wings and a garden. Matryona was waiting for me at the bend of the road. She tried to say a word to me, but she could only kiss her hand and turn away. Well, so I went into the hall and asked if the mistress were at home. And a tall footman said to me, "What name shall I say?" I answered, "Say, brother, Squire KARATAEV has called on a matter of business." The footman walked away. I waited by myself and thought, I wonder how it'll be. I dare say the old beast'll screw out a fearful price for all she's so rich. 500 roubles she'll ask. I shouldn't be surprised. Well, at last the footman returned, saying, "If you please, walk up." I followed him into the drawing-room. A little yellowish old woman sat in an armchair, blinking. "What do you want?" To begin with, you know, I thought it necessary to say how glad I was to make her acquaintance. "You are making a mistake. I am not the mistress here. I am a relation of hers. What do you want?" I remarked upon that I had to speak to the mistress herself. "Maria Ilyinishna is not receiving today. She is unwell. What do you want?" There's nothing for it, I thought to myself, so I explained my position to her. The old lady heard me out. "Matryona? What Matryona?" "Matryona Fedorovna, Kulik's daughter." "Fedor Kulik's daughter? But how did you come to know her?" "By chance." "And is she aware of your intention?" "Yes." The old lady was silent for a minute, then, "Ah, I'll let her know it, the worthless hussy," she said. I was astounded, I must confess. "Whatever for? Upon my word, I'm ready to pay a good sum, if you will be so good as to name it." The old hag positively hissed at me. "A surprising idea you've concocted there, as though we needed your money. I'll teach her, I'll show her, I'll beat the folly out of her." The old lady choked with spitefulness. "Wasn't she well off with us, pray? Ah, she's a little devil, God forgive my transgressions." I fired up, I'll confess. "What are you threatening the poor girl for? How is she to blame?" The old lady crossed herself. "Ah, Lord, have mercy on me. Do you suppose I'd—" "But she's not yours, you know." "Well, Maria Ilyinishna knows best about that. It's not your business, my good sir, but I'll show that chit of a Matryona whose serf she is." I'll confess I almost fell on the damned old woman, but I thought of Matryona, and my hands dropped. I was more frightened than I can tell you. I began entreating the old lady. "Take what you like," I said. "But what use is she to you?" "I like her, good ma'am. Put yourself in my possession. Allow me to kiss your little hand." And I positively kissed the wretch's hand. "Well," mumbled the old witch, "I'll tell Maria Ilyinishna. It's for her to decide. You come back in a couple of days." I went home in great uneasiness. I began to suspect that I'd managed the thing badly, that I'd been wrong in letting her notice my state of mind, but I thought of that too late. 2 days after I went to see the mistress, I was shown into a boudoir. There were heaps of flowers and splendid furniture. The lady herself was sitting in a wonderful easy chair with her head lolling back on a cushion. And the same relation was sitting there too, and some young lady with white eyebrows and a mouth all awry in a green gown, a companion most likely. The old lady said through her nose, "Please be seated." I sat down. She began questioning me as to how old I was and where I'd been in the service and what I meant to do, and all that very condescendingly and solemnly. I answered minutely. The old lady took a handkerchief off the table, flourished it, fanning herself. "Katerina Karpovna informed me," says she, "of your scheme. She informed me of it, but I make it my rule," says she, "not to allow my people to leave my service. It is improper and quite unsuitable in a well-ordered house. It is not good order. I have already given my orders," says she. "There will be no need for you to trouble yourself further," says she. "Oh, no trouble, really? But can it be Matrona Fedorovna is so necessary to you?" "No," says she, "she is not necessary." "Then why won't you part with her to me?" "Because I don't choose to. I don't choose, and that's all about it. I've already," says she, "given my orders. She is being sent to a village in the steppes." I was thunderstruck. The old lady said a couple of words in French to the young lady in green. She went out. "I am," says she, "a woman of strict principles, and my health is delicate. I can't stand being worried. You are still young, and I am an old woman and entitled to give you advice. Wouldn't it be better for you to settle down, get married, to look out a good match? Wealthy brides are few, but a poor girl of the highest moral character could be found." I stared, do you know, at the old lady and didn't understand what she was driving at. I could hear she was talking about marriage, but the village in the steppes was ringing in my ears all the while. Get married? What the devil? Here he suddenly stopped in his story and looked at me. "You're not married, I suppose?" "No." There, of course, I could see it. I couldn't stand it. "But upon my word, ma'am, what on earth are you talking about? How does marriage come in? I simply want to know from you whether you will part with your serf girl, Matrona, or not." The old lady began sighing and groaning. "Ah, he's worrying me. Ah, send him away. Ah." The relation flew to her and began scolding me, while the lady kept on moaning. "What have I done to deserve it? I suppose I'm not mistress in my own house. Ah, ah!" I snatched my hat and ran out of the house like a madman. "Perhaps," he continued, "you will blame me for being so warmly attached to a girl of low position. I don't mean to justify myself exactly, either, but so it came to pass. Would you believe it? I had no rest by day or by night. I was in torment. Besides, I thought, I have ruined the poor girl. At times I thought that she was herding geese in a smock, and being ill-treated by her mistress's orders, and the bailiff, a peasant in tarred boots, reviling her with foul abuse. I positively fell into a cold sweat. Well, I could not stand it. I found out what village she had been sent to, mounted my horse, and set off. I only got there the evening of the next day. Evidently they hadn't expected such a proceeding on my part, and had given no order in regard to me. I went straight to the bailiff as though I were a neighbor. I go into the yard and look around. There was Matrona sitting on the steps, leaning on her elbow. She was on the point of crying out, but I held up my finger and pointed outside towards the open country. I went into the hut. I chattered away a bit to the bailiff, told him 10,000 lies, seized the right moment, and went out to Matrona. She, poor girl, fairly hung round my neck. She was pale and thin, my poor darling. I kept saying to her, do you know, "There, it's all right, Matrona, it's all right, don't cry." And my own tears simply flowed and flowed. Well, at last, though I was ashamed, I said to her, "Matrona, tears are no help in trouble, but we must act, as they say, resolutely. You must run away with me. That's how we must act." Matrona fairly swooned away. "How can it be? I shall be ruined. There will be the death of me altogether." "You silly, who will find you?" "They will find me. They will be sure to find me. Thank you, Pyotr Petrovitch, I shall never forget your kindness, but now you must leave me. Such is my fate, it seems." "Ah, Matrona, Matrona, I thought you were a girl of character." And indeed she had a great deal of character. She had a heart of gold. "Why should you be left here? It makes no difference. Things can't be worse. Come, tell me, you've felt the bailiff's fists, eh?" Matrona fairly crimsoned, and her lips trembled. "But there'll be no living for my family on my account." "Why, your family now, will they send them for soldiers?" "Yes, they'll send my brother for a soldier." "And your father?" "Oh, they won't send father. He's the only good tailor among us." "There you see, and it won't kill you brother." Would you believe it, I'd hard work to persuade her. She even brought forward a notion that I might have to answer for it. "But that's not your affair," said I. However, I did carry her off. Not that time, but another. One night I came with a light cart and carried her off." "You carried her off?" "Yes. Well, so she lived in my house. It was a little house, and I'd few servants. My people, I will tell you frankly, respected me. They wouldn't have betrayed me for any reward. I began to be as happy as a prince. Matrona rested and recovered, and I grew devoted to her. And what a girl she was! It seemed to come by nature. She could sing and dance and play the guitar. I didn't show her to my neighbors. I was afraid they'd gossip. But there was one fellow, my bosom friend, Gornostayev Panteley. You don't know him? He was simply crazy about her. He'd kiss her hand as though she were a lady. He would, really. And I must tell you, Gornostayev was not like me. He was a cultivated man. He read all Pushkin. Sometimes he'd talk to Matrona and me so that we pricked up our ears to listen. He taught her to write. Such a queer chap he was. And how I dressed her! Better than the governor's wife, really. I had a pelisse made her of crimson velvet, edged with fur. Ah, how that pelisse suited her! It was made by a Moscow madame in a new fashion, with a waist. And what a wonderful creature Matrona was! Sometimes she'd fall to musing, and sit for hours together looking at the ground, without stirring a muscle. And I'd sit too, and look at her, and could never gaze enough, just as if I were seeing her for the first time. Then she would smile, and my heart would give a jump as though someone were tickling me. Or else she'd suddenly fall to laughing, joking, dancing. She would embrace me so warmly, so passionately, that my head went round. From morning to evening I thought of nothing but how I could please her. And would you believe it? I gave her presents simply to see how pleased she would be, the darling. All blushing with delight. How she would try on my present. How she would come back with her new possession on and kiss me. Her father, Kulik, got wind of it somehow. The old man came to see us, and how he wept. In that way we lived for 5 months, and I should have been glad to live with her forever, but for my cursed ill luck." Pyotr Petrovitch stopped. "What was it happened?" I asked him sympathetically. He waved his hand. "Everything went to the devil. I was the ruin of her, too. My little Matrona was passionately fond of driving in sledges, and she used to drive herself. She used to put on her pelisse and her embroidered torjok gloves, and cry out with delight all the way. We used to go out sledging always in the evening, so as not to meet anyone, you know. So once it was such a splendid day, you know, frosty and clear and no wind, we drove out. Matrona had the reins. I looked where she was driving. Could it be to Kukuyevka, her mistress's village? Yes, it was to Kukuyevka. I said to her, "You mad girl, where are you going?" She gave me a look over her shoulder and laughed. "Let me," she said, "for a lark." Well, thought I, come what may. To drive past her mistress's house was nice, wasn't it? Tell me yourself, wasn't it nice? So we drove on. The shaft horse seemed to float through the air, and the trace horses went, I can tell you, like a regular whirlwind. We were already in sight of Kukuyevka, when suddenly I see an old green coach crawling along with a groom on the footboard up behind. It was the mistress driving towards us. My heart failed me, but Matrona, how she lashed the horses with the reins and flew straight towards the coach. The coachman, he, you understand, sees us flying to meet him, meant, you know, to move on one side, turned too sharp and upset the coach in a snowdrift. The window was broken, the mistress shrieked, "Ay, ay, 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 ay!" The companion wailed, "Help! Help!" while we flew by at the best speed we might. We galloped on, but I thought, evil will come of it. I did wrong to let her drive to Kukuyevka. And what do you think? Why, the mistress had recognized Matrona and me too, the old wretch, and made a complaint against me. "My runaway serf girl," said she, "is living at Mr. KARATAEV's." And thereupon she made a suitable present. Lo and behold, the captain of police comes to me, and he was a man I knew, Stepan Sergeyitch Kuzovkin. A good fellow, that's to say, really a regular bad lot. So he came up and said this and that, and how could you do so, Pyotr Petrovitch? The liability is serious and the laws very distinct on the subject. I tell him, well, we'll have a talk about that, of course, but come, you'll take a little something after your drive. He agreed to take something, but he said, "Justice has claims, Pyotr Petrovitch. Think for yourself." "Justice, to be sure," said I, "of course, but I have heard say you've a little black horse. Would you be willing to exchange it for my Lampurdos? But there is no girl called Matrona Fedorovna in my keeping." "Come," says he, "Pyotr Petrovitch, the girl's with you. We're not living in Switzerland, you know. Though my little horse might be exchanged for Lampurdos, I might, to be sure, accept it in that way." However, I managed to get rid of him somehow that time, but the old lady made a greater fuss than ever. 10,000 roubles, she said, she wouldn't grudge over the business. You see, when she saw me, she suddenly took an idea into her head to marry me to her young lady companion in green. That I found out later. That was why she was so spiteful. What ideas won't these great ladies take into their heads? It comes through being dull, I suppose. Things went badly with me. I didn't spare money, and I kept Matrona in hiding. No, they harassed me and turned me this way and that. I got into debt. I lost my health. So one night, as I lay in my bed thinking, "My God, why should I suffer so? What am I to do, since I can't get over loving her? There I can't, and that's all about it." Into the room walked Matrona. I had hidden her from the time at a farmhouse 1.5 miles from my house. I was frightened. What? Have they discovered you even there? No, Pyotr Petrovitch, said she. No one disturbs me at Bubnova. But will that last long? My heart, she says, is torn, Pyotr Petrovitch. I'm sorry for you, my dear one. Never shall I forget your goodness, Pyotr Petrovitch, but now I've come to say good-bye to you. What do you mean? What do you mean, you mad girl? Good-bye? How good-bye? Yes, I'm going to give myself up. But I'll lock you up in a garret, mad girl. Do you mean to destroy me? Do you want to kill me or what? The girl was silent. She looked on the floor. Come, speak, speak. I can't bear to cause you any more trouble, Pyotr Petrovitch. Well, one might talk to her as one pleased. But do you know, little fool, do you know, mad? And Pyotr Petrovitch sobbed bitterly. Well, what do you think? He went on, striking the table with his fist and trying to frown, while the tears still coursed down his flushed cheeks. The girl gave herself up. She went and gave herself up. The horses are ready, the overseer cried triumphantly, entering the room. We both stood up. What became of Matryona? I asked. KARATAEV waved his hand. A year after my meeting with KARATAEV, I happened to go to Moscow. One day before dinner, for some reason or other, I went into a cafe on the Охотника Row, an original Moscow cafe. In the billiard room, across clouds of smoke, I caught glimpses of flushed faces, whiskers, old-fashioned Hungarian coats, and newfangled Slavonic costumes. Thin little old men in sober suits were reading the Russian newspapers. The waiters flitted airily about, with trays treading softly on the green carpets. Merchants, with painful concentration, were drinking tea. Suddenly a man came out of the billiard room, rather dishevelled and not quite steady on his legs. He put his hands in his pockets, bent his head, and looked aimlessly about. "Ba, ba, ba! Pyotr Petrovitch, how are you?" Pyotr Petrovitch almost fell on my neck, and slightly staggering drew me into a small private room. "Come here," he said, carefully seating me in an easy chair. "Here you will be comfortable. Waiter, beer? No, I mean champagne. There, I'll confess, I didn't expect. Have you been here long? Are you staying much longer? Well, God has brought us, as they say, together." "Yes, do you remember?" "To be sure I remember, he interrupted me hurriedly. "It's a thing of the past." "Well, what are you doing here, my dear Pyotr Petrovitch?" "I'm living, as you can see. Life's first rate here. They're a merry lot here. Here I've found peace." And he sighed and raised his eyes towards heaven. "Are you in the service?" "No, I'm not in the service yet, but I think I shall enter. But what's the service? People are the chief thing. What people I have got to know here!" A boy came in with a bottle of champagne on a black tray. "There, and this is a good fellow. Isn't that true, Vasya, that you're a good fellow? To your health." The boy stood a minute, shook his head, decorously smiled, and went out. "Yes, there are capital people here," pursued Pyotr Petrovitch. "People of soul, of feeling. Would you like me to introduce you? Such jolly chaps. They'll all be glad to know you. I say, Bobrov is dead. That's a sad thing." "What Bobrov?" "Sergei Bobrov. He was a capital fellow. He took me under his wing as an ignoramus from the wilds. And Panteley Gornostayev is dead. All dead. All." "Have you been living all the time in Moscow? You haven't been away to the country?" "To the country? My country place is sold." "Sold?" "By auction. There, What a pity you didn't buy it." "What are you going to live on, Pyotr Petrovitch?" "I shan't die of hunger. God will provide when I've no money. I shall have friends. And what is money? Dust and ashes. Gold is dust." He shut his eyes, felt in his pocket, and held out to me in the palm of his hand 2 sixpences and a penny. "What's that? Isn't it dust and ashes?" And the money flew on the floor. "But you had better tell me, have you read Polizhayev?" "Yes." "Have you seen Mochalov in Hamlet?" "No, I haven't." "You've not seen him, not seen him!" And KARATAEV's face turned pale. His eyes strayed uneasily. He turned away. A faint spasm passed over his lips. "Ah, Mochalov, Mochalov!"
"To die, to sleep," he said in a thick voice. "No more, and by a sleep we say we end the heartache and 1,000 natural shocks that flesh is heir to. 'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished, to die, to sleep, to sleep, to sleep," he muttered several times. "Tell me, please," I began, but he went on with fire. "Who would bear the whips and scorns of time, the oppressor's wrong, the proud man's contumely, the insolence of office and the spurns that patient merit of the unworthy takes, when he himself might his quietus make, with a bare bodkin nymph in thy orisons, be all my sins remembered." And he dropped his head on the table. He began stammering and talking at random. "Within a month," he delivered with fresh fire, "a little month or ere those shoes were old, with which she followed my poor father's body, like Niobe, all tears, why she, even she, O God, a beast that wants discourse of reason, would have mourned longer." He raised a glass of champagne to his lips, but did not drink off the wine, and went on, "For Hecuba, what's Hecuba to him, or he to Hecuba, that he should weep for her? But I'm a dull and muddy meddled rascal, who calls me coward, gives me the lie in the throat. Why I should take it, for it cannot be, but I am pigeon-livered and lack gall to make oppression bitter." KARATAEV put down the glass and grabbed at his head. I fancied I understood him. "Well, well," he said at last, "one must not rake up the past. Isn't that so?" And he laughed. "To your health." "Shall you stay in Moscow?" I asked him. "I shall die in Moscow." "KARATAEV!" called a voice in the next room. "KARATAEV, where are you? Come here, my dear fellow." "They are calling me," he said, getting up heavily from his seat. "Goodbye. Come and see me if you can. I live in—" But next day, through unforeseen circumstances, I was obliged to leave Moscow, and I never saw Pyotr Petrovitch KARATAEV again. End of Pyotr Petrovitch KARATAEV. Chapter 19 of A Sportsman's Sketches. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tovarisch. A Sportsman's Sketches by Ivan Turgenev, translated by Constance GARNETT. The Tryst. I was sitting in a birchwood in autumn, about the middle of September. From early morning a fine rain had been falling, with intervals from time to time of warm sunshine. The weather was unsettled.
The sky was at one time overcast with soft white clouds, at another it suddenly cleared in parts for an instant, and then behind the parting clouds could be seen a blue bright and tender as a beautiful eye. I sat looking about and listening. The leaves faintly rustled over my head. From the sound of them alone one could tell what time of year it was. It was not the gay laughing tremor of the spring, not the subdued whispering, the prolonged gossip of the summer, nor the chill and timid faltering of late autumn, but a scarcely audible, drowsy chatter. A slight breeze was faintly humming in the tree-tops. Wet with the rain, the copse in its inmost recesses was forever changing as the sun shone or hid behind a cloud. At one moment it was all a radiance, as though suddenly everything were smiling in it. The slender stems of the thinly growing birch trees took all at once the soft luster of white silk. The tiny leaves lying on the earth were on a sudden flecked and flaring with purplish gold, and the graceful stalks of the high curly bracken, decked already in their autumn color, the hue of an overripe grape, seemed interlacing in endless tangling criss-cross before one's eyes. Then suddenly again everything around was faintly bluish, the glaring tints died away instantaneously, the birch trees stood all white and lusterless, white as fresh fallen snow, before the cold rays of the winter sun have caressed it, and slyly, stealthily there began drizzling and whispering through the wood the finest rain. The leaves on the birches were still almost all green, though perceptibly paler. Only here and there stood one young leaf, all red or golden, and it was a sight to see how it flamed in the sunshine when the sunbeam suddenly pierced with tangled flecks of light through the thick network of delicate twigs freshly washed by the sparkling rain. Not one bird could be heard. All were in hiding and silent, except that at times there rang out the metallic bell-like sound of the jeering tomtit. Before halting in this birch copse, I had been through a wood of tall aspen trees with my dog. I confess I have no great liking for that tree, the aspen, with its pale lilac trunk and the grayish-green metallic leaves, which it flings high as it can and unfolds in a quivering fan in the air. I do not care for the eternal shaking of its round, slovenly leaves, awkwardly hooked on to long stalks. It is only fine on some summer evenings, when, rising singly above low undergrowth, it faces the reddening beams of the setting sun and shines and quivers, bathed from root to top in one unbroken yellow glow, or when on a clear windy day it is all rippling, rustling, and whispering to the blue sky, and every leaf is, as it were, taken by a longing to break away, to fly off and soar into the distance. But, as a rule, I don't care for the tree, and so, not stopping to rest in the aspen wood, I made my way to the birch copse, nestled down under one tree whose branches started low down near the ground, and were consequently capable of shielding me from the rain, and after admiring the surrounding view a little, I fell into that sweet, untroubled sleep only known to sportsmen. I cannot say how long I was asleep, but when I opened my eyes, all depths of the wood were filled with sunlight, and in all directions across the joyously rustling leaves there were glimpses and, as it were, flashes of intense blue sky. The clouds had vanished, driven away by the blustering wind. The weather had changed to fair, and there was that feeling of peculiar dry freshness in the air which fills the heart with a sense of boldness, and is almost always a sure sign of a still bright evening after a rainy day. I was just about to get up and try my luck again, when suddenly my eyes fell on a motionless human figure. I looked attentively. It was a young peasant girl. She was sitting 20 paces off, her head bent in thought, and her hands lying in her lap. One of them, half open, held a big nosegay of wild flowers, which softly stirred on her checked petticoat with every breath. Her clean white smock, buttoned up at the throat and wrists, lay in short soft folds about her figure. 2 rows of big yellow beads fell from her neck to her bosom. She was very pretty. Her thick fair hair, of a lovely almost ashen hue, was parted into 2 carefully combed semicircles under the narrow crimson fillet, which was brought down almost onto her forehead, white as ivory. The rest of her face was faintly tanned, that golden hue which is only taken by a delicate skin. I could not see her eyes. She did not raise them. But I saw her delicate high eyebrows, her long lashes. They were wet, and on one of her cheeks there shone in the sun the traces of quickly drying tears, reaching right down to her rather pale lips. Her little head was very charming altogether. Even her rather thick and snub nose did not spoil her. I was especially taken with the expression of her face. It was so simple and gentle, so sad, and so full of childish wonder at its own sadness. She was obviously waiting for someone. Something made a faint crackling in the wood. She raised her head at once and looked round. In the transparent shade I caught a rapid glimpse of her eyes, large, clear, and timorous like a fawn's. For a few instants she listened, not moving her wide-open eyes from the spot whence the faint sound had come. She sighed, turned her head slowly, bent still lower, and began sorting her flowers. Her eyelids turned red, her lips twitched faintly, and a fresh tear rolled from under her thick eyelashes and stood brightly shining on her cheek. Rather a long while passed thus. The poor girl did not stir, except for a despairing movement of her hands now and then, and she kept listening, listening. Again there was a crackling sound in the wood. She started. The sound did not cease, grew more distinct, and came closer. At last one could hear quick, resolute footsteps. She drew herself up, and seeming frightened, her intent gaze was all a-quiver, all aglow with expectation. Through the thicket quickly appeared the figure of a man. She gazed at it, suddenly flushed, gave a radiant, blissful smile, tried to rise, and sank back again at once, turned white and confused, and only raised her quivering, almost supplicating eyes to the man approaching, when the latter stood still beside her. I looked at him with curiosity from my ambush. I confess he did not make an agreeable impression on me. He was, to judge by external signs, the pampered valet of some rich young gentleman. His attire betrayed pretensions to style and fashionable carelessness. He wore a shortish coat of a bronze color, doubtless from his master's wardrobe, buttoned up to the top, a pink cravat with lilac ends, and a black velvet cap with a gold ribbon pulled forward right onto his eyebrows. The round collar of his white shirt mercilessly propped up his ears and cut his cheeks, and his starched cuffs hid his whole hand to the red crooked fingers, adorned by gold and silver rings with turquoise forget-me-nots. His red, fresh, impudent-looking face belonged to the order of faces which, as far as I have observed, are almost always repulsive to men, and unfortunately are very often attractive to women. He was obviously trying to give a scornful and bored expression to his coarse features. He was incessantly screwing up his milky gray eyes, small enough at all times. He scowled, dropped the corners of his mouth, affected to yawn, and with careless, though not perfectly natural nonchalance, pushed back his modishly curled red locks, or pinched the yellow hairs sprouting on his thick upper lip. In fact, he gave himself insufferable airs. He began his antics directly he caught sight of the young peasant girl waiting for him. Slowly, with a swaggering step, he went up to her, stood a moment shrugging his shoulders,
stuffed both hands in his coat pockets, and barely vouchsafing the poor girl a cursory and indifferent glance, he dropped on to the ground. "Well," he began, still gazing away, swinging his leg and yawning, "have you been here long?" The girl could not at once answer. "Yes, a long while, Viktor Alexandrovich," she said at last, in a voice hardly audible. "Ah." He took off his cap, majestically passed his hand over his thick, stiffly curled hair, which grew almost down to his eyebrows, and looking round him with dignity, he carelessly covered his precious head again. "And I quite forgot all about it. Besides, it rained." He yawned again. "Lots to do, there's no looking after everything, and he's always scolding. We set off tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" uttered the young girl, and she fastened her startled eyes upon him. "Yes, tomorrow. Come, please," he added in a tone of vexation, seeing she was shaking all over and softly bending her head. "Please, Akulina, don't cry. You know I can't stand that." And he wrinkled up his snub nose. "Else I'll go away at once. What silliness! Snivelling!" "There, I won't, cried Akulina, hurriedly gulping down her tears with an effort. "You are starting tomorrow," she added after a brief silence. "When will God grant that we see each other again, Viktor Alexandrovich?" "We shall see each other, if not next year, then later. The master wants to enter the service in Petersburg, I fancy." He went on pronouncing his words with careless condescension through his nose. "And perhaps we shall go abroad too." "You will forget me, Viktor Alexandrovich," said Akulina mournfully. "No, why so? I won't forget you. Only you be sensible, don't be a fool, obey your father, and I won't forget you, no." And he placidly stretched and yawned again. "Don't forget me, Viktor Alexandrovich," she went on in a supplicating voice. "I think none could love you as I do. I have given you everything. You tell me to obey my father, Viktor Alexandrovich, but how can I obey my father?" "Why not?" He uttered these words as it were from his stomach, lying on his back with his hands behind his head. "But how can I, Viktor Alexandrovich? You know yourself." She broke off. Viktor played with his steel watch chain. "You're not a fool, Akulina," he said at last, "so don't talk nonsense. I desire your good. Do you understand me? To be sure, you're not a fool, not altogether a mere rustic, so to say, and your mother, too, wasn't always a peasant. Still, you've no education, so you ought to do what you're told." "But it's fearful, Viktor Alexandrovich." "Ah, what nonsense, my dear! A queer thing to be afraid of. What have you got there?" he added, moving closer to her. "Flowers?"
"Yes," Akulina responded dejectedly. "That's some wild tansy I picked," she went on, brightening up a little. "It's good for calves. And this is a bud marigold, against the king's evil. Look, what an exquisite flower! I've never seen such a lovely flower before. These are forget-me-nots, and that's mother darling. And these I picked for you," she added, taking from under a yellow tansy a small bunch of blue cornflowers tied up with a thin blade of grass. "Do you like them?" Viktor languidly held out his hand, took the flowers, carelessly sniffed at them, and began twirling them in his fingers, looking upwards. Akulina watched him. In her mournful eyes there was such tender devotion, adoring submission, and love. She was afraid of him and did not dare to cry, and was saying good-bye to him and admiring him for the last time, while he lay lolling like a sultan, and with magnanimous patience and condescension put up with her adoration.
I must own I glared indignantly at his red face, on which, under the affectation of scornful indifference, one could discern vanity soothed and satisfied. Akulina was so sweet at that instant. Her whole soul was confidingly and passionately laid bare before him, full of longing and caressing tenderness, while he dropped the cornflowers on the grass, pulled out of the side pocket of his coat a round eyeglass set in a brass rim, and began sticking it in his eye, but however much he tried to hold it with his frowning eyebrow, his pursed-up cheek and nose, the eyeglass kept tumbling out and falling into his hand. "What is it?" Akulina asked at last in wonder. "An eyeglass," he answered with dignity. "What for?"
"Why, to see better."
"Show me." Victor scowled, but gave her the glass. "Don't break it, look out." "No fear, I won't break it." She put it to her eye. "I see nothing," she said innocently. "But you must shut your eye," he retorted in the tones of a displeased teacher. She shut the eye before which she held the glass. "Not that one, you fool, the other!" cried Victor, and he took away his eyeglass without allowing her to correct her mistake. Akulina flushed a little, gave a faint laugh, and turned away. "It's clear it's not for the likes of us," she said. "I should think not, indeed." The poor girl was silent and gave a deep sigh. "Ah, Victor Alexandrovich, what it will be like for me to be without you," she said suddenly. Victor rubbed the glass on the lapel of his coat and put it back in his pocket.
Yes, yes," he said at last. "At first it will be hard for you, certainly."
He patted her condescendingly on the shoulder. She softly took his hand from her shoulder and timidly kissed it.
There, you're a good girl, certainly," he went on with a complacent smile. "But what's to be done? You can see for yourself. Me and the master could never stay on here. It will soon be winter now, and winter in the country, you know yourself, is simply disgusting. It's quite another thing in Petersburg. There are simply such wonders as a city girl like you could never fancy in your dreams. Such horses and streets and society and civilization. Simply marvelous."
Akulina listened with devouring attention, her lips slightly parted, like a child.
"But what's the use," he added, turning over on the ground, "of my telling you all this? Of course you can't understand it."
"Why so, Victor Alexandrovich? I understand. I understood everything."
"My eye, what a girl it is!"
Akulina looked down. "You used not to talk to me like that once, Victor Alexandrovich," she said, not lifting her eyes.
"Once? Once? My goodness!"
he remarked, as though in indignation. They both were silent.
"It's time I was going,"
said Victor, and he was already rising on to his elbow. "Wait a little longer," Akulina besought him in a supplicating voice.
"What for? Why, I've said goodbye to you."
"Wait a little," repeated Akulina. Victor lay down again and began whistling. Akulina never took her eyes off him. I could see that she was gradually being overcome by emotion. Her lips twitched, her pale cheeks faintly glowed. "Victor Alexandrovich," she began at last in a broken voice, "it's too bad of you. It's too bad of you, Victor Alexandrovich, indeed it is."
"What's too bad?"
he asked, frowning, and he slightly raised his head and turned it towards her. "It's too bad, Victor Alexandrovich. You might at least say one kind word to me at parting. You might have said one little word to me, a poor luckless forlorn."
"But what am I to say to you?"
"I don't know. You know that best, Victor Alexandrovich. Here you are going away, and one little word. What have I done to deserve it?"
"You're such a queer creature. What can I do?"
"One word at least." "There, she keeps on at the same thing," he commented with annoyance, and he got up. "Don't be angry, Victor Alexandrovich," she added hurriedly, with difficulty suppressing her tears. "I'm not angry, only you're silly. What do you want? You know I can't marry you, can I? I can't, can I? What is it you want then, eh?" He thrust his face forward as though expecting an answer, and spread his fingers out. "I want nothing, nothing," she answered falteringly, and she ventured to hold out her trembling hands to him, "but only a word at parting." And her tears fell in a torrent. "There, that means she's gone off into crying," said Victor coolly, pushing down his cap onto his eyes. "I want nothing," she went on, sobbing and covering her face with her hands. "But what is there before me and my family? What is there before me? What will happen to me? What will become of me, poor wretch? They will marry me to a hateful, poor forsaken, poor me." Sing away, muttered Victor in an undertone, fidgeting with impatience as he stood. "And he might say one word. He might say, 'Aquilina, I—'" Sudden heart-breaking sobs prevented her from finishing. She lay with her face in the grass, and bitterly she wept. Her whole body shook convulsively, her neck fairly heaved, her long-suppressed grief broke out in a torrent at last. Victor stood over her, stood a moment, shrugged his shoulders, turned away, and strode off. A few instants passed. She grew calmer, raised her head, jumped up, looked round, and wrung her hands. She tried to run after him, but her legs gave way under her. She fell on her knees. I could not refrain from rushing up to her, but almost before she had time to look at me, making a superhuman effort, she got up with a faint shriek and vanished behind the trees, leaving her flowers scattered on the ground. I stood a minute, picked up the bunch of cornflowers, and went out of the wood into the open country. The sun had sunk low in the pale clear sky. Its rays, too, seemed to have grown pale and chill. They did not shine, they were diffused in an unbroken watery light. It was within half an hour of sunset, but there was scarcely any of the glow of evening. A gusty wind scurried to meet me across the yellow parched stubble. Little curled-up leaves, scudding hurriedly before it, flew by across the road, along the edge of the copse. The side of the copse facing the fields like a wall was all shaking and lighted up by tiny gleams, distinct but not glowing. On the reddish plants, the blades of grass, the straws on all sides were sparkling and stirring innumerable threads of autumn spiderwebs. I stopped. I felt sad at heart. Under the bright but chill smile of fading nature, the dismal dread of coming winter seemed to steal upon me. High overhead flew a cautious crow, heavily and sharply cleaving the air with his wings. He turned his head, looked sideways at me, flapped his wings, and, cawing abruptly, vanished behind the wood. A great flock of pigeons flew up playfully from a threshing floor, and suddenly, eddying round in a column, scattered busily about the country. Sure sign of autumn. Someone came driving over the bare hillside, his empty cart rattling loudly. I turned homewards. But it was long before the figure of poor Aquilina faded out of my mind, and her cornflowers, long since withered, are still in my keeping. End of the TRYST. Chapter 20 of A Sportsman's Sketches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tovarisch. A Sportsman's Sketches by Ivan Turgenev.
translated by Constance Garnett. The Hamlet of the TCHIGRI district. On one of my excursions I received an invitation to dine at the house of a rich landowner and sportsman, Alexander Mikhailich G. His property was 4 miles from the small village where I was staying at the time. I put on a frock coat, an article without which I advise no one to travel even on a hunting expedition, and betook myself to Alexander Mikhailich's. The dinner was fixed for 6 o'clock. I arrived at 5 and found already a great number of gentlemen in uniforms, in civilian dress, and other nondescript garments. My host met me cordially, but soon hurried away to the butler's pantry. He was expecting a great dignitary, and was in a state of agitation not quite in keeping with his independent position in society and his wealth. Alexander Mikhailich had never married, and did not care for women. His house was the center of a bachelor society. He lived in grand style. He had enlarged and sumptuously redecorated his ancestral mansion, spent 15,000 rubles on wine from Moscow every year, and enjoyed the highest public consideration. Alexander Mikhailich had retired from the service ages ago, and had no ambition to gain official honors of any kind. What could have induced him to go out of his way to procure a guest of high official position, and to be in a state of excitement from early morning on the day of the grand dinner? That remains buried in the obscurity of the unknown, as a friend of mine, an attorney, is in the habit of saying when he is asked whether he takes bribes when kindly disposed persons offer them. On parting from my host, I began walking through the rooms. Almost all the guests were utterly unknown to me. About 20 persons were already seated at the card tables. Among these devotees of preference were 2 warriors with aristocratic but rather battered countenances, a few civilian officials with tight high cravats and drooping dyed moustaches, such as are only to be found in persons of resolute character and strict conservative opinions. These conservative persons picked up their cards with dignity, and without turning their heads, glared sideways at everyone who approached. And 5 or 6 local petty officials, with fair round bellies, fat, moist little hands, and staid, immovable little legs. These worthies spoke in a subdued voice, smiled benignly in all directions, held their cards close up to their very short fronts, and when they trumped did not flap their cards on the table, but, on the contrary, shed them with an undulatory motion on the green cloth, and packed their tricks together with a slight, unassuming, and decorous swish. The rest of the company were sitting on sofas, or hanging in groups about the doors or at the windows. One gentleman, no longer young, though of feminine appearance, stood in a corner, fidgeting, blushing, and twisting the seal of his watch over his stomach in his embarrassment, though no one was paying any attention to him. Some others in swallow-tail coats and checked trousers, the handiwork of the tailor and perpetual master of the tailor corporation, Firs Kluhin, were talking together with extraordinary ease and liveliness, turning their bald, greasy heads from side to side unconstrainedly as they talked. A young man of 20, short-sighted and fair-haired, dressed from head to foot in black, obviously shy, smiled sarcastically. I was beginning, however, to feel bored, when suddenly I was joined by a young man, one Voynitsin by name, a student without a degree, who resided in the house of Alexander Mikhailich in the capacity of, it would be hard to say precisely of what. He was a first-rate shot and could train dogs. I had known him before in Moscow. He was one of those young men who at every examination played a dumb show. That is to say, did not answer a single word to the professor's questions. Such persons were also designated the bearded students. You will gather that this was in long past days. This was how it used to be. They would call Voynitsin, for example. Voynitsin, who had sat upright and motionless in his place, bathed in a hot perspiration from head to foot, slowly and aimlessly looked about him, got up hurriedly, buttoned up his undergraduate's uniform, and edged up to the examiner's table. "Take a paper, please," the professor would say to him pleasantly. Voynitsin would stretch out his hand and with trembling fingers fumble at the pile of papers. "No selecting, if you please," observed in a jarring voice an assistant examiner, an irritable old gentleman, a professor in some other faculty, conceiving a sudden hatred for the unlucky bearded one. Voynitsin resigned himself to his fate, took a paper, showed the number on it, and went and sat down by the window while his predecessor was answering his question. At the window Voynitsin never took his eyes off his paper, except that at times he looked slowly round as before, though he did not move a muscle. But his predecessor would finish at last and would be dismissed with "Good, you can go," or even "Good indeed, very good," according to his abilities. Then they call Voynitsin. Voynitsin gets up and with resolute step approaches the table. "Read your question," they tell him. Voynitsin raises the paper in both hands up to his very nose, slowly reads it and slowly drops his hands. "Well, now, your answer, please," the same professor remarks languidly, throwing himself backwards and crossing his arms over his breast. There reigns the silence of the tomb. "Why are you silent?" Voynitsin is mute. The assistant examiner begins to be restive. "Well, say something." Voynitsin is as still as if he were dead. All his companions gaze inquisitively at the back of his thick, close-cropped, motionless head. The assistant examiner's eyes are almost starting out of his head. He positively hates Voynitsin. "Well, this is strange, really," observes the other examiner. "Why do you stand as if you were dumb? Come, don't you know it? If so, say so." "Let me take another question," the luckless youth articulates thickly. The professors look at one another. "Well, take one," the head examiner answers with a wave of the hand. Voynitsin again takes a paper, again goes to the window, again returns to the table, and again is silent as the grave. The assistant examiner is capable of devouring him alive. At last they send him away and mark him a naught. You would think, now at least he will go. Not a bit of it. He goes back to his place, sits just as immovably to the end of the examination, and as he goes out exclaims, "I've been on the rack! What ill luck!" And the whole of that day he wanders about Moscow, clutching every now and then at his head and bitterly cursing his luckless fate. He never, of course, touched a book, and the next day the same story was repeated. So this was the Voynitsin who joined me. We talked about Moscow, about sport. "Would you like me," he whispered to me suddenly, "to introduce you to the first wit of these parts?" "If you will be so kind." Voynitsin led me up to a little man with a high tuft of hair on his forehead and moustaches, in a cinnamon-colored frock-coat and striped cravat. His yellow mobile features were certainly full of cleverness and sarcasm. His lips were perpetually curved in a flitting ironical smile, little black eyes, screwed up with an impudent expression, looked out from under uneven lashes. Beside him stood a country gentleman, broad, soft, and sweet, a veritable sugar and honey mixture, with one eye. He laughed in anticipation at the witticisms of the little man, and seemed positively melting with delight. Voynitsin presented me to the wit, whose name was Pyotr Petrovitch Lupikhin. We were introduced and exchanged the preliminary civilities. "Allow me to present to you my best friend," said Lupikhin suddenly in a strident voice, seizing the sugary gentleman by the arm. "Come, don't resist, Kirill Selifanich," he added. "We're not going to bite you. I commend him to you," he went on, while the embarrassed Kirill Selifanich bowed with about as much grace as if he were undergoing a surgical operation. "He is a most superior gentleman. He enjoyed excellent health up to the age of 50, then suddenly conceived the idea of doctoring his eyes, in consequence of which he has lost one. Since then he doctors his peasants with similar success. They, to be sure, repay with similar devotion." "What a fellow it is!" muttered Kirill Selifanich, and he laughed. "Speak out, my friend, eh? Speak out," Lupikhin rejoined. "Why, they may elect you a judge. I shouldn't wonder. And they will, too, you see. Well, to be sure, the secretaries will do the thinking for you, we may assume. But you know you'll have to be able to speak anyhow, even if only to express the ideas of others. Suppose the governor comes and asks, 'Why is it the judge stammers?' And they'd say, 'Let's assume it's a paralytic stroke.' 'Then bleed him,' he'd say, 'and it would be highly indecorous in your position, you'll admit.'" The sugary gentleman was positively rolling with mirth. "You see he laughs," Lupikhin pursued with a malignant glance at Kirill Selifanich's heaving stomach. "And why shouldn't he laugh?" he added, turning to me. "He has enough to eat, good health, and no children. His peasants aren't mortgaged, to be sure he doctors them, and his wife is cracked." Kirill Selifanich turned a little away as though he were not listening, but he still continued to chuckle. "I laugh too, while my wife has eloped with a land surveyor," he grinned. "Didn't you know that? What? Why, one fine day she ran away with him and left me a letter. 'Dear Pyotr Petrovitch,' she said, 'forgive me, carried away by passion I am living with a friend of my heart.' And the land surveyor only took her fancy through not cutting his nails and wearing tight trousers. You surprised at that? 'Why, this,' she said, 'is a man with no dissimulation about him. But mercy on us, rustic fellows like us speak the truth too plainly. But let us move away a bit. It's not for us to stand beside a future judge.' He took me by the arm, and we moved away to a window. "I've the reputation of a wit here," he said to me in the course of conversation. "You need not believe that. I'm simply an embittered man, and I do my railing aloud. That's how it is I am so free and easy in my speech. And why should I mince matters, if you come to that? I don't care a straw for anyone's opinion, and I've nothing to gain. I'm spiteful. What of that? A spiteful man at least needs no wit. And however enlightening it may be, you won't believe it. I say, look at our host. There! What is he running to and fro like that for? Upon my word, he keeps looking at his watch, smiling, perspiring, putting on a solemn face, keeping us all starving for our dinner. Such a prodigy, a real court grandee. Look, he's running again, bounding positively, look." And Lupichin laughed shrilly. "The only pity is there are no ladies," he resumed with a deep sigh. "It's a bachelor party. Else that's when your humble servant gets on. Look," he cried suddenly, "Prince Kozelski's come. That tall man there with a beard in yellow gloves? You can see at once he's been abroad. And he always arrives as late. He's as heavy, I tell you, by himself as a pair of merchants' horses, and you should see how condescendingly he talks with your humble servant, how graciously he deigns to smile at the civilities of our starving mothers and daughters. And he sometimes sets up for a wit, but he is only here for a little time. And oh, his witticisms! It's for all the world like hacking at a ship's cable with a blunt knife. He can't bear me. I'm going to bow to him." And Lupichin ran off to meet the prince. "And here comes my special enemy," he observed, turning all at once to me. "Do you see that fat man with the brown face and the bristles on his head over there, that's got his cap clutched in his hand and is creeping along by the wall and glaring in all directions like a wolf? I sold him for 400 roubles a horse worth 1,000. And that stupid animal has a perfect right now to despise me, though all the while he is so destitute of all faculty of imagination, especially in the morning before his tea or after dinner, that if you say 'good morning' to him, he'll answer 'is it?'" "And here comes the general," pursued Lupichin, "the civilian general, a retired, destitute general. He has a daughter of beetroot sugar and a manufactory with a scrofula. Beg pardon, I've got it wrong. But there, you understand. And the architect's turned up here, a German, and wears moustaches, and does not understand his business, a natural phenomenon. Though what need for him to understand his business, so long as he takes bribes and sticks in pillars everywhere to suit the tastes of our pillars of society." Lupichin chuckled again. But suddenly a wave of excitement passed over the whole house. The grandee had arrived. The host positively rushed into the hall. After him ran a few devoted members of the household and eager guests. The noisy talk was transformed into a subdued, pleasant chat, like the buzzing of bees in spring within their hives. Only the turbulent wasp, Lupichin, and the splendid drone, Kozelski, did not subdue their voices. And behold, at last the queen, the great dignitary, entered. Hearts bounded to meet him, sitting bodies rose. Even the gentleman who had bought a horse from Lupichin poked his chin into his chest. The great personage kept up his dignity in an inimitable manner. Throwing his head back, as though he were bowing, he uttered a few words of approbation, of which each was prefaced by the syllable drawled through his nose. With a sort of devouring indignation he looked at Prince Kozelski's democratic beard, and gave the destitute general with the factory and the daughter the forefinger of his right hand. After a few minutes, in the course of which the dignitary had had time to observe twice that he was very glad he was not late for dinner, the whole company trooped into the dining room, the swells first. There is no need to describe to the reader how they put the great man in the most important place between the civilian general and the marshal of the province. A man of an independent and dignified expression of face, in perfect keeping with his starched shirt front, his expanse of waistcoat, and his round snuff-box full of French snuff. how our host bustled about and ran up and down, fussing and pressing the guests to eat, smiling at the great man's back in passing, and hurriedly snatching a plate of soup or a bit of bread in a corner like a schoolboy, how the butler brought in a fish more than a yard long, with a nosegay in its mouth, how the surly-looking footman in livery sullenly plied every gentleman, now with Malaga, now dry Madeira, and now almost all the gentlemen, particularly the more elderly ones, drank off glass after glass, with an air of reluctantly resigning themselves to a sense of duty, and finally how they began popping champagne bottles and proposing toasts. All that is probably only too well known to the reader. But what struck me as especially noteworthy was the anecdote told us by the great man himself amid a general delighted silence. Someone, I fancy it was the destitute general, a man familiar with modern literature, referred to the influence of women in general, and especially on young men. "Yes, yes," chimed in the great man, "that's true, but young men ought to be kept in strict subjection, or else very likely they'll go out of their senses over every petticoat." A smile of childlike delight flitted over the faces of all the guests. Positive gratitude could be seen in one gentleman's eyes. "For young men are idiots." The great man, I suppose for sake of greater impressiveness, sometimes changed the accepted accentuation of words. "My son, Ivan, for instance," he went on, "the fool's only just 20, and all at once he comes to me and says, 'Let me be married, father.' I told him he was a fool, told him he must go into the service first. Well, there was despair, tears, but with me, no nonsense." The words "no nonsense" the great man seemed to enunciate more with his stomach than his lips. He paused and glanced majestically at his neighbor, the general, while he raised his eyebrows higher than anyone could have expected. The civilian general nodded agreeably a little on one side, and with extraordinary rapidity winked with the eye turned to the great man. "And what do you think?" the great man began again. "Now he writes to me himself, and thanks me for looking after him when he was a fool. So that's the way to act." All the guests, of course, were in complete agreement with the speaker, and seemed quite cheered up by the pleasure and instruction they derived from him. After dinner the whole party rose, and moved into the drawing-room with a great deal of noise, decorous, however, and as it were licensed for the occasion. They sat down to cards. I got through the evening somehow, and charging my coachman to have my carriage ready at 5 o'clock next morning, I went to my room. But I was destined in the course of that same day to make the acquaintance of a remarkable man. In consequence of the great number of guests staying in the house, no one had a bedroom to himself. In the small greenish damp room to which I was conducted by Alexander Mihalitch's butler, there was already another guest, quite undressed. On seeing me he quickly ducked under the bedclothes, covered himself up to the nose, turned a little on the soft feather bed, and lay quiet, keeping a sharp lookout from under the round frill of his cotton nightcap. I went up to the other bed, there were only two in the room, undressed, and lay down in the damp sheets. My neighbor turned over in bed. I wished him good night. Half an hour went by. In spite of all my efforts, I could not get to sleep. Aimless and vague thoughts kept persistently and monotonously dragging one after another on an endless chain like the buckets of a hydraulic machine. "You're not asleep, I fancy," observed my neighbor. "No, as you see," I answered.
And you're not sleepy either, are you?
I'm never sleepy.
How is that?
Oh, I go to sleep, I don't know what for. I lie in bed and lie in bed and so get to sleep.
Why do you go to bed before you feel sleepy?
Why, what would you have me do?
I made no answer to my neighbor's question.
I wonder, he went on after a brief silence, how it is there are no fleas here. Where should there be fleas if not here, one wonders?
You seem to regret them, I remarked.
No, I don't regret them, but I like everything to be consecutive.
Oh, thought I, what words he uses. My neighbor was silent again.
Would you like to make a bet with me? He said again rather loudly.
What about? I began to be amused by him.
What about? Why, about this. I'm certain you take me for a fool.
Really? I muttered, astounded.
For an ignoramus, for a rustic of the steppes. Confess.
I haven't the pleasure of knowing you, I responded. What can make you infer?
Why, the sound of your voice is enough. You answer me so carelessly, but I'm not at all what you suppose.
Allow me.
No, you allow me. In the first place, I speak French as well as you, and German even better. Secondly, I have spent 3 years abroad. In Berlin alone I lived 8 months. I've studied Hegel, honored sir. I know Goethe by heart. And to that I was a long while in love with a German professor's daughter, and was married at home to a consumptive lady, who was bold but a remarkable personality. So I'm a bird of your feather. I'm not a barbarian of the steppes, as you imagine. I too have been bitten by reflection, and there is nothing obvious about me. I raised my head and looked with redoubled attention at the queer fellow. By the dim light of the night lamp I could hardly distinguish his features. There, you're looking at me now, he went on, setting his nightcap straight. And probably you're asking yourself, how is it I didn't notice him today? I'll tell you why you didn't notice me. Because I didn't raise my voice. Because I get behind other people, hang about doorways, and talk to no one. Because when the butler passes me with a tray, he raises his elbow to the level of my shoulder. And how is it all that comes about? From 2 causes. First, I am poor. And secondly, I've grown humble. Tell the truth, you didn't notice me, did you?
Certainly, I've not had the pleasure.
There, he interrupted me. I knew that.
He raised himself and folded his arms. The long shadow of his cap was bent from the wall to the ceiling.
And confess now,
he added with a sudden sideway glance at me,
I must strike you as a queer fellow, an original, as they say, or possibly as something worse. Perhaps you think I affect to be original.
I must repeat again that I don't know you. He looked down an instant. Why have I begun talking so unexpectedly to you, a man utterly a stranger? The Lord only knows, he sighed.
Not through the natural affinity of our souls. Both you and I are respectable people, that's to say, egoists. Neither of us has the least concern with the other, isn't it so? But we are neither of us sleepy, so why not chat? I'm in the mood, and that's rare with me. I'm shy, do you see? And not shy because I am a provincial, of no rank and poor, but because I am a fearfully vain person. But at times, under favourable circumstances, occasions which I could not, however, particularize nor foresee, my shyness vanishes completely, as at this moment, for instance. At this moment you might set me face to face with a Grand Lama, and I'd ask him for a pinch of snuff. But perhaps you want to go to sleep?
Quite the contrary, I hastened to respond. It is a pleasure for me to talk to you.
That is, I amuse you, you mean to say. All the better. And so I tell you, they call me here an original. That's what they call me when my name is casually mentioned among other gossip. No one is much concerned about my fate. They think it wounds me. Oh, good Lord, if they only knew. It's just what's my ruin, that there is absolutely nothing original in me, nothing, except such freaks as, for instance, my conversation at this moment with you. But such freaks are not worth a brass farthing. That's the cheapest and lowest sort of originality. He turned facing me and waved his hands. "Honored sir," he cried, "I am of the opinion that life on earth's only worth living as a rule for original people. It's only they who have a right to live." "Mon verre n'est pas grand, mais je bois d'un bon verre," said someone. "Do you see," he added in an undertone, "how well I pronounce French? What is it to one if one's a capacious brain and understands everything and knows a lot and keeps pace with the age, if one's nothing of one's own, of oneself? One more storehouse for hackneyed commonplaces in the world. And what good does that do to anyone? No, better be stupid even, but in one's own way. One should have a flavor of one's own, one's individual flavor, that's the thing. And don't suppose that I'm very exacting as to that flavor. God forbid. There are no end of original people of the sort I mean. Look where you will. There's an original. Every alive man is an original. But I am not to be reckoned among them. And yet, he went on after a brief silence, in my youth, what expectations I aroused! What a high opinion I cherished of my own individuality before I went abroad, and even at first after my return. Well, abroad I kept my ears open, held aloof from everyone as befits a man like me, who is always seeing through things by himself, and at the end has not understood the ABC. An original! An original! He hurried on, shaking his head reproachfully. They call me an original. In reality it turns out that there is not a man in the world less original than your humble servant. I must have been born even in imitation of someone else. Oh dear, it seems I'm living too in imitation of the various authors studied by me. In the sweat of my brow I live. And I've studied, and fallen in love, and married, in fact, as it were, not through my own will, as it were fulfilling some sort of duty, or sort of fate. Who's to make it out? He tore the nightcap off his head and flung it on the bed. "Would you like me to tell you the story of my life?" he asked me in an abrupt voice. "Or rather a few incidents of my life?" "Please do me the favor." "Oh, no, I'd better tell you how I got married. You see, marriage is an important thing, the touchstone that tests the whole man. In it, as in a glass, is reflected... But that sounds too hackneyed. If you'll allow me, I'll take a pinch of snuff." He pulled a snuff box from under his pillow, opened it and began again waving the open snuff box about. "Put yourself, honored sir, in my place. Judge for yourself what... Now what... Tell me as a favor, what benefit could I receive from the encyclopedia of Hegel? What is there in common, tell me, between that encyclopedia and Russian life? And how would you advise me to apply it to our life, and not it, the encyclopedia only, but German philosophy in general? I will say more, science itself." He gave a bound on the bed and muttered to himself, gnashing his teeth angrily. "Ah, that's it, that's it. Then why did you go trailing off abroad? Why didn't you stay at home and study the life surrounding you on the spot? You might have found out its needs and its future, and have come to a clear comprehension of your vocation, so to say. But, upon my word," he went on, changing his tone again, as though timidly justifying himself, "where is one to study what no sage has yet inscribed in any book? I should have been glad indeed to take lessons of her, of Russian life, I mean, but she's dumb, the poor dear. You must take her as she is. But that's beyond my power. You must give me the inference. You must present me with a conclusion. Here you have a conclusion too. Listen to our wise men of Moscow. They're a set of nightingales worth listening to, aren't they? Yes, that's the pity of it, that they pipe away like Kursk nightingales instead of talking as the people talk. Well, I thought and thought. Science, to be sure, I thought, is everywhere the same, and truth is the same, so I was up and off in God's name to foreign parts, to the heathen. What would you have? I was infatuated with youth and conceit. I didn't want, you know, to get fat before my time, though they say it's healthy. Though, indeed, if nature doesn't put the flesh on your bones, you won't see much fat on your body. But I fancy," he added after a moment's thought, "I promised to tell you how I got married. Listen. First, I must tell you that my wife is no longer living. Secondly, I see I must give you some account of my youth, or else you won't be able to make anything out of it. But don't you want to go to sleep?" "No, I'm not sleepy." "That's good news. Hark! How vulgarly Mr. Cantagruhin is snoring in the next room. I was the son of parents of small property. I say parents because, according to tradition, I had once had a father as well as a mother. I don't remember him. He was a narrow-minded man, I've been told, with a big nose, freckles, and red hair. He used to take snuff on one side of his nose only. His portrait used to hang in my mother's bedroom, and very hideous he was in a red uniform with a black collar up to his ears. They used to take me to be whipped before him, and my mother used always on such occasions to point to him, saying, 'He would give it to you much more if he were here.' You can imagine what an encouraging effect that had on me. I had no brother nor sister. That's to say, speaking accurately, I had once had a brother knocking about with the English disease in his neck, but he soon died. And why ever, one wonders, should the English disease make its way to the SHTCHIGRI district of the province of Kursk? But that's neither here nor there. My mother undertook my education with all the vigorous zeal of a country lady of the steppes. She undertook it from the solemn day of my birth till the time when my 16th year had come. You are following my story? Yes, please go on. All right. Well, when I was 16, my mother promptly dismissed my teacher of French, a German, PETROVITCH, from the Greek settlement of Nezhin. She conducted me to Moscow, put down my name for the university, and gave up her soul to the Almighty, leaving me in the hands of my uncle, the attorney Kaltun Babur, one of a sort well known not only in the SHTCHIGRI district. My uncle, the attorney Kaltun Babur, plundered me to the last halfpenny, after the custom of guardians. But again, that's neither here nor there. I entered the university, I must do so much justice to my mother, rather well grounded. But my lack of originality was even then apparent. My childhood was in no way distinguished from the childhood of other boys. I grew up just as languidly and dully, much as if I were under a feather bed. Just as early I began repeating poetry by heart and moping under the pretence of a dreamy inclination. For what? Why, for the beautiful. And so on. In the university I went on in the same way. I promptly got into a circle. Times were different then, but you don't know perhaps what sort of thing a student's circle is. I remember Schiller said somewhere, Gefährlich ist, den Leu zu wecken, und schrecklich ist des Tigers Zahn, doch das Schrecklichste der Schrecken, das ist der Mensch in seinem Wahn. He didn't mean that, I can assure you. He meant to say, das ist ein Circle in der Stadt Moskau. But what do you find so awful in the circle? I asked. My neighbor snatched up his cap and pulled it down onto his nose. What do I find so awful? He shouted. Why this? The circle is the destruction of all independent development. The circle is a hideous substitute for society, woman, life. The circle... Oh, wait a bit. I'll tell you what a circle is. A circle is a slothful, dull living side by side in common, to which is attached a serious significance and a show of rational activity. The circle replaces conversation by debate, trains you in fruitless discussion, draws you away from solitary useful labor, develops in you the itch for authorship, deprives you in fact of all freshness and virgin vigor of soul. This circle, why, its vulgarity and boredom under the name of brotherhood and friendship, a concatenation of misunderstandings and cavillings under the pretense of openness and sympathy. In this circle, thanks to the right of every friend at all hours and seasons to poke his unwashed fingers into the very inmost soul of his comrade, no one has a single spot in his soul pure and undefiled. In the circle they fall down before the shallow, vain, smart talker and the premature wiseacre, and worship the rhymester with no poetic gift, but full of subtle ideas. In the circle young lads of 17 talk glibly and learnedly of women and of love, while in the presence of women they are dumb or talk to them like a book. And what do they talk about? The circle is the hotbed of glib fluency. In the circle they spy on one another like so many police officials. Oh, circle, thou'rt not a circle but an enchanted ring, which has been the ruin of many a decent fellow. Come, you're exaggerating, allow me to observe. I broke in. My neighbor looked at me in silence. Perhaps, God knows, perhaps. But you see, there's only one pleasure left your humble servant, and that's exaggeration. Well, that was the way I spent 4 years in Moscow. I can't tell you, my dear sir, how quickly, how fearfully quickly that time passed. It's positively painful and vexatious to remember. Some mornings one gets up and it's like sliding downhill on little sledges. Before one can look round, one's flown to the bottom, it's evening already, and already the sleepy servant is pulling on one's coat. One dresses and trails off to a friend and maybe smokes a pipe, drinks weak tea in glasses, and discusses German philosophy, love, the eternal sunshine of the spirit, and other far-fetched topics. But even there I met original, independent people. However, some men stultify themselves and warp themselves out of shape. Still nature asserts itself. I alone, poor wretch, moulded myself like soft wax, and my pitiful little nature never made the faintest resistance. Meantime, I had reached my 21st year. I came into possession of my inheritance, or more correctly speaking, that part of my inheritance which my guardian had thought fit to leave me, gave a freed house serf, Vasily Kudryashev, a warranty to superintend all my patrimony, and set off abroad to Berlin. I was abroad, as I have already had the pleasure of telling you, 3 years. Well, there too, abroad too, I remained the same unoriginal creature. In the first place, I need not say that of Europe, of European life, I really learned nothing. I listened to German professors and read German books on their birthplace. That was all the difference. I led a solitary life as any monk. I got on good terms with a retired lieutenant, weighed down like myself by a thirst for knowledge, but always dull of comprehension and not gifted with a flow of words. I made friends with slow-witted families from Penza and other agricultural provinces, hung about cafes, read the papers, in the evening went to the theatre. With the natives I associated very little. I talked to them with constraint and never had one of them to see me at my own place, except 2 or 3 intrusive fellows of Jewish extraction who were constantly running in upon me and borrowing money, thanks to Der Russe's gullibility. A strange freak of chance brought me at last to the house of one of my professors. It was like this. I came to him to enter my name for a course of lectures, and he, all of a sudden, invited me to an evening party at his house. This professor had 2 daughters of 27, such stumpy little things, God bless them, with such majestic noses, frizzed curls and pale blue eyes, and red hands with white nails. One was called Linhen, and the other Minhen. I began to go to the professor's. I ought to tell you that the professor was not exactly stupid, but seemed, as it were, dazed. In his professorial desk he spoke fairly consecutively, but at home he lisped, and always had his spectacles on his forehead. He was a very learned man, though. Well, suddenly it seemed to me that I was in love with Linhen. And for 6 whole months this impression remained. I talked to her, it's true, very little. It was more that I looked at her. But I used to read various touching passages aloud to her, to press her hand on the sly, and to dream beside her in the evenings, gazing persistently at the moon, or else simply up aloft. Besides, she made such delicious coffee. One asks oneself, what more could one desire? Only one thing troubled me. At the very moments of ineffable bliss, as it's called, I always had a sort of sinking in the pit of the stomach, and a cold shudder ran down my back. At last I could not stand such happiness and ran away. 2 whole years after that I was abroad. I went to Italy, stood before the Transfiguration in Rome, and before the Venus in Florence, and suddenly fell into exaggerated raptures, as though an attack of delirium had come upon me. In the evenings I wrote verses, began a diary. In fact, there too I behaved just like everyone else. And just mark how easy it is to be original. I take no interest, for instance, in painting and sculpture, but simply saying so aloud? No, it was impossible. I must needs take a cicerone and run to gaze at the frescoes. He looked down again and again, pulled off his nightcap. Well, I came back to my own country at last, he went on in a weary voice. I went to Moscow. In Moscow a marvelous transformation took place in me. Abroad I was mostly silent, but now suddenly I began to talk with unexpected smartness, and at the same time I began to conceive all sorts of ideas of myself. There were kindly disposed persons to be found, to whom I seemed all but a genius. Ladies listened sympathetically to my diatribes, but I was not able to keep on the summit of my glory. One fine morning a slander sprang up about me. Who had originated it I don't know. It must have been some old maid of the male sex. There are any number of such old maids in Moscow. It sprang up and began to throw off outshoots and tendrils like a strawberry plant. I was abashed,
tried to get out of it, to break through its clinging toils. That was no good. I went away. Well, in that too I showed that I was an absurd person. I ought to have calmly waited for the storm to blow over, just as one waits for the end of nettle rash, and the same kindly disposed persons would have opened their arms to me again, the same ladies would have smiled approvingly again at my remarks. But what's wrong is just that I'm not an original person. Conscientious scruples, please to observe, had been stirred up in me. I was somehow ashamed of talk without ceasing, nothing but talk. Yesterday in Arbat, today in Truba, tomorrow in Sivtsevo Vrashki, and all about the same thing. But if that is what people want of me, look at the really successful men in that line. They don't ask its use. On the contrary, it's all they need. Some will keep their tongues wagging 20 years together and always in one direction. That's what comes of self-confidence and conceit. I had that too, conceit indeed. Even now it's not altogether stifled. But what was wrong was that, I say again, I'm not an original person, I stopped midway. Nature ought to have given me far more conceit, or none at all. But at first I felt the change a very hard one. Moreover, my stay abroad, too, had utterly drained my resources, while I was not disposed to marry a merchant's daughter, young but flabby as a jelly, so I retired to my country place. I fancy, added my neighbor with another glance sideways at me, I may pass over in silence the first impressions of country life, references to the beauty of nature, the gentle charm of solitude, etc. You can indeed, I put in. All the more, he continued, as all that's nonsense, at least as far as I'm concerned. I was as bored in the country as a puppy locked up, though I will own that on my journey home, when I passed through the familiar birchwood in spring for the first time, my head was in a whirl, and my heart beat with a vague sweet expectation. But these vague expectations, as you're well aware, never come to pass. On the other hand, very different things do come to pass, which you don't at all expect, such as cattle disease, arrears, sales by auction, and so on and so on. I managed to make a shift from day to day with the aid of my agent, Yakov, who replaced the former superintendent and turned out in the course of time to be as great, if not a greater, robber. And over and above that poisoned my existence by the smell of his tarred boots. Suddenly one day I remembered a family I knew in the neighborhood, consisting of the widow of a retired colonel and her 2 daughters, ordered out my droshky and set off to see them. That day must always be a memorable one for me. 6 months later I was married to the retired colonel's 2nd daughter. The speaker dropped his head and lifted his hands to heaven. And now, he went on warmly, I couldn't bear to give you an unfavorable opinion of my late wife. Heaven forbid. She was the most generous, sweetest creature, a loving nature capable of any sacrifice, though I must between ourselves confess that if I had not had the misfortune to lose her, I should probably not be in a position to be talking to you today, since the beam is still there in my barn, to which I repeatedly made up my mind to hang myself. Some pears, he began again after a brief pause, need to lie in an underground cellar for a time, to come, as they say, to their real flavor. My wife, it seems, belonged to a similar order of nature's works. It's only now that I do her complete justice. It's only now, for instance, that memories of some evenings I spent with her before marriage no longer awaken the slightest bitterness, but move me almost to tears.
They were not rich people. Their house was very old-fashioned and built of wood, but comfortable. It stood on a hill between an overgrown courtyard and a garden run wild. At the bottom of the hill ran a river, which could just be seen through the thick leaves. A wide terrace led from the house to the garden. Before the terrace flaunted a long flower bed, covered with roses. At each end of the flower bed grew 2 acacias, which had been trained to grow into the shape of a screw by its late owner. A little farther, in the very midst of a thicket of neglected and overgrown raspberries, stood an arbor, smartly painted within, but so old and tumbled down outside that it was depressing to look at it. A glass door led from the terrace into the drawing room. In the drawing room, this was what met the eye of the inquisitive spectator. In the various corners, stoves of Dutch tiles, a squeaky piano to the right, piled with manuscript music, a sofa covered with faded blue material with a whitish pattern, a round table, 2 whatnots of china and glass, knickknacks of the Catherine period. On the wall the well-known picture of a flaxen-haired girl with a dove on her breast and eyes turned upwards. On the table a vase of fresh roses. You see how minutely I describe it? In that drawing-room on that terrace was rehearsed all the tragicomedy of my love. The colonel's wife herself was an ill-natured old dame whose voice was always hoarse with spite, a petty, snappish creature. Of the daughters, one, Vera, did not differ in any respect from the common run of young ladies of the provinces. The other, Sophia, I fell in love with. The 2 sisters had another little room too, their common bedroom, with 2 innocent little wooden bedsteads, yellowish albums, mignonette, portraits of friends sketched in pencil rather badly. Among them was one gentleman with an exceptionally vigorous expression of face and a still more vigorous signature, who had in his youth raised disproportionate expectations, but had come, like all of us, to nothing. With busts of Goethe and Schiller, German books, dried wreaths, and other objects kept as souvenirs. But that room I rarely and reluctantly entered. I felt stifled there somehow. And, too strange to say, I liked Sophia best of all when I was sitting with my back to her, or still more perhaps when I was thinking or dreaming about her in the evening on the terrace. At such times I used to gaze at the sunset, at the trees, at the tiny leaves already in darkness but standing out sharply against the rosy sky. In the drawing-room Sophia sat at the piano continually playing over and over again some favorite passionately pathetic phrase from Beethoven. The ill-natured old lady snored peacefully sitting on the sofa. In the dining-room, which was flooded by a glow of lurid light, Vera was bustling about getting tea. The samovar hissed merrily as though it were pleased at something. The cracknels snapped with a pleasant crispness, and the spoons tinkled against the cups. The canary, which trilled mercilessly all day, was suddenly still, and only chirruped from time to time, as though asking for something. From a light transparent cloud there fell a few passing drops of rain. And I would sit and sit, listen, listen, and look. My heart would expand, and again it seemed to me that I was in love. Well, under the influence of such an evening, I one day asked the old lady for her daughter's hand, and 2 months later I was married. It seemed to me that I loved her. By now, indeed, it's time I should know, but, by God, even now I don't know whether I loved Sophia. She was a sweet creature, clever, silent, and warm-hearted, but God only knows from what cause, whether from living too long in the country or for some other reason, there was at the bottom of her heart, if only there is a bottom to the heart, a secret wound, or, to put it better, a little open sore which nothing could heal, to which neither she nor I could give a name. Of the existence of this sore, of course, I only guessed after marriage. The struggles I had over it, nothing availed. When I was a child I had a little bird which had once been caught by the cat in its claws. It was saved and tended, but the poor bird never got right. It moped, it pined, it ceased to sing. It ended by a cat getting into its open cage one night and biting off its beak, after which it made up its mind at last to die. I don't know what cat had caught my wife in its claws, but she too moped and pined just like my unlucky bird. Sometimes she obviously made an effort to shake herself, to rejoice in the open air, in the sunshine and freedom. She would try and shrink up into herself again. And, she loved me. How many times has she assured me that she had nothing left to wish for? Oof, damn my soul! And the light was fading out of her eyes all the while. I wondered whether there hadn't been something in her past. I made investigations. There was nothing forthcoming. Well, you may form your own judgment. An original man would have shrugged his shoulders and heaved a sigh or two perhaps, and would have proceeded to live his own life. But I, not being an original creature, began to contemplate a beam and halter. My wife was so thoroughly permeated by all the habits of an old maid, Beethoven, evening walks, mignonette, corresponding with her friends, albums, etc., that she never could accustom herself to any other mode of life, especially to the life of the mistress of a house. And yet it seemed absurd for a married woman to be pining in vague melancholy and singing in the evening, "Waken her not at the dawn." Well, we were blissful after that fashion for 3 years. In the 4th, Sofia died in her first confinement, and, strange to say, I had felt, as it were, beforehand that she would not be capable of giving me a daughter or a son, of giving the earth a new inhabitant. I remember how they buried her. It was in the spring. Our parish church was small and old. The screen was blackened, the walls bare, the brick floor worn into hollows in parts. There was a big old-fashioned holy picture in each half of the choir. They brought in the coffin, placed it in the middle before the holy gates, covered it with a faded pall, set 3 candlesticks about it. The service commenced. A decrepit deacon with a little shock of hair behind, belted low down with a green kerchief, was mournfully mumbling before a reading desk. A priest, also an old man, with a kindly purblind face, with a lilac cassock with yellow flowers on it, served the mass for himself and the deacon. At all the open windows the fresh young leaves were stirring and whispering, and the smell of the grass rose from the churchyard outside. The red flame of the wax candles paled in the bright light of the spring day. The sparrows were twittering all over the church, and every now and then there came the ringing cry of a swallow flying in under the cupola. In the golden motes of the sunbeams the brown heads of the few peasants kept rising and dropping down again as they prayed earnestly for the dead. In a thin bluish stream the smoke issued from the holes of the censer. I looked at the dead face of my wife. My God, even death itself had not set her free, had not healed her wound. The same sickly, timid, dumb look, as though even in her coffin she were ill at ease. My heart was filled with bitterness. A sweet, sweet creature she was, and she did well for herself to die. The speaker's cheeks flushed, and his eyes grew dim. When at last, he began again, I emerged from the deep depression which overwhelmed me after my wife's death, I resolved to devote myself, as it is called, to work. I went into a government office in the capital of the province. But in the great apartments of the government institution my head ached and my eyesight too began to fail. Other incidental causes came in. I retired. I had thought of going on a visit to Moscow, but in the first place I hadn't the money, and secondly, I've told you already, I'm resigned. This resignation came upon me both suddenly and not suddenly. In spirit I had long ago resigned myself, but my brain was still unwilling to accept the yoke. I ascribed my humble temper and ideas to the influence of country life and happiness. On the other side, I had long observed that all my neighbors, young and old alike, who had been frightened at first by my learning, my residence abroad, and my other advantages of education, had not only had time to get completely used to me, but had even begun to treat me half rudely, half contemptuously, did not listen to my observations, and in talking to me no longer made use of superfluous signs of respect. I forgot to tell you, too, that during the first year after my marriage I had tried to launch into literature, and even sent a thing to a journal, a story, if I'm not mistaken, but in a little time I received a polite letter from the editor in which, among other things, I was told that he could not deny I had intelligence, but he was obliged to say I had no talent, and talent alone was what was needed in literature. To add to this, it came to my knowledge that a young man on a visit from Moscow, a most good-natured youth too, had referred to me at an evening party at the governor's as a shallow person, antiquated and behind the times. But my half-willful blindness still persisted. I was unwilling to give myself a slap in the face, you know. At last, one fine morning, my eyes were opened. This was how it happened. The district captain of police came to see me with the object of calling my attention to a tumble-down bridge on my property, which I had absolutely no money to repair. After consuming a glass of vodka and a snack of dried fish, this condescending guardian of order reproached me in a paternal way for my heedlessness, sympathizing, however, with my position, and only advising me to order my peasants to patch up the bridge with some rubbish. He lighted a pipe and began talking of the coming elections. A candidate for the honorable post of marshal of the province was at the time one Orbassanov, a noisy, shallow fellow who took bribes into the bargain. Besides, he was not distinguished either for wealth or for family. I expressed my opinion with regard to him, and rather casually too. I regarded Mr. Orbassanov, I must own, as beneath my level. The police captain looked at me, patted me amicably on the shoulder, and said good-naturedly, "Come, come, Vasily Vasilievich, it's not for you and me to criticize men like that. How are we qualified to? Let the shoemaker stick to his last." "But upon my word," I retorted with annoyance, "whatever difference is there between me and Mr. Orbassanov?" The police captain took his pipe out of his mouth, opened his eyes wide, and fairly roared. "Well, you're an amusing chap," he observed at last, while the tears ran down his cheeks. "What a joke to make! Ah, you're a funny fellow." And till his departure he never ceased jeering at me, now and then giving me a poke in the ribs with his elbow, and addressing me by my Christian name. He went away at last. This was enough. It was the last drop, and my cup was overflowing. I paced several times up and down the room, stood still before the looking-glass, and gazed a long, long while at my embarrassed countenance, and deliberately putting out my tongue, I shook my head with a bitter smile. The scales fell from my eyes. I saw clearly, more clearly than I saw my face in the glass, what a shallow, insignificant, worthless, unoriginal person I was.
He paused. In one of Voltaire's tragedies, he went on wearily, there is some worthy who rejoices that he has reached the furthest limit of unhappiness. Though there is nothing tragic in my fate, I will admit I have experienced something of that sort. I have known the bitter transports of cold despair. I have felt how sweet it is lying in bed to curse deliberately for a whole morning together the hour and day of my birth. I could not resign myself all at once. And indeed, think of it yourself, I was kept by impecuniosity in the country, which I hated. I was not fitted for managing my land, nor for the public service, nor for literature, nor anything. My neighbors I didn't care for, and books I loathed. As for the mawkish and morbidly sentimental young ladies who shake their curls and feverishly harp on the word life, I had ceased to have any attraction for them ever since I gave up ranting and gushing. Complete solitude I could not face. I began, what do you suppose? I began hanging about, visiting my neighbors. As though drunk with self-contempt, I purposely exposed myself to all sorts of petty slights. I was missed over in serving at table. I was met with supercilious coldness, and at last was not noticed at all. I was not even allowed to take part in general conversation, and from my corner I myself used purposely to back up some stupid talker who in those days at Moscow would have ecstatically licked the dust off my feet and kissed the hem of my cloak. I did not even allow myself to believe that I was enjoying the bitter satisfaction of irony. What sort of irony, indeed, can a man enjoy in solitude? Well, so I have behaved for some years on end, and so I behave now.
Really, this is beyond everything,
grumbled the sleepy voice of Mr. Cantagruchin from the next room.
What fool is it that has taken a fancy to talk all night?
The speaker promptly ducked under the clothes, and peeping out timidly, held up his finger to me warmingly. "Shh, shh," he whispered, and, as it were, bowing apologetically in the direction of Cantagruchin's voice, he said respectfully, "I obey, sir, I obey. I beg your pardon. It's permissible for him to sleep. He ought to sleep," he went on again in a whisper. "He must recruit his energies. Well, if only to eat his dinner with the same relish tomorrow. We have no right to disturb him. Besides, I think I've told you all I wanted to. Probably you're sleepy too. I wish you good night." He turned away with feverish rapidity and buried his head in the pillow. "Let me at least know," I asked, "with whom I have had the pleasure." He raised his head quickly. "No, for mercy's sake," he cut me short. "Don't inquire my name either of me or of others. Let me remain to you as an unknown being, crushed by fate, Vasily Vasilievich. Besides, as an unoriginal person, I don't deserve an individual name. But if you really want to give me some title, call me the Hamlet of the TCHIGRI district. There are many such Hamlets in every district, but perhaps you haven't come across others. After which, goodbye." He buried himself again in his feather bed, and the next morning when they came to wake me he was no longer in the room. He had left before daylight. End of the Hamlet of the TCHIGRI district. Chapter 21 of A Sportsman's Sketches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tovarisch. A Sportsman's Sketches by Ivan Turgenev, translated by Constance GARNETT. TCHERTOP-HANOV and NEDOPYUSKIN. One hot summer day I was coming home from hunting in a light cart. Ermolai sat beside me dozing and scratching his nose. The sleeping dogs were jolted up and down like lifeless bodies under our feet.
The coachman kept flicking gadflies off the horses with his whip. The white dust rose in a light cloud behind the cart. We drove in between bushes. The road here was full of ruts, and the wheels began catching in the twigs. Yermolai started up and looked round. "Hullo," he said, "there ought to be grouse here. Let's get out." We stopped and went into the thicket. My dog hit upon a covey. I took a shot and was beginning to reload, when suddenly there was a loud crackling behind me, and a man on horseback came towards me, pushing the bushes apart with his hands.
"Sir, permit me to ask," he began in a haughty voice, "by what right you are, shooting here, sir?" The stranger spoke extraordinarily quickly, jerkily, and condescendingly. I looked at his face. Never in my life have I seen anything like it. Picture to yourselves, gentle readers, a little flaxen-haired man with a little turn-up red nose and long red moustaches. A pointed Persian cap with a crimson cloth crown covered his forehead right down to his eyebrows. He was dressed in a shabby yellow Caucasian overcoat, with black velveteen cartridge pockets on the breast and tarnished silver braid on all the seams. Over his shoulder was slung a horn. In his sash was sticking a dagger. A raw-boned, hook-nosed chestnut horse shambled unsteadily under his weight. Two lean, crook-pawed greyhounds kept turning round just under the horse's legs. The face, the glance, the voice, every action, the whole being of the stranger was expressive of a wild daring and an unbounded, incredible pride. His pale blue glassy eyes strayed about with a sideways squint like a drunkard's. He flung back his head, puffed out his cheeks, snorted and quivered all over, as though bursting with dignity, for all the world like a turkey-cock. He repeated his question. "I didn't know it was forbidden to shoot here," I replied. "You are here, sir," he continued, "on my land." "Oh, with your permission I will go off it." "But permit me to ask," he rejoined, "is it a nobleman I have the honour of addressing?" I mentioned my name. "In that case, oblige me by hunting here. I am a nobleman myself, and am very pleased to do any service to a nobleman. And my name is Panteley Chertop-HANOV." He bowed, hallooed, gave his horse a lash on the neck. The horse shook its head, reared, shied, and trampled on a dog's paws. The dog gave a piercing squeal. Chertop-HANOV boiled over with rage. Foaming at the mouth, he struck the horse with his fist on the head between the ears, leaped to the ground quicker than lightning, looked at the dog's paw, spat on the wound, gave it a kick in the ribs to stop its whining, caught on to the horse's forelock, and put his foot in the stirrup. The horse flung up its head, and with its tail in the air, edged away into the bushes. He followed it, hopping on one leg. He got into the saddle at last, however, flourished his whip in a sort of frenzy, blew his horn, and galloped off. I had not time to recover from the unexpected appearance of Chertop-HANOV, when suddenly, almost without any noise, there came out of the bushes a stoutish man of 40 on a little black nag. He stopped, took off his green leather cap, and in a thin, subdued voice he asked me whether I hadn't seen a horseman riding a chestnut. I answered that I had. "Which way did the gentleman go?" he went on in the same tone, without putting on his cap. "Over there." "I humbly thank you, sir." He made a kissing sound with his lips, swung his legs against his horse's sides, and fell into a jog trot in the direction indicated. I looked after him till his peaked cap was hidden behind the branches. The second stranger was not in the least like his predecessor in exterior. His face, plump and round as a ball, expressed bashfulness, good nature, and humble meekness. His nose, also plump and round, and streaked with blue veins, betokened a sensualist. On the front of his head there was not a single hair left. Some thin brown tufts stuck out behind. There was an ingratiating twinkle in his little eyes, set in long slits, and a sweet smile on his red juicy lips. He had on a coat with a stand-up collar and brass buttons. Very worn but clean, his cloth trousers were hitched up high, his fat calves were visible above the yellow tops of his boots. "Who's that?" I inquired of Yermolai. "That NEDOPYUSKIN, Tikhon Ivanitch. He lives at Chertop-HANOV's." "What is he, a poor man?" "He is not rich, but to be sure Chertop-HANOV's not got a brass farthing either." "Then why does he live with him?" "Oh, they made friends. One's never seen without the other. It's a fact indeed. Where the horse puts its hoof, there the crab sticks its claw." We got out of the bushes. Suddenly 2 hounds gave tongue close to us, and a big hare bounded through the oats, which were fairly high by now. The dogs, hounds and harriers, leaped out of the thicket after him, and after the dogs flew out Chertop-HANOV himself. He did not shout, nor urge the dogs on, nor halloo. He was breathless and gasping. Broken, senseless sounds were jerked out of his gaping mouth now and then. He dashed on, his eyes starting out of his head, and furiously lashed at his luckless horse with the whip. The harriers were gaining on the hare. It squatted for a moment, doubled sharply back, and darted past Yermolai into the bushes. The harriers rushed in pursuit. "Look out! Look out!" the exhausted horseman articulated with effort, in a sort of stutter. "Look out, friend!" Yermolai shot. The wounded hare rolled head over heels on the smooth dry grass, leaped into the air, and squealed piteously in the teeth of a worrying dog. The hounds crowded about her. Like an arrow, Chertop-HANOV flew off his horse, clutched his dagger, ran straddling among the dogs with furious imprecations, snatched the mangled hare from them, and, creasing up his whole face, he buried the dagger in its throat up to the very hilt. Buried it and began hallooing. Tikhon Ivanitch made his appearance on the edge of the thicket. "Ho, ho, 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 ho!" vociferated Chertop-HANOV a second time. "Ho, ho, ho, ho!" his companion repeated placidly. "But really, you know, one ought not to hunt in summer," I observed to Chertop-HANOV, pointing to the trampled down oats. "It's my field," answered Chertop-HANOV, gasping. He pulled the hare into shape, hung it on to his saddle, and flung the paws among the dogs. "I owe you a charge, my friend, by the rules of hunting," he said, addressing Yermolai. "And you, dear sir," he added in the same jerky, abrupt voice, "my thanks." He mounted his horse. "Permit me to ask, I've forgotten your name and your father's." Again I told him my name. "Delighted to make your acquaintance. When you have an opportunity, hope you'll come and see me. But where is that Fomka, Tikhon Ivanitch?" he went on with heat. "The hare was run down without him." "His horse fell down under him," replied Tikhon Ivanitch with a smile. "Fell down? Orbasan fell down? Phew! Tut! Where is he?" "Over there, behind the copse." Chertop-HANOV struck his horse on the muzzle with his whip, and galloped off at a breakneck pace. Tikhon Ivanitch bowed to me twice, once for himself and once for his companion, and again set off at a trot into the bushes. These 2 gentlemen aroused my curiosity keenly. What could unite 2 creatures so different in the bonds of inseparable friendship? I began to make inquiries. This is what I learned. Panteley Yeremeitch Chertop-HANOV had the reputation in the whole surrounding vicinity of a dangerous, crack-brained fellow, haughty and quarrelsome in the extreme. He had served a very short time in the army, and had retired from the service through difficulties with his superiors, with that rank which is generally regarded as equivalent to no rank at all. He came of an old family, once rich. His forefathers lived sumptuously, after the manner of the steppes, that is, they welcomed all, invited or uninvited, fed them to exhaustion, gave out oats by the quarter to their guests' coachmen for their teams, kept musicians, singers, jesters, and dogs, on festive days regaled their people with spirits and beer, drove to Moscow in the winter with their own horses, in heavy old coaches, and sometimes were for whole months without a farthing, living on home-grown produce. The estate came into Panteley Yeremeitch's father's hands in a crippled condition. He, in his turn, played ducks and drakes with it, and when he died, left his sole heir, Panteley, the small mortgaged village of Bessonova, with 35 souls of the male and 76 of the female sex, and 28 acres and a half of useless land on the waste of Kolobrodova, no record of serfs for which could be found among the deceased's deeds. The deceased had, it must be confessed, ruined himself in a very strange way. Provident management had been his destruction. According to his notions, a nobleman ought not to depend on merchants, townsmen, and brigands of that sort, as he called them. He set up all possible trades and crafts on his estate. "It's both seemlier and cheaper," he used to say. "It's provident management." He never relinquished this fatal idea to the end of his days. Indeed, it was his ruin. But then, what entertainment it gave him! He never denied himself the satisfaction of a single whim. Among other freaks, he once began building after his own fancy so immense a family coach that in spite of the united efforts of the peasants' horses drawn together from the whole village, as well as their owners, it came to grief and fell to pieces on the first hillside. Yeremei Lukitch, the name of Panteley's father was Yeremei Lukitch, ordered a memorial to be put up on the hillside, but was not, however, at all abashed over the affair. He conceived the happy thought, too, of building a church, by himself, of course, without the assistance of an architect. He burnt a whole forest in making the bricks, laid an immense foundation, as though for a provincial hall, raised the walls, and began putting on the cupola. The cupola fell down. He tried again. The cupola again broke down. He tried the third time. The cupola fell to pieces a third time. Good Yeremei Lukitch grew thoughtful. There was something uncanny about it, he reflected. Some accursed witchcraft must have a hand in it, and at once he gave orders to flog all the old women in the village. They flogged the old women, but they didn't get the cupola on for all that. He began reconstructing the peasants' huts on a new plan, and all on a system of provident management. He set them 3 homesteads together in a triangle, and in the middle stuck up a post with a painted bird cage and flag. Every day he invented some new freak. At one time he was making soup of burdocks, at another cutting his horses' tails off to make caps for his servants, at another proposing to substitute nettles for flax, to feed pigs on mushrooms. He had once read in the Moscow Gazette an article by a Kharkov landowner, Khryk on the importance of morality to the well-being of the peasant, and the next day he gave forth a decree to all his peasants to learn off the Kharkov landowner's article by heart at once. The peasants learned the article. The master asked them whether they understood what was said in it. The bailiff replied that to be sure they understood it. About the same time he ordered all his subjects, with a view to the maintenance of order and provident management, to be numbered, and each to have his number sewn on his collar. On meeting the master, each was to shout, "Number so-and-so is here," and the master would answer affably, Go on, in God's name." In spite, however, of order and provident management, Yeremei Lukitch got by degrees into a very difficult position. He began at first by mortgaging his villages, and then was brought to the sale of them. The last ancestral home, the village with the unfinished church, was sold at last for arrears to the crown, luckily not in the lifetime of Yeremei Lukitch. He could never have supported such a blow, but a fortnight after his death. He succeeded in dying at home in his own bed, surrounded by his own people, and under the care of his own doctor. But nothing was left to poor Panteley but Bessonova. Panteley heard of his father's illness while he was still in the service. In the very heat of the difficulties mentioned above, he was only just 19. From his earliest childhood he had not left his father's house, and under the guidance of his mother, a very good-natured but perfectly stupid woman, Vassilisa Vassilievna, he grew up spoiled and conceited. She undertook his education alone. Yeremei Lukitch, buried in his economical fancies, had no thoughts to spare for it. It is true he once punished his son with his own hand for mispronouncing a letter of the alphabet, but Yeremei Lukitch had received a cruel and secret blow that day. His best dog had been crushed by a tree. Vassilisa Vassilievna's effort in regard Panteley's education did not, however, get beyond one terrific exertion. In the sweat of her brow she engaged him a tutor, one Burkopf, a retired Alsatian soldier, and to the day of her death she trembled like a leaf before him. "Oh," she thought, "if he throws us up, I'm lost. Where could I turn? Where could I find another teacher? Why, with what pains I enticed this one away from our neighbors." And Birkopf, like a shrewd man, promptly took advantage of his unique position. He drank like a fish, and slept from morning till night. On the completion of his course of science, Panteley entered the army. Vassilisa Vassilievna was no more. She had died 6 months before that important event, of fright. She had had a dream of a white figure riding on a bear. Yeremei Lukitch soon followed his better half. At the first news of his illness, Panteley galloped home at breakneck speed, but he did not find his father alive. What was the amazement of the dutiful son when he found himself, utterly unexpectedly, transformed from a rich heir to a poor man. Few men are capable of bearing so sharp a reverse well. Panteley was embittered, made misanthropical by it. From an honest, generous, good-natured fellow, though spoilt and hot-tempered, he became haughty and quarrelsome. He gave up associating with the neighbors, he was too proud to visit the rich, and he disdained the poor, and behaved with unheard-of arrogance to everyone, even to the established authorities. "I am of the ancient hereditary nobility," he would say. Once he had been on the point of shooting the police commissioner for coming into the room with his cap on his head. Of course the authorities on their side had their revenge, and took every opportunity to make him feel their power, but still they were rather afraid of him, because he had a desperate temper, and would propose a duel with knives at the second word. At the slightest retort, Chertop-HANOV's eyes blazed, his voice broke. He stammered, "Damn my soul!" and nothing could stop him. And moreover, he was a man of stainless character, who had never had a hand in anything the least shady. No one, of course, visited him. And with all this, he was a good-hearted, even a great-hearted man in his own way. Acts of injustice, of oppression, he would not brook over against strangers. He stood up for his own peasants like a rock. "What?" he would say with a violent blow on his own head. "Touch my people? Mine? My name's not Chertop-HANOV. If I—" Tikhon Ivanitch NEDOPYUSKIN could not, like Panteley Yeremeitch, pride himself on his origin. His father came of the peasant proprietor class, and only after 40 years of service attained the rank of a noble. Mr. Nedopyuskin, the father, belonged to the number of those people who are pursued by misfortune with an obduracy akin to personal hatred. For 60 whole years, from his very birth to his very death, the poor man was struggling with all the hardships, calamities, and privations incidental to people of small means. He struggled like a fish under the ice, never having enough food and sleep, cringing, worrying, wearing himself to exhaustion, fretting over every farthing, with genuine innocence, suffering in the service, and dying at last in either a garret or a cellar, in the unsuccessful struggle to gain for himself or his children a crust of dry bread. Fate had hunted him down like a hare. He was a good-natured and honest man, though he did take bribes, from a 3-penny bit up to a crown piece inclusive. Nedopyuskin had a wife, thin and consumptive. He had children too. Luckily they all died young except Tikhon, and a daughter, Mitrodora, nicknamed the Merchant's Belle, who after many painful and ludicrous adventures was married to a retired attorney. Mr. Nedopyuskin had succeeded before his death in getting Tikhon a place as supernumerary clerk in some office, but directly after his father's death Tikhon resigned his situation. Their perpetual anxieties, their heart-rending struggle with cold and hunger, his mother's careworn depression, his father's toiling despair, the coarse aggressiveness of landladies and shopkeepers, all the unending daily suffering of their life had developed an exaggerated timidity in Tikhon. At the mere sight of his chief he was faint and trembling like a captured bird. He threw up his office. Nature, in her indifference, or perhaps her irony, implants in people all sorts of faculties and tendencies utterly inconsistent with their means and their position in society. With her characteristic care and love, she had moulded of Tikhon, the son of a poor clerk, a sensuous, indolent, soft, impressionable creature, a creature fitted exclusively for enjoyment, gifted with an excessively delicate sense of smell and of taste. She had moulded him, finished him off most carefully, and set her creation to struggle up on sour cabbage and putrid fish. And behold, the creation did struggle up somehow and began what is called life. Then the fun began. Fate, which had so ruthlessly tormented Nedopyuskin the father, took to the son too. She had a taste for them, one must suppose. But she treated Tikhon on a different plan. She did not torture him, she played with him. She did not once drive him to desperation, she did not set him to suffer the degrading agonies of hunger, but she led him a dance through the whole of Russia from one end to the other, from one degrading and ludicrous position to another. At one time fate made him majordomo to a snappish, choleric Lady Bountiful, at another a humble parasite on a wealthy skinflint merchant, then a private secretary to a goggle-eyed gentleman with his hair cut in the English style, then she promoted him to the post of something between butler and buffoon to a dog fancier. In short, fate drove poor Tikhon to drink drop by drop to the dregs the bitter poisoned cup of a dependent existence. He had been in his time the sport of the dull malignity and the boorish pranks of slothful masters. How often, alone in his room, released at last to go in peace, after a mob of visitors had glutted their taste for horseplay at his expense, he had vowed, blushing with shame, chilled tears of despair in his eyes, that he would run away in secret, would try his luck in the town, would find himself some little place as clerk, or die once for all of hunger in the street. But, in the first place, God had not given him strength of character. Secondly, his timidity unhinged him. And thirdly, how could he get himself a place? Whom could he ask? "They'll never give it me," the luckless wretch would murmur, tossing wearily in his bed. "They'll never give it me. and the next day he would take up the same degrading life again. His position was the more painful that, with all her care, nature had not troubled to give him the smallest share of the gifts and qualifications without which the trade of a buffoon is almost impossible. He was not equal, for instance, to dancing till he dropped, in a bearskin coat turned inside out, nor making jokes and cutting capers in the immediate vicinity of cracking whips. If he was turned out in a state of nature into a temperature of 20 degrees below freezing, as often as not he caught cold. His stomach could not digest brandy mixed with ink and other filth, nor minced funguses and toadstools in vinegar. There is no knowing what would have become of Tikhon if the last of his patrons, a contractor who had made his fortune, had not taken it into his head in a merry hour to inscribe in his will, "And to Zozo, Tikhon to wit, NEDOPYUSKIN, I leave in perpetual possession to him and his heirs the village of Bezselendyevka, lawfully acquired by me with all its appurtenances." A few days later this patron was taken with a fit of apoplexy after gorging on sturgeon soup. A great commotion followed, the officials came and put seals on the property. The relations arrived, the will was opened and read, and they called for NEDOPYUSKIN. NEDOPYUSKIN made his appearance. The greater number of the party knew the nature of Tikhon Ivanitch's duties in his patron's household. He was greeted with deafening shouts and ironical congratulations. "The landowner! Here is the new owner!" shouted the other heirs. "Well, really this," put in one, a noted wit and humorist, "well, really this, one may say, this positively is really what one may call an heir apparent." And they all went off into shrieks. For a long while NEDOPYUSKIN could not believe in his good fortune. They showed him the will. He flushed, shut his eyes, and with a despairing gesture he burst into tears. The chuckles of the party passed into a deep unanimous roar. The village of Bezselendyevka consisted of only 22 serfs. No one regretted its loss keenly, so why not get some fun out of it? One of the heirs from Petersburg, an important man with a Greek nose and a majestic expression of face, Rostislav Adamich Stoppel, went so far as to go up to NEDOPYUSKIN and look haughtily at him over his shoulder. "So far as I can gather, honored sir," he observed with contemptuous carelessness, "you enjoyed your position in the household of our respected Fyodor Fedorovitch, owing to your obliging readiness to wait on his diversions." The gentleman from Petersburg expressed himself in a style insufferably refined, smart, and correct. NEDOPYUSKIN, in his agitation and confusion, had not taken in the unknown gentleman's words, but the others were all quiet at once. The wit smiled condescendingly. Mr. Stoppel rubbed his hands and repeated his question. NEDOPYUSKIN raised his eyes in bewilderment and opened his mouth. Rostislav Adamich puckered his face up sarcastically. "I congratulate you, my dear sir, I congratulate you," he went on. "It's true, one may say, not every one would have consented to gain his daily bread in such a fashion, but de guslibus non est disputandum, that is, every one to his taste, eh?" Someone at the back uttered a rapid, decorous shriek of admiration and delight. "Tell us," pursued Mr. Stoppel, much encouraged by the smiles of the whole party, "to what special talent are you indebted for your good fortune? No, don't be bashful, tell us. We're all here, so to speak, en famille. Aren't we, gentlemen? All here en famille?" The relation to whom Rostislav Adamich chanced to turn with this question did not, unfortunately, know French, and so he confined himself to a faint grunt of approbation. But another relation, a young man with patches of a yellow colour on his forehead, hastened to chime in, "Oui, oui, to be sure." perhaps," Mr. Stoppel began again, "you can walk on your hands, your legs raised, so to say, in the air?" Nedopyuskin looked around in agony. Every face wore a taunting smile, every eye was moist with delight. "Or perhaps you can crow like a cock." A loud guffaw broke out on all sides and was hushed at once, stifled by expectation. "Or perhaps on your nose you can—" "Stop that!" a loud harsh voice suddenly interrupted Rostislav Adamych. "I wonder you're not ashamed to torment the poor man." Everyone looked round. In the doorway stood Chertop-HANOV. As a cousin 4 times removed of the deceased contractor, he too had received a note of invitation to the meeting of the relations. During the whole time of reading the will he had kept, as he always did, haughtily apart from the others. "Stop that!" he repeated, throwing his head back proudly. Mr. Stoppel turned round quickly, and seeing a poorly dressed, unattractive-looking man, he inquired of his neighbour in an undertone (caution's always a good thing), "Who's that?" "Chertop-HANOV, he's no great shakes," the latter whispered in his ear. Rostislav Adamych assumed a haughty air. "And who are you to give orders?" he said through his nose, drooping his eyelids scornfully. "Who may you be, allow me to inquire? A queer fish, upon my word." Chertop-HANOV exploded like gunpowder at a spark. He was choked with fury. He hissed like one possessed, and all at once he thundered, "Who am I? Who am I? I am Panteley Chertop-HANOV of the ancient hereditary nobility. My forefathers served the Tsar. And who may you be?" Rostislav Adamych turned pale and stepped back. He had not expected such resistance. A fish indeed." Chertop-HANOV darted forward. Stoppel bounded away in great perturbation. The others rushed to meet the exasperated nobleman. "A duel! A duel! A duel at once! Across a handkerchief!" shouted the enraged Panteley. "Oh, beg my pardon! Yes, and his too!" "Pray beg his pardon," the agitated relations muttered all around Stoppel. "He's such a madman! He'd cut your throat in a minute!" "I beg your pardon, I beg your pardon, I didn't know," stammered Stoppel. "I didn't know." "And beg his too!" vociferated the implacable Panteley. "I beg your pardon, too," added Rostislav Adamych, addressing Nedopyuskin, who was shaking as if he were in an ague. Chertop-HANOV calmed down. He went up to Tikhon Ivanitch, took him by the hand, looked fiercely around, and as not one pair of eyes ventured to meet his, he walked triumphantly amid profound silence out of the room with the new owner of the lawfully acquired village of Besselendievka. From that day they never parted again. The village of Besselendievka was only 7 miles from Bessonova. The boundless gratitude of Nedopyuskin soon passed into the most adoring veneration. The weak, soft, and not perfectly stainless Tikhon bowed down in the dust before the fearless and irreproachable Panteley. "It's no slight thing," he thought to himself sometimes, "to talk to the governor, look him straight in the face. Christ have mercy on us, doesn't he look at him?" He marvelled at him. He exhausted all the force of his soul in his admiration of him. He regarded him as an extraordinary man, as clever, as learned. And there's no denying that, bad as Chertop-HANOV's education might be, still, in comparison with Tikhon's education, it might pass for brilliant. Chertop-HANOV, it is true, had read little Russian, and knew French very badly. So badly that once, in reply to the question of a Swiss tutor, "Vous parlez français, monsieur?" he answered, "Je ne comprehend." And after a moment's thought he added, "Pas." But anyway, he was aware that Voltaire had once existed and was a very witty writer, and that Frederick the Great, King of Prussia, had been distinguished as a great military commander. Of Russian writers he respected Derzhavin, but liked Marlinsky and called Amalat Bek the best of the pack. A few days after my first meeting with the two friends, I set off for the village of Bessonova to see Panteley Yeremeitch. His little house could be seen a long way off. It stood out on a bare place half a mile from the village, on the bluff, as it is called, like a hawk on a ploughed field. Chertop-Hanov's homestead consisted of nothing more than 4 old tumble-down buildings of different sizes, that is, a lodge, a stable, a barn, and a bath-house. Each building stood apart by itself. There was neither a fence round nor a gate to be seen. My coachman stopped in perplexity at a well which was choked up and had almost disappeared. Near the barn some thin and unkempt puppies were mangling a dead horse, probably Orbasan. One of them lifted up the bleeding nose, barked hurriedly, and again fell to devouring the bare ribs. Near the horse stood a boy of 17 with a puffy yellow face, dressed like a Cossack, and bare-legged. He looked with a responsible air at the dogs committed to his charge, and now and then gave the greediest a lash with his whip. "Is your master at home?" I inquired. "The Lord knows," answered the lad. "You'd better knock." I jumped out of the droshky and went up to the steps of the lodge. Mr. Chertop-Hanov's dwelling presented a very cheerless aspect. The beams were blackened and bulging forward, the chimney had fallen off, the corners of the house were stained with damp and sunk out of the perpendicular, the small dusty bluish windows peeped out from under the shaggy overhanging roof with an indescribably morose expression. Some old vagrants have eyes that look like that. I knocked. No one responded. I could hear, however, through the door some sharply uttered words. "A, B, C, there now, idiot!" a hoarse voice was saying. "A, B, C, D, no! D, E, 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 now then, idiot!" I knocked a second time. The same voice shouted, "Come in! Who's there?" I went into the small empty hall, and through the open door I saw Chertop-Hanov himself, in a greasy oriental dressing gown, loose trousers, and a red skull-cap. He was sitting on a chair. In one hand he gripped the face of a young poodle, while in the other he was holding a piece of bread just above his nose. "Ah!" he pronounced with dignity, not stirring from his seat. "Delighted to see you. Please sit down. I'm busy here with Wenzor. Tikhon Ivanitch," he added, raising his voice, "come here, will you? Here is a visitor." I'm coming, Tikhon Ivanitch responded from the other room. "Masha, give me my cravat." Chertop-Hanov turned to Wenzor again and laid the piece of bread on his nose. I looked round. Except an extending table much warped with 13 legs of unequal length, and 4 rush chairs worn into hollows, there was no furniture of any kind in the room. The walls, which had been washed white ages ago with blue star-shaped spots, were peeling off in many places. Between the windows hung a broken, tarnished looking-glass in a huge frame of red wood. In the corners stood pipe-stands and guns. From the ceiling hung fat black cobwebs. "A, B, C, D," Chertop-Hanov repeated slowly, and suddenly he cried furiously, "E, E, E, E! What a stupid brute!" But the luckless poodle only shivered, and could not make up his mind to open his mouth. He still sat wagging his tail uneasily and wrinkling up his face, blinked dejectedly, and frowned as though saying to himself, "Of course, it's just as you please." "There, eat! Come, take it!" repeated the indefatigable master. "You've frightened him," I remarked. "Well, he can get along then." He gave him a kick. The poor dog got up softly, dropped the bread off his nose, and walked, as it were, on tiptoe to the hall, deeply wounded. And with good reason. A stranger calling for the first time, and to treat him like that! The door from the next room gave a subdued creak, and Mr. Nedopyuskin came in, affably bowing and smiling. I got up and bowed. "Don't disturb yourself, don't disturb yourself," he lisped. We sat down. Chertop-HANOV went into the next room. "You have been for some time in our neighborhood," began Nedopyuskin in a subdued voice, coughing discreetly into his hand and holding his fingers before his lips from a feeling of propriety. "I came last month." "Indeed." We were silent for a little. "Lovely weather we are having just now," resumed Nedopyuskin, and he looked gratefully at me as though I were in some way responsible for the weather. "The corn, one may say, is doing wonderfully." I nodded in token of assent. We were silent again. "Panteley Yeremeitch was pleased to hunt 2 hares yesterday." Nedopyuskin began again with an effort, obviously wishing to enliven the conversation. "Yes, indeed, very big hares they were, sir." "Has Mr. Chertop-HANOV good hounds?" "The most wonderful hounds, sir," Nedopyuskin replied, delighted. "One may say the best in the province, indeed." He drew nearer to me. "But then Panteley Yeremeitch is such a wonderful man. He has only to wish for anything, he has only to take an idea into his head, and before you can look round, it's done. Everything, you may say, goes like clockwork. Panteley Yeremeitch, I assure you—" Chertop-HANOV came into the room. Nedopyuskin smiled, ceased speaking, and indicated him to me with a glance which seemed to say, "There, you will see for yourself." We fell to talking about hunting. "Would you like me to show you my leash?" Chertop-HANOV asked me, and not waiting for a reply, he called Karp. A sturdy lad came in a green nankin long coat with a blue collar and livery buttons. "Tell Fonka," said Chertop-HANOV abruptly, "to bring in HAMLET and Saiga, and in good order, do you understand?" Karp gave a broad grin, uttered an indefinite sound, and went away. Fomka made his appearance, well combed and tightly buttoned up, in boots and with the hounds. From politeness I admired the stupid beasts. Harriers are all exceedingly stupid. Chertop-HANOV spat right into HAMLET's nostrils, which did not, however, apparently afford that dog the slightest satisfaction. Nedopyuskin, too, stroked HAMLET from behind. We began chatting again. By degrees Chertop-HANOV unbent completely, and no longer stood on his dignity nor snorted defiantly. The expression of his face changed. He glanced at me and at Nedopyuskin. "Hey!" he cried suddenly. "Why should she sit in there alone? Masha! Hi, Masha! Come in here!" Someone stirred in the next room, but there was no answer. "Masha!" Chertop-HANOV repeated caressingly. "Come in here. It's all right. Don't be afraid." The door was softly opened, and I caught sight of a tall and slender girl of 20, with a dark gypsy face, golden brown eyes, and hair black as pitch. Her large white teeth gleamed between full red lips. She had on a white dress, a blue shawl pinned close round her throat with a gold brooch. Half hid her slender, beautiful arms, in which one could see the fineness of her race. She took 2 steps with the bashful awkwardness of some wild creature, stood still and looked down. "Come, let me introduce," said Panteley Yeremeitch. "Wife she's not, but she's to be respected as a wife." Masha flushed slightly and smiled in confusion. I made her a low bow. I thought her very charming. The delicate falcon nose with distended, half-transparent nostrils, the bold sweep of her high eyebrows, the pale, almost sunken cheeks, every feature of her face denoted wilful passion and reckless devilry. From under the coil of her hair 2 rows of little shining hairs ran down her broad neck, a sign of race and vigor. She went to the window and sat down. I did not want to increase her embarrassment and began talking with Chertop-HANOV. Masha turned her head slyly and began peeping from under her eyelids at me stealthily, shyly, and swiftly. Her glance seemed to flash out like a snake's sting. Nedopyuskin sat beside her and whispered something in her ear. She smiled again. When she smiled, her nose slightly puckered up, and her upper lip was raised, which gave her face something of the expression of a cat or a lion. "Oh, but you're one of the hands-off sort," I thought in my turn, stealing a look at her supple frame, her hollow breast, and her quick, angular movements. "Masha," Chertop-HANOV asked, "don't you think we ought to give our visitor some entertainment, eh?" "We've got some jam," she replied. "Well, bring the jam here and some vodka too, while you're about it. And I say, Masha," he shouted after her, "bring the guitar in too." "What's the guitar for? I'm not going to sing." "Why?" "I don't want to." "Oh, nonsense! You'll want to when—" "What?" asked Masha, rapidly knitting her brows. "When you're asked," Chertop-HANOV went on with some embarrassment. "Oh." She went out, soon came back with jam and vodka, and again sat by the window. There was still a line to be seen on her forehead. The two eyebrows rose and drooped like a wasp's antennae. Have you ever noticed, reader, what a wicked face the wasp has? Well, I thought I am in for a storm. The conversation flagged. Nedopyuskin shut up completely and wore a forced smile. Chertop-HANOV panted, turned red, and opened his eyes wide. I was on the point of taking leave. Suddenly Masha got up, flung open the window, thrust out her head, and shouted lustily to a passing peasant woman, "Aksinya!" The woman started and tried to turn round, but slipped down and flopped heavily onto a dung heap. Masha threw herself back and laughed merrily. Chertop-HANOV laughed too. Nedopyuskin shrieked with delight. We all revived. The storm had passed off in one flash of lightning. The air was clear again. Half an hour later no one would have recognized us. We were chatting and frolicking like children. Masha was the merriest of all. Chertop-HANOV simply could not take his eyes off her. Her face grew paler, her nostrils dilated, her eyes glowed and darkened at the same time. It was a wild creature at play. Nedopyuskin limped after her on his short, fat little legs like a drake after a duck. Ivan Venzor crawled out of his hiding place in the hall, stood a moment in the doorway, glanced at us, and suddenly fell to jumping up into the air and barking. Masha flitted into the other room, fetched the guitar, flung off the shawl from her shoulders, seated herself quickly, and raising her head, began singing a gypsy song. Her voice rang out, vibrating like a glass bell when it is struck. It flamed up and died away. It filled the heart with sweetness and pain. Chertop-HANOV fell to dancing. Nedopyuskin stamped and swung his legs in tune. Masha was all a-quiver, like birch bark in the fire. Her delicate fingers flew playfully over the guitar. Her dark-skinned throat slowly heaved under the 2 rows of amber. All at once she would cease singing, sink into exhaustion, and twang the guitar, as it were, involuntarily, and Chertop-HANOV stood still, merely working his shoulders and turning round in one place, while Nedopyuskin nodded his head like a Chinese figure. Then she would break out into song like a mad thing, drawing herself up and holding up her head, and Chertop-HANOV again curtsied down to the ground, leaped up to the ceiling, spun round like a top, crying, "Quicker!" "Quicker, quicker, quicker!" Nedopyuskin chimed in, speaking very fast. It was late in the evening when I left Bessonova. End of Chertop-HANOV and Nedopyuskin. Chapter 22, Part 1 of A Sportsman's Sketches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tovarisch. A Sportsman's Sketches by Ivan Turgenev, translated by Constance GARNETT. The End of TCHERTOP-HANOV. 1. It was 2 years after my visit that Panteley Yeremeyevitch's troubles began, his real troubles. Disappointments, disasters, even misfortunes he had had before that time, but he had paid no attention to them and had risen superior to them in former days. The first blow that fell upon him was the most heart-rending for him. Masha left him. What induced her to forsake his roof, where she seemed to be so thoroughly at home, it is hard to say. TCHERTOP-HANOV to the end of his days clung to the conviction that a certain young neighbor, a retired captain of Uhlans, named Yaf, was at the root of Masha's desertion. He had taken her fancy, according to Panteley Yeremeyevitch, simply by constantly curling his moustaches, pomading himself to excess, and sniggering significantly, but one must suppose that the vagrant gypsy blood in Masha's veins had more to do with it. However that may have been, one fine summer evening Masha tied up a few odds and ends in a small bundle and walked out of TCHERTOP-HANOV's house. For 3 days before this she had sat crouched up in a corner, huddled against the wall like a wounded fox, and had not spoken a word to any one. She had only turned her eyes about, and twitched her eyebrows, and faintly gnashed her teeth, and moved her arms as though she were wrapping herself up. This mood had come upon her before, but had never lasted long. TCHERTOP-HANOV knew that, and so he neither worried himself nor worried her. But when on coming in from the kennels, where in his huntsman's words the last 2 hounds had departed, he met a servant girl who, in a trembling voice, informed him that Maria Akifyevna sent him her greetings, and left word that she wished him every happiness, but she was not coming back to him any more. TCHERTOP-HANOV, after reeling round where he stood and uttering a hoarse yell, rushed at once after the runaway, snatching up his pistol as he went. He overtook her 1.5 miles from his house, near a birchwood, on the high road to the district town. The sun was sinking on the horizon, and everything was suddenly suffused with purple glow, trees, plants, and earth alike. "To Yaf! To Yaf!" groaned TCHERTOP-HANOV directly he caught sight of Masha. "Going to Yaf!" he repeated, running up to her and almost stumbling at every step. Masha stood still and turned round facing him. She stood with her back to the light and looked all black as though she had been carved out of dark wood. Only the whites of her eyes stood out like silvery diamonds, but the eyes themselves, the pupils, were darker than ever. She flung her bundle aside and folded her arms. "You are going to Yaf, wretched girl!" repeated TCHERTOP-HANOV, and he was on the point of seizing her by the shoulder, but meeting her eyes, he was abashed and stood uneasily where he was. "I am not going to Mr. Yaf, Panteley Yeremeyevitch," replied Masha in soft, even tones. "It's only I can't live with you any longer." "Can't live with me? Why not? Have I offended you in some way?" Masha shook her head. "You've not offended me in any way, Panteley Yeremeyevitch, only my heart is heavy in your house. Thanks for the past, but I can't stay, no." TCHERTOP-HANOV was amazed. He positively slapped his thighs and bounced up and down in his astonishment. "How is that? Here she's gone on living with me and known nothing but peace and happiness, and all of a sudden her heart's heavy, and she flings me over. She goes and puts a kerchief on her head and is gone. She received every respect like any lady." "I don't care for that in the least," Masha interrupted. "Don't care for it? From a wandering gypsy to turn into a lady, and she doesn't care for it! How don't you care for it, you low-born slave? Do you expect me to believe that? There's treachery hidden in a treachery. He began frowning again. There is no treachery in my thoughts, and never has been, said Masha in her distinct, resonant voice. I've told you already, my heart was heavy. Masha, cried Chertop-HANOV, striking himself a blow on the chest with his fist. There, stop it! Hush! You have tortured me! Now it's enough! Oh my God, think only what Tisha would say! You might have pity on him at least! Remember me to Tikhon Ivanitch and tell him. Chertop-HANOV wrung his hands. No, you are talking nonsense. You are not going. Your Yaf may wait for you in vain. Mr. Yaf, Masha was beginning. A fine Mr. Yaf, Chertop-HANOV mimicked her. He's an underhand rascal, a low cur. That's what he is, and a fizz like an ape's. For fully half an hour Chertop-HANOV was struggling with Masha. He came close to her, he fell back, he shook his fists at her, he bowed down before her, he wept, he scolded. I can't, repeated Masha. I'm so sad at heart, devoured by weariness. Little by little her face assumed such an indifferent, almost drowsy expression that Chertop-HANOV asked her if they had not drugged her with laudanum. It's weariness, she said for the 10th time. Then what if I kill you? He cried suddenly, and he pulled the pistol out of his pocket. Masha smiled, her face brightened. Well, kill me, Pantelei Yeremeitch, as you will, but go back I won't. You won't come back? Chertop-HANOV cocked the pistol. I won't go back, my dearie. Never in my life will I go back. My word is steadfast. Chertop-HANOV suddenly thrust the pistol into her hand and sat down on the ground. Then you kill me! Without you I don't care to live! I have grown loathsome to you, and everything's loathsome for me! Masha bent down, took up her bundle, laid the pistol on the grass, its mouth away from Chertop-HANOV, and went up to him. Ah, my dearie, why torture yourself? Don't you know what we gypsy girls are? It's our nature. You must make up your mind to it. When there comes weariness, the divider, and calls the soul away to strange, distant parts, how is one to stay here? Don't forget your Masha. You won't find such another sweetheart. And I won't forget you, my dearie, but our life together's over. I loved you, Masha, Chertop-HANOV muttered into the fingers in which he had buried his face. And I loved you, little friend Pantelei Yeremeitch. I love you madly, senselessly, and when I think now that you, in your right senses, without rhyme or reason, are leaving me like this, and going to wander over the face of the earth, well, it strikes me that if I weren't a poor penniless devil, you wouldn't be throwing me over. At these words Masha only laughed. And he used to say I didn't care for money, she commented, and she gave Chertop-HANOV a vigorous thump on the shoulder. He jumped up onto his feet. Come, at least you must let me give you some money. How can you go like this without a halfpenny? But best of all, kill me. I tell you plainly, kill me once for all. Masha shook her head again. Kill you? Why get sent to Siberia, my dearie? Chertop-HANOV shuddered. Then it's only from that? From fear of penal servitude? He rolled on the grass again. Masha stood over him in silence. I'm sorry for you, dear, she said with a sigh. You're a good fellow, but there is no help for it. Goodbye. She turned away and took 2 steps. The night had come on by now, and dim shadows were closing in on all sides. Chertop-HANOV jumped up swiftly and seized Masha from behind by her 2 elbows. You are going away like this, serpent to Yaf? Goodbye. Masha repeated sharply and significantly. She tore herself away and walked off. Chertop-HANOV looked after her, ran to the place where the pistol was lying, snatched it up, took aim, fired, but before he touched the trigger, his arm twitched upwards, the ball whistled over Masha's head. She looked at him over her shoulder without stopping and went on, swinging as she walked, as though in defiance of him. He hid his face and fell to running. But before he had run 50 paces, he suddenly stood still as though turned to stone. A well-known, too well-known voice came floating to him. Masha was singing. It was in the sweet days of youth, she sang. Every note seemed to linger, plaintive and ardent in the evening air. Chertop-HANOV listened intently. The voice retreated and retreated. At one moment it died away, at the next it floated across, hardly audible, but still in the same passionate glow. "She does it to spite me," thought Chertop-HANOV, but at once he moaned. "Oh no, it's your last farewell to me forever," and he burst into floods of tears. The next day he appeared at the lodgings of Mr. Yaf, who, as a true man of the world, not liking the solitude of the country, resided in the district town. "To be nearer the young ladies," as he expressed it. Chertop-HANOV did not find Yaf. He had, in the words of his valet, set off to Moscow the evening before.
"Then it is so!" cried Chertop-HANOV furiously. "There was an arrangement between them. She has run away with him. But wait a bit!" He broke into the young cavalry captain's room in spite of the resistance of the valet. In the room there was hanging over the sofa a portrait in oils of the master in the Ulan uniform. "Ah, here you are, you tailless ape!" thundered Chertop-HANOV. He jumped onto the sofa and, with a blow of his fist, burst a big hole in the taut canvas. "Tell your worthless master," he turned to the valet, "that in the absence of his own filthy phiz, the nobleman Chertop-HANOV put a hole through the painted one, and if he cares for satisfaction from me, he knows where to find the nobleman Chertop-HANOV, or else I'll find him out myself. I'll fetch the rascally ape from the bottom of the sea." Saying these words, Chertop-HANOV jumped off the sofa and majestically withdrew. But the cavalry captain Yaf did not demand satisfaction from him. Indeed, he never met him anywhere, and Chertop-HANOV did not think of seeking his enemy out, and no scandal followed. Masha herself soon after this disappeared beyond all trace. Chertop-HANOV took to drink. However, he reformed later. But then a second blow fell upon him. 2. This was the death of his bosom friend Tikhon Ivanovich NEDOPYUSKIN. His health had begun to fail 2 years before his death. He began to suffer from asthma, and was constantly dropping asleep, and on waking up could not at once come to himself. The district doctor maintained that this was the result of something rather like fits. During the 3 days which preceded Masha's departure, those 3 days when her heart was heavy, NEDOPYUSKIN had been away at his own place at Bezselendievka. He had been laid up with a severe cold. Masha's conduct was consequently even more unexpected for him. It made almost a deeper impression on him than on Chertop-HANOV himself. With his natural sweetness and diffidence, he gave utterance to nothing but the tenderest sympathy with his friend and the most painful perplexity, but it crushed and made havoc of everything in him. "She has torn the heart out of me," he would murmur to himself as he sat on his favourite checked sofa and twisted his fingers. Even when Chertop-HANOV had got over it, he, NEDOPYUSKIN, did not recover, and still felt that there was a void within him. "Here," he would say, pointing to the middle of his breast above his stomach. In that way he lingered on till the winter.
When the frosts came, his asthma got better, but he was visited by not something rather like a fit this time, but a real unmistakable fit. He did not lose his memory at once. He still knew Chertop-HANOV and his friend's cry of despair, "How can you desert me, Tisha, without my consent, just as Masha did?" He even responded with faltering, uncertain tongue, "Oh, Pavlovich, I will obey you." This did not, however, prevent him from dying the same day without waiting for the district doctor, who, on seeing the hardly cold body, found nothing left for him to do, but with a melancholy recognition of the instability of all things mortal, to ask for a drop of vodka and a snack of fish. As might have been anticipated, Tikhon Ivanitch had bequeathed his property to his revered patron and generous protector Panteley Yeremeyevich Chertop-HANOV, but it was of no great benefit to the revered patron, as it was shortly after sold by public auction, partly in order to recover the expense of a sepulchral monument, a statue, which Chertop-HANOV, and one can see his father's craze coming out in him here, had thought fit to put up over the ashes of his friend. This statue, which was to have represented an angel praying, was ordered by him from Moscow, but the agent recommended to him, conceiving that connoisseurs in sculpture were not often to be met with in the provinces, sent him, instead of an angel, a goddess Flora, who had for many years adorned one of those neglected gardens near Moscow, laid out in the days of Catherine. He had an excellent reason for doing so, since this statue, though highly artistic in the rococo style, with plump little arms, tossing curls, a wreath of roses round the bare bosom, and a serpentine figure, was obtained by him, the agent, for nothing. And so to this day the mythological goddess stands, with one foot elegantly lifted above the tomb of Tikhon Ivanovitch, and with a genuinely pompadour simper gazes at the calves and sheep, those invariable visitors of our village graveyards, as they stray about her. 3. On the loss of his faithful friend, Chertop-HANOV again took to drink, and this time far more seriously. Everything went utterly to the bad with him. He had no money left for sport, the last of his meagre fortune was spent, the last of his few servants ran away. Panteley Yeremeyevitch's isolation became complete. He had no one to speak a word to even, far less to open his heart to. His pride alone had suffered no diminution. On the contrary, the worse his surroundings became, the more haughty and lofty and inaccessible he was himself. He became a complete misanthrope in the end. One distraction, one delight was left him, a superb grey horse of the Don breed, named by him Malek Adel, a really wonderful animal. This horse came into his possession in this fashion. As he was riding one day through a neighboring village, Chertop-HANOV heard a crowd of peasants shouting and hooting before a tavern. In the middle of the crowd, stalwart arms were continually rising and falling in exactly the same place. "What is happening there?" he asked in the peremptory tone peculiar to him of an old peasant woman who was standing on the threshold of her hut. Leaning against the door-post, as though dozing, the old woman stared in the direction of the tavern. A white-headed urchin in a print smock with a cypress wood cross on his little bare breast was sitting with little outstretched legs and little clenched fists between her bast slippers. A chicken close by was chipping at a stale crust of rye bread. "The Lord knows, your honour," answered the old woman. Bending forward, she laid her wrinkled brown hand on the child's head. "They say our lads are beating a Jew." "A Jew? What Jew?" "The Lord knows, your honour. A Jew came among us, and where he's come from, who knows? Vasya, come to your mammy, sir. Shh, shh. Nasty brute!" The old woman drove away the chicken while Vasya clung to her petticoat. "So you see they're beating him, sir." "Why beating him? What for?" "I don't know, your honor. No doubt he deserves it, and indeed why not beat him? You know, your honor, he crucified Christ." Chertopanov uttered a whoop, gave his horse a lash on the neck with a riding whip, flew straight towards the crowd, and plunging into it, began with the same riding whip thrashing the peasants to left and to right indiscriminately, shouting in broken tones, "Lawless brutes! Lawless brutes! It's for the law to punish, not the private persons! The law! The law! The law!" Before 2 minutes had passed, the crowd had beaten a retreat in various directions, and on the ground, before the tavern door, could be seen a small, thin, swarthy creature in an Ankin long coat, dishevelled and mangled. A pale face, rolling eyes, open mouth. What was it? Deadly terror? Or death itself? "Why have you killed this Jew?" Chertopanov shouted at the top of his voice, brandishing his riding whip menacingly. The crowd faintly roared in response. One peasant was rubbing his shoulder, another his side, a third his nose. "You're pretty free with your whip," was heard in the back rows. "Why have you killed the Jew, you christened pagans?" repeated Chertopanov. But at this point the creature lying on the ground hurriedly jumped onto its feet, and running up to Chertopanov, convulsively seized hold of the edge of the saddle. "Alive!" was heard in the background. "He's a regular cat!" "Your Excellency, defend me, save me!" The unhappy Jew was faltering meanwhile, his whole body squeezed up against Chertopanov's foot. "Or they will murder me! They will murder me, your Excellency!" "What have they against you?" asked Chertopanov. "I can't tell, so help me God. Some cow hereabouts died, so they suspect me, but I—" "Well, that we'll go into later," Chertopanov interrupted. "But now you hold on to the saddle and follow me. And you," he added, turning to the crowd, "do you know me? I am the landowner Panteley Chertop-HANOV. I live at Bessonova, and so you can take proceedings against me when you think fit. And against the Jew too, while you're about it."
"Why take proceedings?" said a grey-bearded, decent-looking peasant, bowing low, the very picture of an ancient patriarch.
He had been no whit behind the others in belabouring the Jew, however.
"We know your honor, Panteley Yeremyevich, well. We thank your honor humbly for teaching us better."
"Why take proceedings?" chimed in the others.
"As to the Jew, we'll take it out on him another day. He won't escape us. We shall be on the lookout for him."
Chertopanov pulled his moustaches, snorted, and went home at a walking pace, accompanied by the Jew, whom he had delivered from his persecutors, just as he had once delivered Tikhon NEDOPYUSKIN. 4. A few days later, the one groom who was left to Chertopanov announced that someone had come on horseback and wanted to speak to him. Chertopanov went out onto the steps and recognized the Jew riding a splendid horse of the Don breed, which stood proud and motionless in the middle of the courtyard. The Jew was bareheaded, he held his cap under his arm, and had thrust his feet into the stirrup straps, not into the stirrups themselves. The ragged skirts of his long coat hung down on both sides of the saddle. On seeing Chertop-HANOV he gave a smack with his lips and ducked down with a twitch of the elbows and a bend of the legs. Chertop-HANOV, however, not only failed to respond to his greeting, but was even enraged by it. He was all on fire in a minute. A scurvy Jew dare to ride a magnificent horse like that? It was positively indecent. "Hi, you Ethiopian fright!" he shouted. "Get off at once, if you don't want to be flung off into the mud!" The Jew promptly obeyed, rolled off the horse like a sack, and keeping hold of the rein with one hand, he approached Chertop-HANOV smiling and bowing.
What do you want?
Panteley Yeremeitch inquired with dignity.
Your Excellency, deign to look what a horse,
said the Jew, never ceasing to bow for an instant.
Well, the horse is all right. Where'd you get him from? Stole it, I suppose? How can you say that, Your Excellency? I'm an honest Jew. I didn't steal it, but I obtained it for Your Excellency, really. And the trouble I had to get it? But then see what a horse it is. There is not another horse like it to be found in all the Don country. Look, Your Excellency, what a horse it is. Here, kindly step this way. Whoa, turn round, stand sideways, and we'll take off the saddle. What do you think of him, Your Excellency?
The horse is all right, repeated Chertop-HANOV with affected indifference. Though his heart was beating like a sledgehammer in his breast, he was a passionate lover of horse flesh, and knew a good thing when he saw it.
Only take a look at him, Your Excellency. Pat him on the neck. Yes, like this.
Chertop-HANOV, with apparent reluctance, laid his hand on the horse's neck, gave it a pat or two, then passed his fingers from the forelock along the spine, and when he had reached a certain spot above the kidneys, like a connoisseur, he lightly pressed that spot. The horse instantly arched its spine, and looking round suspiciously at Chertop-HANOV with its haughty black eye, snorted and moved its hind legs. The Jew laughed and faintly clapped his hands.
He knows his master, Your Excellency, his master.
Don't talk nonsense, Chertop-HANOV interrupted with vexation.
To buy this horse from you, I haven't the means, and as for presents, I not only wouldn't take them from a Jew, I wouldn't take a present from Almighty God himself. As though I would presume to offer you a present, mercy upon me, cried the Jew. You buy it, Your Excellency, and as to the little sum, I can wait for it.
Chertop-HANOV sank into thought. What will you take for it? He muttered at last between his teeth. The Jew shrugged his shoulders.
What I paid for it myself, 200 roubles.
The horse was well worth twice, perhaps even 3 times that sum. Chertop-HANOV turned away and yawned feverishly.
And the money, when?
He asked, scowling furiously and not looking at the Jew.
When Your Excellency thinks fit.
Chertop-HANOV flung his head back, but did not raise his eyes.
That's no answer. Speak plainly, son of Herod. Am I to be under an obligation to you, hey? Well, let's say then,
the Jew hastened to add,
in 6 months' time, do you agree?
Chertop-HANOV made no reply. The Jew tried to get a look at his face.
Do you agree? You permit him to be led to your stable? The saddle I don't want,
Chertop-HANOV blurted out abruptly.
Take the saddle, do you hear? To be sure, I will take it,
faltered the delighted Jew, shouldering the saddle.
And the money,
Chertop-HANOV pursued,
in 6 months, and not 200, but 250. Not a word. 250, I tell you, to my account.
Chertop-HANOV still could not bring himself to raise his eyes. Never had his pride been so cruelly wounded.
It's plain it's a present,
was the thought in his mind.
He's brought it out of gratitude, the devil.
And he would have liked to kiss the Jew, and he would have liked to beat him.
Your Excellency,
began the Jew, gaining a little courage and grinning all over his face,
should, after the Russian fashion, take from hand to hand. What next? What an idea! A Hebrew and Russian customs? Hey, you there! Take the horse, lead him to the stable, and give him some oats. I'll come myself and look after him, and his name is to be Malekadel.
Chertop-HANOV turned to go up the steps, but turning sharply back and running up to the Jew, he pressed his hand warmly. The latter was bending down to kiss his hand, but Chertop-HANOV bounded back again, and murmuring, "Tell no one," he vanished through the door. 5. From that very day the chief interest, the chief occupation, the chief pleasure in the life of Chertop-HANOV was Malek Adel. He loved him as he had not loved even Masha. He became more attached to him than even to NEDOPYUSKIN. And what a horse it was! All fire, simply explosive as gunpowder, and stately as a boyar! Untiring, enduring, obedient, whatever you might put him to, and costing nothing for his keep. He'd be ready to nibble at the ground under his feet if there was nothing else. When he stepped at a walking pace, it was like being lulled to sleep in a nurse's arms. When he trotted, it was like rocking at sea. When he galloped, he outstripped the wind. Never out of breath, perfectly sound in his wind. Sinews of steel. For him to stumble was a thing never recorded. To take a ditch or a fence was nothing to him, and what a clever beast! At his master's voice he would run with his head in the air. If you told him to stand still and walked away from him, he would not stir. Directly you turned back, a faint neigh to say, "Here I am," and afraid of nothing. In the pitch dark, in a snowstorm, he would find his way, and he would not let a stranger come near him for anything. He would have had his teeth in him, and a dog dare never approach him. He would have his foreleg in his head in a minute. And that was the end of the beast. A horse of proper pride. You might flourish a switch over him as an ornament, but God forbid you touched him. But why say more? A perfect treasure, not a horse. If Chertop-HANOV set to describing his Malek Adel, he could not find words to express himself. And how he petted and pampered him! His coat shone like silver, not old but new silver, with a dark polish on it. If one passed one's hand over it, it was like velvet. His saddle, his cloth, his bridle, all his trappings, in fact, were so well fitted, in such good order, so bright a perfect picture. Chertop-HANOV himself, what more can we say, with his own hands plaited his favorite's forelocks and mane, and washed his tail with beer, and even more than once rubbed his hoofs with polish. Sometimes he would mount Malek Adel and ride out, not to see his neighbors, he avoided them as of old, but across their lands, past their homesteads, for them, poor fools, to admire him from a distance. Or he would hear that there was to be a hunt somewhere, that a rich landowner had arranged a meet in some outlying part of his land. He would be off there at once, and would canter in the distance on the horizon, astounding all spectators by the swiftness and beauty of his horse, and not letting anyone come close to him. Once some hunting landowner even gave chase to him with all his suite. He saw Chertop-HANOV was getting away, and he began shouting after him with all his might as he galloped at full speed. "Hey you! Here! Take what you like for your horse! I wouldn't grudge 1,000! I'd give my wife, my children, take my last farthing!" Chertop-HANOV suddenly reined in Malek Adel. The hunting gentleman flew up to him. "My dear sir," he shouted, "tell me what you want, my dear friend." "If you were the Tsar," said Chertop-HANOV emphatically, and he had never heard of Shakespeare, "you might give me all your kingdom for my horse. I wouldn't take it." He uttered these words, chuckled, drew Malek Adel up on to his haunches, turned him in the air on his hind legs like a top or teetotum, and off he went like a flash over the stubble. And the hunting man, a rich prince they said he was, flung his cap on the ground, threw himself down with his face in his cap, and lay so for half an hour. And how could Chertopanov fail to prize his horse? Was it not thanks to him he had again an unmistakable superiority, a last superiority over all his neighbors? 6. Meanwhile time went by. The day fixed for payment was approaching. While far from having 250 roubles, Chertopanov had not even 50. What was to be done? How could it be met? Well, he decided at last, if the Jew is relentless, if he won't wait any longer, I'll give him my house and my land, and I'll set off on my horse no matter where. I'll starve before I'll give up Malekadel. He was greatly perturbed and even downcast, but at this juncture fate, for the first and last time, was pitiful, and smiled upon him. Some distant kinswoman, whose very name was unknown to Chertopanov, left him in her will a sum immense in his eyes, no less than 2,000 roubles. And he received this sum in the very nick, as they say, of time, the day before the Jew was to come. Chertopanov almost went out of his mind with joy, but he never even thought of vodka. From the very day Malekadel came into his hands, he had not touched a drop. He ran into the stable and kissed his favorite on both sides of his face, above the nostrils where the horse's skin is always so soft. "Now we shall not be parted," he cried, patting Malekadel on the neck under his well-combed mane. When he went back into the house, he counted out and sealed up in a packet 250 roubles. Then, as he lay on his back and smoked a pipe, he mused on how he would lay out the rest of the money, what dogs he would procure, real Kostroma hounds, spot and tan, and no mistake. He even had a little talk with Perfishka, to whom he promised a new Cossack coat, with yellow braid on all the seams, and went to bed in a blissful frame of mind. He had a bad dream. He dreamt he was riding out hunting, not on Malekadel, but on some strange beast of the nature of a unicorn. A white fox, white as snow, ran to meet him. He tried to crack his whip, tried to set the dogs on her, but instead of his riding whip he found he had a wisp of bast in his hand. And the fox ran in front of him, putting her tongue out at him. He jumped off, his unicorn stumbled, he fell, and fell straight into the arms of a police constable, who was taking him before the Governor-General, and whom he recognized as Yaf. Chertopanov waked up. The room was dark, the cocks were just crowing for the second time. Somewhere in the far, far distance a horse neighed. Chertopanov lifted up his head. Once more a faint, faint neigh was heard. "That's Malekadel neighing," was his thought. "It's his neigh? But why so far away? Bless us and save us! It can't be!" Chertopanov suddenly turned chill all over. He instantly leaped out of bed, fumbled after his boots and his clothes, dressed himself, and snatching up the stable door key from under his pillow, he dashed out into the courtyard. 7. The stable was at the very end of the courtyard. One wall faced the open country. Chertopanov could not at once fit the key into the lock. His hands were shaking, and he did not immediately turn the key. He stood motionless, holding his breath. If only something would stir inside. "Malek! Malek!" he cried in a low voice, the silence of death. Chertopanov unconsciously jogged the key, the door creaked and opened, so it was not locked. He stepped over the threshold and again called his horse, this time by his full name, Malekadel, but no response came from his faithful companion. Only a mouse rustled in the straw. Then Chertopanov rushed into one of the 3 horse boxes in the stable in which Malekadel was put. He went straight to the horse box, though it was pitch dark around. Empty! Chertopanov's head went round. It seemed as though a bell was booming in his brain. He tried to say something, but only brought out a sort of hiss, and fumbling with his hands above, below, on all sides, breathless, with shaking knees, he made his way from one horse box to another, to a third, full almost to the top with hay, stumbled against one wall and then the other, fell down, rolled over on his head, got up, and suddenly ran headlong through the half-open door into the courtyard. "Stolen! Perfishka! Perfishka! Stolen!" he yelled at the top of his voice. The groom Perfishka flew head over heels out of the loft where he slept, with only his shirt on. Like drunk men, they ran against one another, the master and his solitary servant, in the middle of the courtyard. Like madmen, they turned round each other. The master could not explain what was the matter, nor could the servant make out what was wanted of him. "Woe! Woe!" wailed Chertop-HANOV. "Woe! Woe!" the groom repeated after him. "A lantern! Here! Light a lantern! Light! Light!" broke at last from Chertop-HANOV's fainting lips. Perfishka rushed into the house. But to light the lantern, to get fire, was not easy. Lucifer matches were regarded as a rarity in those days in Russia. The last embers had long ago gone out in the kitchen, flint and steel were not quickly found, and they did not work well. Gnashing his teeth, Chertop-HANOV snatched them out of the hands of the flustered Perfishka, and began striking a light himself. The sparks fell in abundance, in still greater abundance fell curses and even groans, but the tinder either did not catch or went out again, in spite of the united efforts of 4 swollen cheeks and lips to blow it into a flame. At last, in 5 minutes, not sooner, a bit of tallow candle was alight at the bottom of the battered lantern, and Chertop-HANOV, accompanied by Perfishka, dashed into the stable, lifted the lantern above his head, looked round. All empty. He bounded out into the courtyard, ran up and down it in all directions. No horse anywhere. The hurdle fence enclosing Pantelei Yeremeitch's yard had long been dilapidated, and in many places was bent and lying on the ground. Beside the stable it had been completely levelled for a good yard's width. Perfishka pointed the spot out to Chertop-HANOV. "Master, look here! This wasn't like this today! And see the ends of the uprights sticking out of the ground? That means someone has pulled them out." Chertop-HANOV ran up with the lantern, moved it about over the ground. "Hoofs! Hoofs! Prints of horseshoes! Fresh prints!" he muttered, speaking hurriedly. "They took him through here! Through here!" He instantly leaped over the fence, and with a shout, "Malekadel! Malekadel!" he ran straight into the open country. Perfishka remained standing bewildered at the fence. The ring of light from the lantern was soon lost to his eyes, swallowed up in the dense darkness of a starless, moonless night. Fainter and fainter came the sound of the despairing cries of Chertop-HANOV. 8. It was daylight when he came home again. He hardly looked like a human being. His clothes were covered with mud, his face had a wild and ferocious expression, his eyes looked dull and sullen. In a hoarse whisper he drove Perfishka away and locked himself in his room. He could hardly stand with fatigue, but he did not lie on his bed, but sat down on a chair by the door and clutched at his head. Stolen! Stolen! But in what way had the thief contrived, by night, when the stable was locked, to steal Malekadel? Malekadel, who would never let a stranger come near him even by day, steal him too without noise, without a sound? And how explain that not a yard dog had barked? It was true there were only 2 left, 2 young puppies, and those 2 probably burrowing in rubbish from cold and hunger, but still... "And what am I to do now without Malekadel?" Chertop-HANOV brooded. "I've lost my last pleasure now. It's time to die. Buy another horse, seeing the money has come?
But where find another horse like that?
Pantelei Yeremych, he heard a timid call at the door. Chertop-HANOV jumped onto his feet.
Who is it?
He shouted in a voice not his own.
It's I, your groom, Perfishka. What do you want? Is he found? Has he run home?
No, Pantelei Yeremych, but that Jew chap who sold him.
Well?
He's come.
Ho, 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 ho,
yelled Chertop-HANOV, and he at once flung open the door.
Drag him here! Drag him along!
On seeing the sudden apparition of his benefactor's disheveled, wild-looking figure, the Jew, who was standing behind Perfishka's bag, tried to give them the slip, but Chertop-HANOV in 2 bounds was upon him and like a tiger flew at his throat.
He's come for the money, for the money!
He cried as hoarsely as though he were being strangled himself instead of strangling the Jew.
You stole him by night and are come by day for the money, eh? Hey? Hey?
Mercy on us, your excellency. The Jew tried to groan out.
Tell me, where is my horse? What have you done with him? Whom have you sold him to? Tell me, tell me, tell me!
The Jew by now could not even groan. His face was rapidly turning livid, and even the expression of fear had vanished from it. His hands dropped and hung lifeless. His whole body, furiously shaken by Chertop-HANOV, waved backwards and forwards like a reed.
I'll pay you your money. I'll pay it you in full to the last farthing,
roared Chertop-HANOV.
But I'll strangle you like any chicken if you don't tell me at once.
But you have strangled him already, master, observed the groom Perfishka humbly. Then only Chertop-HANOV came to his senses. He let go of the Jew's neck. The latter fell heavily to the ground. Chertop-HANOV picked him up, set him on a bench, poured a glass of vodka down his throat, and restored him to consciousness. And having restored him to consciousness, he began to talk to him. It turned out that the Jew had not the slightest idea that Malek Adel had been stolen. And indeed, what motive could he have to steal the horse which he had himself procured for his revered Pantelei Yeremych? Then Chertop-HANOV led him into the stable. Together they scrutinized the horse boxes, the manger, and the lock on the door, turned over the hay and the straw, and then went into the courtyard. Chertop-HANOV showed the Jew the hoof prints at the fence, and all at once he slapped his thighs.
Stay!
He cried.
Where did you buy the horse?
In the district of Malo-Archangel at Verkhovensky fair, answered the Jew.
Of whom?
A Cossack.
Stay, this Cossack, was he a young man or old?
Middle-aged, a steady man.
And what was he like? What did he look like? A cunning rascal, I expect?
Sure to have been a rascal, your excellency.
And, I say, what did he say, this rascal? Had he had the horse long?
I recollect he said he'd had it a long while.
Well, then, no one could have stolen him but he. Consider it yourself. Listen, stand here. What is your name?
The Jew started and turned his little black eyes upon Chertop-HANOV. What's my name?
Yes, yes. What are you called?
Moshe Leber.
Well, judge then, Moshe Leber, my friend. You're a man of sense. Whom would Malek Adel have allowed to touch him except his old master? You see, he must have saddled him and bridled him and taken off his cloth. There it is lying on the hay, and made all his arrangements simply as if he were at home. Why, anyone except his master, Malek Adel, would have trampled underfoot. He'd have raised such a din, he'd have roused the whole village. Do you agree with me?
I agree, your excellency.
Well, then, it follows that first of all we must find this Cossack.
But how are we to find him, your excellency? I have only seen him one little time in my life. And where is he now, and what's his name? Alack, alack! added the Jew, shaking the long curls over his ears sorrowfully.
"Labour!" shouted Chertop-HANOV suddenly. "Labour, look at me! You see I've lost my senses. I'm not myself. I shall lay hands on myself if you don't come to my aid."
"But how can I?"
"Come with me, and let us find the thief."
"But where shall we go?"
"We'll go to the fairs, the highways and byways, to the horse stealers, to towns and villages and hamlets, everywhere, everywhere. And don't trouble about money. I've come into a fortune, brother. I'll spend my last farthing, but I'll get my darling back. And he shan't escape us, our enemy, the Cossack. Where he goes, we'll go. If he's hidden in the earth, we'll follow him. If he's gone to the devil, we'll follow him to Satan himself."
"Oh, why to Satan?" observed the Jew. "We can do without him."
"Labour,"
Chertop-HANOV went on,
"labour, though you're a Jew, and your creed's an accursed one, you've a soul better than many a Christian soul. Have pity on me. I can't go alone. Alone I can never carry the thing through. I am a hard-headed fellow, but you've a brain worth its weight in gold. Your race are like that. You succeed in everything without being taught. You're wondering perhaps where I could have got the money. Come into my room. I'll show you all the money. You may take it. You may take the cross off my neck. Only give me back Malekadel. Give him me back again."
Chertop-HANOV was shivering as if he were in a fever. The sweat rolled down his face in drops and, mingling with his tears, was lost in his moustaches. He pressed Labor's hands, he besought him, he almost kissed him. He was in a sort of delirium. The Jew tried to object, to declare that it was utterly impossible for him to get away, that he had business. It was useless. Chertop-HANOV would not even hear anything. There was no help for it. The poor Jew consented. The next day Chertop-HANOV set out from Bessonova in a peasant cart with Labour. The Jew wore a somewhat troubled aspect. He held on to the rail with one hand, while all his withered figure bounded up and down on the jolting seat. The other hand he held pressed to his bosom, where lay a packet of notes wrapped up in newspaper. Chertop-HANOV sat like a statue, only moving his eyes about him and drawing in deep breaths. In his sash there was stuck a dagger.
"There, the miscreant who has parted us must look out for himself now,"
he muttered as they drove out on the high road. His house he left in the charge of Perfishka and an old cook, a deaf old peasant woman whom he took care of out of compassion.
"I shall come back to you on Malekadel," he shouted to them at parting, "or never come back at all."
"You might as well be married to me at once," jested Perfishka, giving the cook a dig in the ribs with his elbow. "No fear, the master will never come back to us, and here I shall be bored to death all alone." End of a Chertop-HANOV, Part 1.